따라와 follow me no no stop 끝까지 end move fast 따라와 follow me no no stop 끝까지 end move fast 따라와 no stop 끝까지 끝까지 hey ya lay the floor right here right now 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 one more
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
Today, 4 squads are fighting to stay alive and make a run for Masters London. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Stage 1 of VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Smoothie Bar here in Riot Games Arena, where we're at the illustrious and a little bit gloomy Los Angeles, California. That's right, folks. Welcome, everyone, and we're sitting down today. You want to know why? Because standing sucks. Now, I'm Golden Boy. That's Athena. That's not Athena. That's Emily.
Athena.
That's
I'm
Athena.
Athena.
That's Bren.
Yep.
That's Athena. No, of course.
Might as well.
We're here to talk about some games, yap about some stuff, but most importantly, it's Sunday. And you know what that means. It's time for our, say it with me, Pulsar Flick of the Week. Yeah,
Flick
there
of
you
the
go.
Week.
All right, and this one's going to go to King. Let's see what he's got over here. Oh, yeah, I remember
was
this clip.
nice.
Yeah, that one was,
Oh, this was
yeah,
nasty.
I had to do a cleansing bath after this.
This was
Boom.
nice. Did he have time after this?
Boom,
no.
boom, clock.
But we won't talk about that. We'll talk about.
Say that one,
don't
Myrna.
say that
Don't
one.
say that one, Myrna.
Guys, dude, what about the flick though? Crazy
Crazy flick.
Crazy flick.
Oh, man.
He didn't have a reaction
Yo.
Yeah.
Like, I would have been hyping myself
Yeah,
up
that
after
would have
that
been
one.
crazy.
Yeah.
Bro
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
locked in. He was locked in on getting the spike.
Yeah, when you do like that pensive, like that's the most reaction I'll get in that one. Good pivot from that one, Brent. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the current standings because we're in Alpha Group today, and every team has 1 win, 2 losses. It's a make or break. Look at that bottom 4 there, G2. They're currently the ones that are sitting at the 3rd position there because of the differential, but Cloud9 right behind. It's basically anyone's game here. And the matches today, you already know. You got Loud versus Cloud9, and then our last matchup to wrap up this awesome Smoothie Bar Sunday. It's going to be G2 versus Envy. But let's jump into some side selection, shall we?
Yes.
Jump into it.
Let's
Let's
do it.
just do it. You know, run
It's
the
been
show
interesting.
along. Yeah, I've liked it.
It's been interesting. Begin a little bit of back and forth.
Got
Some
Zeppa.
gentlemen's agreements. I don't want to see any operator
Luck
uses
show.
though. I gotta say.
I think you're probably
I
gonna
hope
get
they
it.
up every
Dude.
round.
No.
100%
round.
Luke Show's
What?
gonna op. Oh,
That's an op. That is that.
Cruelty.
Luke Show.
It's so cringe. I'm just gonna say it, man. No.
Oh,
You
no,
can't be
no.
doing that, bro. The gun you.
Oh, yes. Dude, I love the side by
I
side.
don't,
This
I'm
is
rooting for
great.
Zeppa.
Nice.
I'm rooting for Zeppa. I'm
Okay.
rooting
Wow,
for
he
Zeppa.
pulls out the bandit?
I'm rooting for Zeppa. I'm just saying it.
That's
Wait
okay.
for the right.
We're
now.
Phantom.
There we go.
Phantom Gaming.
Okay.
Oh, he's not saying on him to pack
Don't
up
stop
his
hopping now.
operator.
Why you stop hopping?
Yeah.
Oh!
That's
Time for me,
messed up.
so.
Tell me, man, it's the hair. The hair gives him confidence.
Oh,
Dude, his hair is wonderful.
I
Yeah.
always has been.
I don't like. How
I mean,
confident-
everyone's probably sick of me mentioning it, but I mean, when you look at it, you kind of just need to.
I'm not liking how confident Cloud9 are right now. I'm not liking it. They were
Wait,
heckling
why?
me.
What
They
did
were-
I do?
Oh, I sure him. He walked by. He was heckling the crap out of you, Bren.
Yeah.
You're probably going to
You
see that
actually got
on
heckled.
our
Look at- they're
VCTNA
smiling
socials.
today. When Cloud9 are smiling, that's scary.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
now he's
that's
hitting
a
some
crazy
nasty
response.
stuff.
Wait, that was
Step
actually an
up.
insane
He's-
shot.
Oh, too fast.
Luck show's rattled.
Oh,
He's rattled.
No, I don't
Oh!
like the look of this. I don't
That's
like the
not
look of this.
good.
No way.
All right, well, Zeppa picks up
I
the
love
win,
it.
and we'll
No
get that
way.
side selection. No way.
No way.
Oh man. Okay. Well, folks, look. Every single team in this competition, and especially today, the story is the same, right? This match, the match that they're playing, must win. Gotta pick up the dub. Cloud9. Look, it goes without saying, this is a squad that had a rough patch at the beginning of the stage, but they got a massive 2-0 victory last week. That honestly, Brent, kind of set the tone for them coming into today. Maybe even let Zeppa have that confidence in the skirmish.
Dude, I thought they were going to be, listen, the turning of a new leaf, double duelist going to be played, and guess what? They decided to switch up their card, they switch up the team anyway. They got a couple of players out. We're going to talk about that later on, but this was such a delightful look from Cloud9 where they were just flourishing with confidence to take fights, take risks at the right times. I was loving what I was seeing, and then the question is, Yeah, is that going to continue? Because I don't know, man.
Yeah.
They've changed their team up. Like,
Yeah.
who the hell knows what's going into the machinations of the minds of Cloud9, whoever the hell's running this team, because they don't know what they're doing. They're just changing it up every week.
Jack is
That's-
just angry in the background.
Literally, that's why they heckle you every time.
Yeah,
they're on
but at least I'm honest. Like, this is what we're all thinking, no?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. It is extremely bizarre to do a change like this and such a desperate time. But look, let's talk about some of the things that we're seeing here, because Emily, I know you wanted to focus on some of the rounds that you were seeing.
I
from this
did.
spot.
Because a big thing for me is in the first two best of threes that they played, the first two matches of this, they had a hard time at breaking momentum. But then against MIBR, we saw them have some great calls coming in from Zelsis and some great aggression. So starting with this round, a little bit of context is right before this, MIBR went for a full A split, right? They had Aspas having a hero rifle, and he just completely won it out. So the next round, instead of making those micro adjustments, they went for a full A main trap here that we'll see in one moment. Just sending Oxy running up middle. They're using a lot of that delay util that we like to see coming out from Harbor and the smokes. And so they will throw this smoke here, and then they'll throw the little, not decay, but whatever.
The vulnerable.
The vulnerable,
Yeah.
thank you. So Aspas cannot pop his knife, and then they just full fight it with Penny and having Oxy come in on that flank, just securing them and immediately shutting them down. Because one thing about MIBR is once they have a successful exec, they like to keep hitting it and running it until it doesn't work anymore. And then moving on to the next round, it was actually the round that brought them into OT into that second map. There we go. Got it going. And a little bit more context. Cloud9, they were losing 4 rounds here. 2 of those rounds, the most recent ones being those B splits that just weren't working out for them. So instead of kind of playing it slow, trying to think of something new here, they go for a straight up B exec, which looked phenomenal, by the way. They went right into the Vice site, used this orb here, which I really like, the orb and Molly combo, so that they can't just immediately flood out here. Now, the only thing is that this gives MIBR a lot of time to kind of prepare for their retake, group up, and get something going here. But on the other hand, you have Cloud9 now setting up in a little bit deeper positions here. Right here.
Whoa,
Sorry,
whoa,
we're
whoa.
having a rave. We're having a rave.
Okay.
Because I'm just that excited. But no, setting up in these deeper positions, and they know that they're setting up for a full retake. So as soon as Zekin comes towards Heaven here and sends out a stun going towards Hell to clear that out, they immediately pop their Sky out. They immediately start spamming the Viper Orb because they are coming out of that, trying to flash out of that, trying to just flood, and they get 2 picks immediately here. After that, it really just slows down, and they just have to, they're in great spots, they're holding great crossfires.
Yeah.
They just have to make sure that they're getting those trades, and they end up doing that. And then obviously after that OT round, they bring it into, after that round, they bring it into OT and close out winning the next 2 rounds. And that's something I want to see C9 continue with. Before, I felt like they were playing a little too passive, trying to find these answers, making those micro adjustments within their game plan. But here, they did some big moves. They took a lot more risk, and it paid off.
Yeah, I really think the double duelist comp has kind of enabled them to be a little bit more aggressive. They
Yeah.
completely changed their tempo,
Yeah.
completely changed it from the beginning of each round too. It feels like even on their pistols, they're starting to be way more aggressive and forcing the other team to play to that play style. And I think it's really suiting them. Obviously, they've made some changes, but maybe they just keep it up and keep up the tempo.
I think it's funny because in the Cloud9 podcast that they like to do after every match, they were talking about why they weren't running the double duelist. It was just because, it wasn't working out in scrims. They didn't want to take that risk. They want to play to their comforts. But they look really comfortable running
Yeah,
it. I think
they
Zelsis
did.
calls amazing around when he has that firepower and that comp to kind of just run it down.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you had the firepower, might as well take advantage and use it. But here's the thing that kind of adds a wrinkle to this whole thing, because they made a change. After defeating MIBR, Cloud9 made a massive roster change. Penny is out. YFP's Jack, not to be confused with the person who runs Cloud9, has been added to the roster, and Athena, this is, we were talking about this is a crazy change to do when you only have 2 weeks left in the stage.
Dude, it is crazy. But the thing about Jack is when I went on Challengers and I saw this guy's stat line, I was gobsmacked. Actually, it was insane, right? I that was inspired by our British bit yesterday.
Love it.
Is that British?
Yeah.
Ghost
I
Mike?
have no idea. But he has, Jack has been the most consistent initiator player that I've seen in Challengers. Not only that, he is consistently top fragging for his team of YFP. He was constantly on the top of the scoreboard, playing a lot of that Fade, playing a lot of the Sova and the Sky, and he was just so good at doing it. And it felt like he really enabled his team for success because we saw them kind of falter a little bit in their next game once he did leave that roster. So it's really cool to see him kind of come up to this.
Yeah, I don't follow Tier 2 too closely, but I was asking the streets, and the streets are saying that he's next up. He's actually the next. He's like the Tier 2 Verno. That's what the streets have been saying.
The streets
are whispering it.
Accurate.
Verno's a great player. Like, listen, if he adds that level of consistency, coming into this Cloud9 team, they desperately need that.
Emily, you're familiar with the streets.
No, I am.
Right?
I watched Challengers basically since the start of the year, and you know, Jack has always been one of those standout players. We can't not highlight him whenever we're watching YFP because he brings so much impact. Not just dropping 300 ACS, not being the highest rated player in Stage 2 right now, but what he can do with his utility. There's always a purpose. It's never wasted, and he does a great job in initiating plans around that, which I think will add a lot to C9's game plan.
Yeah, hey, look, it's going to be exciting regardless, right? And great opportunity for him as well to kind of start off, you know, playing in a little bit more of a quiet space and not necessarily playing on the big stage right out of the gate, right? It might actually be a blessing here. A great way to kind of ease your way into the big leagues here at VCT Americas. But let's go ahead and meet the newest member of Cloud9, shall we? Because Dryad had an opportunity to catch up with Jack earlier today.
I know everybody's talking about it, but Cloud9 has a new player. Jack, welcome to VCT Americas. It was definitely a last-minute decision here, and we're all excited to see you based on your performance with YFP. You went undefeated on the Swiss stage and moving into playoffs. You left kind of halfway through, but I think we're all impressed by what you were able to do. Even though we're kind of wondering how their role is going to play out based on what you were playing then to how you would be fitting for Cloud9. So can you tell us a little bit of that?
I'll be playing Duelist to take over Penny's role. So yeah, Zeppo will be on Initiator and I'll be on Duelist.
And what was that decision of, you know, hearing the call from Cloud9, being in the middle of playoffs as well for YFP? Because I know your friends are also very supportive and they were kind of joking about it too.
Yeah, I mean, it was a seamless transition. It was kind of hard for YFP, but, you know, it's good for me.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
I don't know if
I'm sorry,
Jack,
what is
I don't know if Jack
up.
got the memo
I
that
I'm
in the
pulling this
interviews
up.
you're not supposed to say real things.
Give me this guy's stats. I gotta pull this up.
No, he hasn't seen stats. Dropping like
No, but like,
300 ACS
when has
on
he
it.
last played Duelist?
That's a beautiful question
That's a
because
good
I haven't
question.
seen it.
Yeah.
But I'm also kind
well,
of excited.
Well, yeah, hey, I am too. Look, there's a clear idea that they have coming into this one here. And
Are you sure about that?
Clearly, they have an idea. I mean, whether or not it's one that will work will yet to be seen, you know? But hey, listen, Jack isn't the only new face that's, you know, in the server today. Because as a matter of fact, we've been talking about him for weeks. Erde is actually going to be here as well to play with Loud. And let's take a look at what our two rookies can do, because there is some talent here. For sure. Absolute skill, without a doubt.
Sí, se calienta, cuidado acá porque él le tiene que dar cara y logra hacerlo en contra de MIBR, que estaba mirando para el otro lado. ¡Ay! ¿Qué pega Erde, manito? Toma, otra vez, latigazo y el 4K de Erde.
Prowler energy just don't have any space to hold. And despite trying to throw YFP for a loop with this buy, and just mowing Energy Academy down, make it 4 per Jack? That's insane.
That's one that Dynamics he kicking himself for, and then booming gets caught. And this round is over.
Hey, it's going to be a good showing for those boys. We'll see, of course, as they take the stage in just a little bit. But for the past 3 weeks, assistant coach Bati has been the man, subbing in for the squad and IGLing with the squad as well. But now I guess the pressure, it's going to shift up entirely now. And here you have Erde coming into this very different situation to Jack, I would say, Bren, because Jack's coming in as the player who is being given a great opportunity. But Erde, this is his team to lead to the promised land,
for sure.
and it's starting now, week 4.
I'm quite excited for this, honestly. I think an injection of having a fresh voice into the server of somebody that was expected to be doing this from the get-go, but they weren't able to because of those outside circumstances relating to the visa stuff. But I think this is going to be much needed for Loud. I think I've had the biggest issue. Honestly, Buddy did a fantastic job stepping in last minute. I've absolutely no disrespect to him to be able to do that. He did more than capable job, right? But Erde coming in, I'm hoping that it's going to be speeding up their mid-rounding a lot more. Less hesitation in terms of their decision-making, because that was where Loud are being thrown for a loop. They were winning pistols, they were converting bonuses every now and then, but the middle of the rounds, the gun rounds, that sort of aspect of the game was just missing now. I'm hoping that that will be elevated now, and I'm also hoping that maybe Baddy as well is going to be having some I think more improved in terms of how he can provide for the team, support the team, now that he's actually played in the system as well.
Yeah, I think too, like I'm really looking at Erde to kind of provide more support for Verdi as well, like the duelist, just kind of bringing all those pieces together, because this roster has so much potential, so much firepower. Plus, Erde in those clips, if you didn't see what that guy was doing, he was insane. Insane shot, super crispy, and he's super aggressive on that controller roll most of the time. And I think that's something that, while Bati did a really good job, even on his KO, his flashes were sick, he still doesn't have that same level of fresh firepower, of that mindset, as well as the aggression.
Yeah, well, let's actually get an opportunity to meet Erde, because Dryad had a chance to chat with him earlier today. Let's meet him.
It feels like everybody has been waiting for this moment, especially the Loud fans. Erde, welcome to VCT Americas. How are you feeling ahead of your debut today?
I'm feeling great, feeling calm, confident. Just like nothing too crazy, to be honest. Like this feels normal to me. I don't know why, but yeah, I'm feeling calm and confident.
And everybody has been very excited because back in Lev Academy, you only lost 3 of the 28 games that you played last year. So how are you going to bring that success to Loud right now?
Oh yeah, I mean, me personally, I got crazy vibes. Like I'm a great person, happy person. So I think that's my main goal to bring to this team. Like that's it. Like I do playbooks and like do strategic things, and that's it for me. Not so crazy.
I think we're all super excited to see your debut. Good luck today.
Now, while our clearly humble king may be a new face in Americas, Leviatan's Neon and Blows, they know him quite well. And we actually had an opportunity to ask the former teammates about Erde's impacts. Why don't you go ahead and check this out?
Me ha encantado verte, amigo muito querido nosso.
Eu acho que jogar contra o Erd vai ser muito legal, porque ele sempre foi um amigo nosso desde a Academy. Eu acho que o Erd pra Loud ele vai agregar muito pro time, como o mindset que ele tem, o entendimento que ele tem do jogo. Eu acho que ele aprendeu muito no ano passado. E eu acho que ele vai trazer novos ares pra Loud, que eu acho que é uma coisa que vai ajudar muito eles esse ano.
Sim, tipo, ele sempre, nos momentos difíceis, ele sempre vai fazer piadas, vai tentar sempre estar ali apoiando o time, torcendo pro time.
Então acho que vai ser um jogo muito legal jogar contra ele, que a gente sempre foi muito amigo, vai ser um jogo muito legal.
Now look, both Loud and Cloud9 desperately need a win today, and we want to know who's going to come on top, because there's been a lot of debate and discussion about our predictions not being all that good, so we wanted to clarify. It's time for Debate Club! Yippee! Now, Athena and Emily, you're going to make arguments for each of our squads. You have 30 seconds to sway the audience, sway the masses, and then you at home get to vote as well on the winner. So Athena, you are up first, amiga. Who do you want to talk about? Loud.
Dude,
you got Loud.
I'm going to talk about Loud because guess what? They had 2 super close competitive games against G2 and MIBR, who we thought were some of the top 4 teams in Americas, 13-9 and 13-10, bringing those really close, and they were doing it with their assistant coach, IGLing for them, Bati. And now guess what? Erde's here. He's gonna frag out. He has a playbook. He's no longer just a sub stepping in. He's here to fry and he's here to play. This is insane. When you have that performance with a sub and assistant coach against some of the greatest teams, imagine against the next.
Oh, that's time.
Woo!
Okay, well done, well done. All right.
Bad,
good job.
I just want you guys to know I was staring at her the whole time.
Yeah, well, I wish Erde finds success here. I also have to say, like, I don't think G2 is necessarily a top team right now. And also, yes, close games, but they still lost on top of that, though. No, on top of that, though, MIBR Cloud9 beat MIBR. MIBR beat your team. You know what I mean? And also
Way.
moving on to my points.
Transit
C9,
property.
they have literally made it to playoffs ever since 2024. They have not missed the playoffs. What happens after that? None of my concern. It's irrelevant. That's not the argument here. And they are in a great spot here. All they really have to do is win today and then pray on Envy's downfall. It's not that big of an ask.
With a new sub, even though they just won against
Jack's talented.
MIBR.
I don't know what you're talking about.
With
Hold on,
that person.
Counterpoint Erday's a news coming.
Yeah, but he's their original roster member.
All right,
So
all right,
there
all
is-
right.
There is a switch. Now we have... Anyway, so to my next point, I'm going to talk about actually their next 2 games. Because today, yes, they're playing against C9. And bro, C9, they just got a new player into their roster after beating MIBR. And
They
this
did
player,
beat, I don't know.
this player is going to be playing a new role that we've never seen him on before. So this is going to be really good for Loud. For Loud, sorry, I heard time.
She said that they allegedly beat them in the quotation.
Okay, back to this, but yes, yet again, all they have to do is beat Loud and pray on Envy's downfall.
Whoa,
Let's go, guys.
Bro,
They've
you already
beat the
won,
hard
dog.
teams. They have a
It's not that deep. You already won.
Well, actually,
Guys,
numbers are there.
the matches are about to begin. VCT America starts right now. Get us out of here.
Actually.
La verdad estoy muy emocionado por jugar contra Cloud9. Es un match que quiero volver a jugar porque en el kickoff perdimos contra ellos. Quiero una rivalidad con ellos de nuevo y sé que vamos a ganar.
Plenty of sound being made now, and Oxy already strikes. Aspas out of the picture, and Oxy is going to make mincemeat of him. And it's an ace for Oxy.
Oxy es muy bueno, pero no tiene nada que hacer contra Luke, porque el Luke está a un nivel aquí, o sea, es Dios.
Lucho is 4 kills on the round. The G2 Trent just takes a fight.
No siento que sea un equipo fuerte tácticamente, sino que depende mucho de personas que hagan una individualidad y que maten. La verdad, además de la victoria, pues literalmente es el pase a playoff. O sea, yo siento que si le ganamos a Cloud9, pues estadística estamos un paso literalmente adentro a playoff y solo eso.
Lucho just playing and buying time. It's so close. Milliseconds.
Welcome back. Cloud9 and Loud are ready to take the stage and get things underway here. I'm here with Mimi on the couch to break things down.
It's
for
true
this
about
match.
where we are.
We're on the couch. There were 4 people, now there are 2. And, you know, by the end of the day, maybe there's no one left. I don't know. We'll find out. C9 and Loud both in troubling positions in terms of the standings, both of them right on the edge, Mimi, of that playoff picture.
Yeah, this is the group where literally everyone but 2 teams is 1-2 right now. So it's still very competitive for playoffs. A win here could end up deciding the tiebreaker that determines if you're the 4th or 5th seed, if you're just in playoffs or just outside. So it's a very pivotal game for both teams, but it's also kind of an influx point in their season because they both have a new player coming in to this week 4.
With just 2 more games left to be played in the regular season, C9 have Jack on your screen right there, entering into the roster, maybe playing some duelist ideas. We'll end up seeing what he says. He said in the interview he was going to play duelist, so we'll find out.
Yeah, I kind of hope to see it. Cloud9 had just pivoted to playing double duelists on both their maps in their last series. Talked a little bit about that in their podcast, that they were just kind of lost confidence in the system, wanted to try something different. Worked in their game against MIBR. Here's the map veto. Both these teams are fracture banners, but they both floated it through the first round, allowing them to get rid of a pick that's pretty strong for their opponent and land on Lotus and Split to begin.
Yeah, interesting decisions here. We got some wide open maps of Lotus and Breeze to end up finishing off on.
It is interesting to see this Lotus picked up by Loud. Historically a great map for Cloud9, but they're yet to play at this stage. I kind of expected them to go pretty heavy into that map based off the history of these players, of IMI, and their strength there. So I'm pretty excited to see their Lotus in play, and taking a look at the compositions, I don't think you can be super surprised, at least on the side of Loud, but up for Cloud9, they are committing to the double duel, but it's not Jack.
No, it's Zeppa, and this is really fun, I think, because if you remember Cloud9 way back in the day, Zeppa has been the franchise player for C9 with them since the beginning, but you think back to 2022, he was locking in the Rays consistently.
And he was good at it. Let's be clear. This is always a comfort role for Zeppa there. Talk of comfort, you're seeing that for Erde and Jack, the two newcomers to this stage. Both of these characters, the Omen, Fade, respectively, had a ton of playtime for them down in Tier 2.
That they did. I'm curious what you make of this. We got extra clouds in Zelsis's hands, getting ready to dive on in here. But how do you figure the solo Neon stacks up against what C9 have cooking up here?
I think the biggest advantage that Cloud9 have is playing against Device. They have a lot more tools to just hard hit into util heavy sites and circumvent that. The Neon really struggles to try and slide through thorns, get ahead of that wall, but Array's Omen together, great for it.
Well, it's time for match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. Lotus going to be starting off our match here today between Cloud9 and Loud. See what C9 have cooking up for us here with the new guy in the roster.
That's a lot of damage onto Zelsis early. He'll back away, but the strong part of this play is 3 players walking up B. The Lurker will be cut off towards A, so if he rotates back, it's trouble for Luxio.
Or he could be the decisive factor. It's actually Darker with 3 kills out of nowhere. That was excellent from the Vice player. Now Loud should have themselves an open A site.
Yeah, they got that damage and immediately reacted, suspicious of the walk through B. With Luxio's lurk towards A, this site is secure and just a low HP Zelsis.
You love to see that Sheriff come up big in a pistol round. Darker there, 3 shots, 3 kills. And Zelsis, remember, he was chipped away at the beginning of the round. He's the first player on Cloud9 to take damage, so he finds himself in a tough spot on limited HP. Player might not have been looking at him. That could have been a chance if he hit those first shots against Erde, and he does! Back-to-back 3Ks, but it's Zelsis on top. Now Luxio, last alive. He won't let it happen. The round still belongs to Loud.
Zelsis has been looking scary these last 2 weeks. He was really a beast. Map 1 against MIBR, and here again stepping up with that 3K. Especially for him, that dink that he took at the very beginning of the round, not enough to win it. Those shots were beautiful and Darker as well, though. You look at Loud, and I think the big questions come down to the leadership, to the macro, how they want to play that. Obviously having their assistant coach sub in, he's IGLing. Now you're changing him out in the middle of the season for the player you've been waiting for, but haven't had there to play with, to scrim with, and trying to figure out a lot really quickly.
So much young talent on the roster. Don't have a lot of time to settle into the stage, but Darker has made a home for himself over towards this C site with another quick kill. Same for Luxio, that Marshall in hand. No Zeppa is stuck on rubble here, and he's not wasting any time either. We've had quite a few 3Ks already, Mimi.
Yeah, tallying him up in these first couple rounds. And this is going to be a real clean one as Darker's running it down for a bit more damage. That's a Visal online for round 3. Pretty big win for Loud.
You almost never see that online so early, especially on the attacking side.
Yeah. So first couple rounds, we saw that aggressive look from C9 that got absolutely cut down. And this one more of a formality, as C9 players are just looking for their own picks and have just won every duel. I do expect that kind of activity to be a continued theme for C9. With Double Duelist, you don't have a ton of active info unless you're pushing for it and you're proactively taking space. So a lot of the onus for success on defense has to come to Zeppa and Oxy, this time over towards C.
Yeah, Loud have bought up a little bit into this round. 3 rifles to work with. Zeppa, though, with quick satchel boosted up, and that'll be the Steel Garden. Round 3 coming online. The spam for Erde's first kill here on the VCT stage. We'll get Loud off to a fantastic start.
That was a combo attempt with the haunt from Jack, trying to send in that paranoia to not let it get broken and spam through the smoke. But Loud were wise to it. Break the haunt, spam him down, and now they're in a great position on this bonus.
C9 still have some control over the map. There was Viswall on B, so they're not so worried about Loud being in there already. Oxy's also repositioned there to receive these 4 members of Loud. They're making themselves known. Prowler as well. Zoxy gives up his own position. That paranoia sends him back into the smoke, but he wants in. He wants that fight, and it's misguided from him. Verdi had been isolated on the left side of the wall, but comes up clutch to get his team this site.
It's one of those plays you have to make, but losing it now means this retake's so difficult.
Jack now for his own kill. And the rest of Cloud9 trying to make a go at this. Loud have fully retreated back into main. Spike in a good position for them, though. Right now, Vic may be waiting for that smoke to refresh. The dark cover comes down, but Darker has been waiting for it still. Vic gets a good angle, but needs more. Plenty more where that came from if he's going to win this round. And it won't be there. Kalenzin to finish it off.
Yeah, bonus round 1 there for Loud. Really good start to the series from them. And it comes down to that failed play early in the round from Cloud9. Going for this hard commit, double satchel up with the Haunt. And as soon as that's gone, I don't even think that Steel Guardian was the main factor in that. It was just that the util missed out. And that Zeppa, I think, got bullet tagged and couldn't quite drop away in time before that spam connected.
I think the idea there is you boost up inside of the smoke, and then there's a Haunt that you can then get the spam shots through once the reel comes in. But if that's getting broken, if Loud are calm on the approach, you're not going to get much.
Real early timeout for Cloud9 after losing that bonus now. Looking to settle things here. Both round 1, round 3, they go for a proactive play that Loud punishes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Amy's going to be working through here, because it felt like the round kind of just got away from itself, and then Oxy took that forward fight. He just lost a duel, so
yeah, exactly.
Not sure what
and I do think
learnings
Oxy
are there.
taking that fight is the right call. You're down a man, you want to make an attempt when someone's isolated like that. Might just come down to settling the nerves. It's your first 3 rounds of a new player stepping in mid-season. Things aren't going your way. Take that early chance to reset, come up with some plans. So they will have a not insignificant buy on this eco with some Buckies and Stingers.
That said, though, Luke Show has picked up the Outlaw. Heading over towards this A site, which is exactly the area C9 want to go for the fight.
Yeah, he's good with these scopes, likes buying it on pretty much any variant. Oh, Martial Outlaw.
We'll come back.
C9 to put together a plan now. Full utility, ready to be sent out as Luke Show pops in front of the dark cover. Jack just left in the open while C9 were breaking the door.
Yeah, cool call to contact there instead of full sending. Gives that pick to Luke Show as Cloud9 thought there was nothing here. They were looking to just go off noise.
Yeah, tough start for the new kid on the block in Jack. And C9 reposition back towards B now. They have no forward information anywhere on the map. Even Zelsis, because he's got the Bucky, can't take that line on Mound. So it's a full gamble as C9 lean into the C side.
The gamble's looking pretty good. Vice util here. Loud walking this direction. These are the pieces of utility, the weapons you would want to make an attempt of it.
We'll see. Still Thorns on the ground. And Kalenzin was trying to sell some presence over towards the A side, but I'm not sure that he doesn't even know that went down. Here comes the fight. Bucky's online for Cloud9. This is their chance to get back into the round, not to be had. The first kill goes Luke Show's way. Cloud9 sticking around on this side, but Vic is under pressure now as the rest of Loud move in towards him. Darker again finds his shot.
1 enemy remaining.
As clearing this angle, the biggest challenge yet for Loud. Oxy taking his time, but in the 1-on-2 now. Loud are working together. And now Oxy trying to escape. He gets peppered down to 15 HP on the retreat. That should be an easy enough plant.
There's guns down, but he has no way to get him.
No, they're way over on the site. Erde was patrolling it, and Erde will win the round.
Yeah, good job. You even saw that, I think it was Erde pinging that gun on the ground to make sure it wasn't a rifle he could pick up. Once they know he's stuck with the Bucky, you just hold that angle, and there's literally no shot he can win. I want to talk about Luke Show, though. He's flying this Viper like he is still on chamber. Just contacting into angles, completely confident, and you know, there's a risk to that. If you're not instant, you just lose.
And he's now upgraded into the op, so now that there's heavy armors for C9, he might go for the same exact play on A.
This guy's crazy. If he gets bogged down by util, there's basically no way out, but he's so confident.
Last time was a contact play. It's the same look this time, but there's better utility from C9, and Vic follows it up with the quick teleport. So Loud will halt for the moment.
But he can still look to just hold outside with that operator, wait as his team works back in.
I'm impressed with how active Loud's lurkers have been. Both Luke Show and Dark are the top performers in this match, but also just taking space on their own.
To be fair, Cloud9 hasn't much conditioned posting players on those angles outside of early, faster plays.
I've seen people up into rubble, but Seaside has definitely been passive. Zelsis just hanging out, waiting for Loud to actually come into the site before he takes a fight.
Darker's already heard this utility. Knows that there's That standard Vice setup on C.
Pretty similar to last round when this Prowler comes in, although this time Luxio sticks around on A. A pick could be big, but Zelsis drops over on C, and that's no more Vi's utility left to play with. C9 have some members here. Verdi realizes it. There's a lock down this angle to slide on forward. Nice play from him. And the rest of Loud obliterates Bend. C-side has been paper in the eyes of Loud.
You're playing a passive weak side like this, you just cannot give away those picks. Zelsis got caught on a jiggle, and that was basically already the round for C9. Side is basically impossible to hold without Vice utility when there's a Neon going up against you.
Pretty crazy round, because Loud weren't even overcommitted onto C. They just had 3 guys hanging out there while they were trying to re-clear a little bit of rubble. But it's just that quick kill from Verdi and then him snapping into that space to get the second that takes the round.
Yeah, once they have money, I would love to see C9 buy an op. I think that Loud is getting away with murder here, being allowed to just contact into this many angles and get opening picks.
Yeah.
3 of the 4 rounds that they've won, we're now coming up on 5, have just come off of someone contacting into space, getting a pick on someone unsuspecting.
I'm just not sure if they're ever going to have the money, right? Because C9, they keep buying down to 0.
Let me tell you about a cool new op that's less than 2,000 credits. It's called The Judge.
Whoa, that seems pretty good.
Yeah.
You just have to be like right next to the person. A bit less effective, perhaps.
It works well on C, and if you can get rubble control on A.
Yeah, because the thing is C9 keep going for these half buys on the ecos. I think that's been stopping their options to actually pick up the operator when they actually have the buy rounds.
They're playing for an orb for this ult, so Loud might look to contest more heavily.
C9 have been 4 players on A the last 3 rounds in a row as they run it back here. This time, though, Verdi is all the way up.
I like that a lot from Loud. Recognize that that ult orb is a win condition for C9 and look to heavily contest it.
And at the same time, Vic is now the C player, up into Mound. For the first time, C9 doing something proactive since that round 3, but it's a Sheriff versus the op.
Well, we're 5 for 6 now with Luxio just walking on an extremity and getting an opener.
I swear, the lurkers of Loud are so aggressive. It's really fun to watch. The stun might be the problem for Darker as he falls, but look at his team. They own both B and C in exchange.
Honest question, have we even seen a Neon opening pick from the attack side? I don't think so. I think literally every round has been these extremity players.
I want to say last round we actually got the C kill because Darker didn't get that kill, or Luxio didn't get the kill on A early. Maybe mistaken.
Either way, it's been crazy how they're getting these kills. And
yeah,
look
the map
at this, Verdi just walking behind.
That's just silly. And no one looking at him. How many more will Verdi find? Jack turns around to deal with the duelist. It's a 2-on-3. Jack just 1 away from the Nightfall. With the operator patrolling and with so little time remaining, Zeppa would really have to turn up the heat to make a shot at this one. And as he has to hunt down that final kill, he realizes there's just no time left.
Better chance for Cloud9 there. It started as just that half buy, but they recovered some weapons. Still, it just keeps coming down to Luxio and to Darker and how much they're doing. Here's that opener.
Yeah.
Again, contacting in with the op, and then the second he does that on the other side, Darker is taking that presence and looking for a fight of zone.
And I love seeing this because I actually think something that's been holding back some teams in Americas on Lotus is how passive their lurkers have been playing. Like, we've seen a lot of teams playing just full containment, never actually stepping into the space.
And that's because the comp teams are playing right now are really scary for active re-clears, right, with that Neon, things like that. But I just respect the confidence a lot from Loud to go for these plays.
Oh, yeah. And now matching C9 with a fight on Mound. Throw down in a dark cover to break the one-way. But I think Loud realized that all of a sudden the util patterns have changed. There's got to be people from C9 behind that.
And so they contact back towards A. Luxio, as always, post-aggressive, no util needed to get him on this line.
By the way, Loud have 5 ultimates available. Darker already has a second Steel Garden ready to go on round 7 of the half. He has been tearing it up. And now the Nightfall to catch out the enemy Vise. Zelsis a bit isolated on site, but now C9 has a Nightfall of their own. Will bring in some support. And a Steel Garden as well. Verdi in front of it though. Will take down the Vise. But things have stunted for a moment. Now Zeppa. Oh, the showstopper not gonna connect on anything. He is inside of the smoke. Shorty in hand for a kill. And now some control over Tree. This round is uncomfortable from Loud. C9 have boxed them in, and Zeppa with 3 kills already puts a spike down. All of a sudden, Luxio steps forward to knock out Vic, and it's Zeppa caught in a one-on-one. Needs the ace to win the round. With only 25 seconds remaining, he chooses to wait right on the other side of this door. Pops out from tree. That's a good clear from Luxio.
10 seconds left.
Has to commit to the plant.
Spike planted.
Zeppa's quick back in here. Zeppa needs an ace to stop this map running away, and he will find it. Excellent work from Zeppa. The only factor for Cloud9 in that round is him, and he delivers.
Set that round to Looney Tunes music, watch it back, because what the hell was the positioning in this one? Okay, there's like 4 different ultimates used into it, and through that chaos, Zeppa makes the decision to double satchel into tree. He misses the ult, but while his primary is taken away, gets a kill with the shorty. And while everyone is trying to fight his teammates who are flooding in, he's just walking around, picking Loud off one by one. It was a ridiculous round, but it was a step up you needed from this man who's finally back on his raise.
And now winning this round, finally the operator comes into play. Oxy picks it up. The fight moves back onto A. Loud slide over to Rubble. And those shots exchanged. Oxy gets tagged up by it. Will fall back up the rope.
So no harm, no foul for either Opper. Zeppa looking confident now. He'll step back into front B.
C9 have abandoned the C site, just leaving the Vise util there. Instead, really stacking into the B site. They're anticipating a pivot back into B. At the same time, Loud work their way up into tree.
The op is still here.
Oh, Luxio steps out early behind the wall. Wanted to take that duel, this time shut out of it. And now Loud forced into this A site without Luxio. Some smokes to guide their path into the site now. And a drop down from Oxy. A second kill with the operator. Finding his way back into this map as Erde jumps up the rope. And now Oxy has nowhere left to go. Erde with a huge play. And Darker as well. This round is looking all C9s. But the rookie has turned it around for Loud. And Darker delivers as well, 7-1 to Loud.
Such a great play there from Erde. This was every win condition getting hit for C9. They finally had an operator. They finally had an opening pick. And onto the player who's been the most dangerous. But this play, TPing up into the smoke, taking the one-on-one against Jack, and following through to punish Oxy, brought them back in control. First big play for the man we've been waiting months to get to watch on this stage.
And another Cloud9 timeout being brought in here. 2 timeouts in just 8 rounds for Emmy, but he's realizing this map is getting away from them.
It absolutely is, and it's so tough for them to lose that round because I think a lot of the things they had been waiting to come online worked there, right? They needed to punish these players walking into extremities. They do. They get the opening pick. They need to have presence towards B because it's always a priority to play heavy for extremities and not put players front B. They do. They have fast rotates. But none of that matters because Jack gets caught out on that TP heaven and then Oxy is completely isolated. And now it flips over to not even having money to reinvest into those same win conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if one of the things Emmy is looking at here is, truthfully, Loud have never pivoted in their hits. It's always... options to go for some more aggressive gamble stacks or just play a little bit more together because I think they've been very scattered.
Cloud9 here to fight for a lobby control. Is just another one of these light buys from them. It's Luxio. He's always here, always posted.
Oh man, just rips Oxy's head off. And he's on his own. Sticking around for a little bit more. He's crazy for that one. And at the same time over on this C site, Zelsys cannot find any way to get out of there.
But it doesn't really matter that he dies in the end. Getting 2 with the Outlaws, fantastic. Lets his team get a free site. And they flip the map to plant for CT.
Yeah, quick calling there. Just turn this round on its head. And so again, another round where Loud see this early aggression from C9. Blitz their way into the C site.
I don't think there's been a round where any of these aggressive C9 looks have actually netted them practically anything.
No.
It goes all the way back to the pistol, to the bonus round. Both of those came down to aggressive plays that were stunted. This one, sure, it was just an anti-eco, but it's definitely been a theme of Loud just having one or two extremity players that are somehow defeating the strong side push from C9.
Yeah, it's literally just Luke Show almost every time. Yeah. Dark had a couple of rounds as well.
And I think a lot of it, honestly, is just execution of not getting these trades, these fights that C9 need to get. I think that fighting into these extremity players and pushing them off is what you have to do against a team who's just contacting both sides of the map with no help. Like, Viper should not be allowed to be alone taking fights A, but he's getting away with it anyway.
And at a certain point you ask, well, if he just keeps getting away with it and we can't figure out how to get these details right, do we abort mission? Go for something else? C9 are committing one fewer member over to the A site this time around. Vic playing on to C.
Yeah, you might just start to look towards split. This is the must-win round, though, if you want any chance left in Lotus.
Thought 2 rounds ago might have been the must-win round. But this one certainly delivers as well. Zeppa's just one away from the showstopper, now has it online. But again, Zelsis is just destroyed on this site. He had Vic with him, but Vic still hasn't seen a member. And now Erde's jumping into his periphery.
Look at how separated those players ended up. 2 there, and they're not really complimenting each other at all.
The paranoia just destroyed them on the entry.
Yeah, and the way Verdi's pathing as well, he's going the low route to take these fights, wrapping around as those players run back from the paranoia. He's getting the kill.
So, so that was your must-win round, right?
Yeah.
So is round 11 now the must-win round?
Yep,
or?
New must-win round just dropped for Cloud9.
Ouch.
Turns out it's actually every round henceforth.
This is not the way people were expecting this map to start out, with C9 taking down favorites in MIBR last weekend. Now trailing 9-1 once this spike ticks away. And Luxio is not even gonna make C9 comfortably escape here with these 2 rifles.
Yeah, can they deny it? Luxio will certainly try. And
oh
okay.
my, he's so quick. Luxio is...
He's gross.
He's gross.
He's real gross. Here's that pathing again. Paranoia. One side, Zelsis is trying to back away, but the attacking thorns keep him stuck in as the neon scales. And poor Vic got caught out as well. Really great stuff from Loud. I was listening to the C9 podcast prepping for this game, and Oxy said that he felt like he either starts hot and takes over games and destroys everyone, or starts slow and feels like they can't get anything done. And he couldn't really place why. This certainly feels like such a different team than the one last week against MIBR.
I think a lot of that is Oxy getting shut down early in the rounds.
Yes.
Like, just the anchors have been stopping him from getting much accomplished. So finally something different from C9. They take mound space, now open the door, step up for a potential fight on B.
Loud have like 5 players in spawn just waiting for a push though.
Yeah, now go for the re-clear on the C player. Reading C9 like a book at present. And even tapping the door there, seeing if there was going to be some kind of a trap play set up from C9.
And look at the rotates.
God, they are dancing on C9 right now.
Again, Zelsis is alone on a site.
And this is the first time I think Loud have even been challenged to do anything super creative in the calling. It's been such clockwork perfection from Loud as they take these early fights and hit into the site. Finally now, call around C9, find Zelsis again isolated on A. Vic will teleport over here, and Loud have taken their time, so it's not like C9 don't have the bodies here to be able to react, but the paranoia could be a problem regardless. Verdi delete Zelsis. That's another 1v1 that's always gone Loud's way. Vic trying to see if with this pop in the smoke, he can accomplish something. Not to be had, though. Loud were ready and waiting. I mean, they're everywhere. They're living inside their walls,
yeah,
Mimi.
C9 does not look like they're on the same page right now. They had 2 players. They had an Omen who TP'd over to help, and the Neon who was already up heaven. But Zelsis ends up outside alone as the Viper's holding backside, and it's just not the same page. Loud is ripping them to shreds. They're walking around the map. They're playing as they like. They're hitting every shot. This is a decimation of a map.
We got to be tracking those first kills at the end of this one because Loud have been absolutely running away with
I
it.
think Darker and Luxio's numbers are going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm also interested in the duels too, because I think it's Luxio and Darker that have killed Oxy. If Oxy's the first one to die, if Zelsis is the first one to die, it's Verdi every single time. And Verdi has probably killed Zelsis 4 times at least this half. Loud have been so successful at just punishing this Vise. Finally, C9 bring another forward fight onto C, but hey, something different. Jack's the first one to fall, and it's the hands of Erde, the other rookie, on the opposite end of the stage. Showstopper now as C9 try to fight back. The Showstopper goes wide again, though. No value to be had. Luckily for C9, though, Zelsis connects on his shot. My, Erde all the way up into B, now teleporting over into A. Loud again, try to call some circles around C9.
And Cloud9 will push back through on the flank, so Oxy is alone to try and contest this cross.
That door is broken, and it's not an easy cross. Viper Wall has carved out some safety, but Luxio with the mind read on Zelsis, and Erde 4-3. Wrap this one up, it's cooked.
No one on Loud can die this game. They can't make a wrong decision.
They're doing everything right.
And Cloud9 cannot stop them. They are folding over at the hands of Loud.
I mean, even Erde is now winning the rookie 1v1.
Yep.
If you want to add that to the tally.
Well, a hell of a start to Erde's first match in VCT. Take a guess as to how long this one's going to take. I expect we'll see you for just a few minutes after this.
Sold mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see. Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, Mimi, I have some good news and some bad news. What do you want me to start with?
Let's start with the good news.
Well, the good news for Cloud9 is that Zeppa had a huge round to get an ace and win for C9.
That's incredible.
That's incredible. The bad news? That's Chris Paul hitting a 3. It's 11-1 for Loud, completely running away with their new guy in Erde stepping into the roster. That was quite the half from Loud.
Oh, yeah, it was. What's the plan, guys? Maybe let's get 12 more Zeppa aces? I don't know.
How many kills is that? 60 kills?
Yeah.
All right.
That'd be a first time ever, I think.
Let's set some records, Zeppa, because I'm not sure how else C9 are meant to come back into this one. We'll see, though. Zelsis has already moved way up into the A space. Unfortunately, 2 walls in front of him. Yeah. One the Vise and one the revolving door.
You know, maybe Erde's just a little tired after finally arriving. They wanted to give him a quick first game.
Right, yeah. Don't want to waste all his energy out there on the stage. Well, Oxy up in front of the wall. Let's see if he can take down Darker. Darker was his nemesis in the first half, but attack looks better for him.
Hello.
Problem is, Luxio is a little rat waiting around in tree here on the other side. Oh, no one's looking at him. What are you looking at, guys? Luxio's been there the entire time. No one trying to take the duel. Worried about the player on backside. As, well, C9 got the first kill for the first time in forever, but they're going to be the ones running it out to be.
What's going on in the C9 comms? I feel like I'm watching the Hindenburg go down.
Oh no, no one's holding for him. Someone look at Luxio, please, please, someone look at him. It didn't matter. Zeppa was looking at him and still he turned around and killed him.
Oh boy. Yeah,
You know
wrap
what?
this one up. Wrap this one up.
In the little like video we ran before, in the video we ran before the match, forget who it was on Loud, but they said that Luxio was a god. And he used his powers to just...
His power of invisibility.
Sometimes you just go next, Mimi.
Yeah, this is certainly one of those games.
Oh my God.
Certainly one of those games for Cloud9.
All right, Mimi.
Yep.
On the is Loud back meter, are we back?
One might think so.
Are Loud back? I'm not quite sure. I know C9 are back to pre-MIBR upsets.
Bro, he's playing escalation.
Oh my God, stop it. Well, Jack, welcome to VCT. And welcome to Split, because we're going to write this map off. Loud dominates C9 13-1 to kick off their week 4.
Yeah, that might be a world record fastest map. I feel like we were done in 15 minutes. Loud just took them out on a walk.
And reminder, that's a 13-0 if Zeppa does not literally have to ace to win C9's sole round.
Yes. This is a silly game.
Valorant.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive here. Let's get through these highlights now. Remember the first half?
Remember when Luxio and Darker were allowed to walk an extremity every round and get an opening kill?
Yeah, I certainly do.
I remember.
Oh, here we go. Zep with the 3K. And the 4.
It wasn't even a huge 3. It was a huge 1.
Yeah. Luxio was actually not looking at him in that round either. That helps them get the kill at the end. But we'll see how much more Valorant is left in this series. We're going to step away and recover after what we just witnessed.
We came up, starting 5, we ain't change up. Back to back teams, championship rings. Ayy, beast in the east, 3 or 5, how I'm bringing the heat. 4-0, that's what we callin' the sweep. Dominating, never smelling defeat. Ha, hey, shot clock, no I grab the assist. Show 'em why I'm top 5 in the pick. Break right, then I shake left. Cooking up, but I ain't step. Whole team going harder to paint. Going off as one of the greats. On fire, yeah, we raising the stakes. Yeah, bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the ground, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. I got the green light. I got the green light. I got the green light.
Ai, mas tem spot também do outro lado. Vai tentando arriscar pela smoke, Luxio! but time is ticking. 12 seconds left in the round. Plenty of sound being made now, and Oxy already strikes. Aspas out of the picture, and Oxy is going to make mincemeat of him. 4 kills on the round, and it's an ace for Oxy.
Sometimes it is really hard to measure the impact of one single player, but with Erde, looks like a completely different team. Romanili, what is the difference for you hearing the team compared to the last couple of weeks when they've been playing to now the energy levels that they've been having?
I think like everyone is happy that finally we have our full roster. So the energy and the vibes are completely different. We are just like, I don't know, the game was perfect for me, you know. So yeah, I think mostly that Erde brings like another type of energy, and we are really happy to have him here.
He looks incredible, and yeah, it's definitely perfect with 13-1. Thank you so much, and good luck, Map 2.
Well, look, I think it's safe to say that kid had one hell of a debut. Welcome to the VCT, Erde, because blinking, you missed it. 13-1, was it?
Yeah.
That's a breadstick, by the way, just in case, you know.
Okay, not this again. No.
But really, let's talk about this. I mean, Erde comes into the team here, and you heard Coach Romanili talking about it. There is a very clear tone shift, energy shift with the players. It just has been very noticeable, but it's also been noticeable on the other side too for C9. You can't ignore that.
Yeah, I feel like I don't want to judge everything off this game, but it feels like Loud has just found some sort of missing piece. And I think that missing piece was Erde all along, because the speed and the tempo at which they're playing at has been really nice. We saw a lot about Luke Show and Darker constantly playing at this faster pace, trying to get those picks, but now Erde is always there right behind them, playing with them, swinging with them, being able to set up a lot of those plays in order for them to have a lot of success. And of course, he's also franging out. He might not be at the top of the scoreboard, but he's contributing to that firepower.
Yeah, no, I also really liked, I mean, I don't think they needed to do a lot of pivoting, but I liked it when they did. I liked the calls that he made, whether it's, you know, on that pistol round pivoting towards B, or like pivoting away from C and going into a B. It just not being like super one-dimensional, which I think they kind of had to do when they did have body stepping in, because it was hard to get them all on the same page. But I don't know, I liked it.
Yeah,
it was nice.
They looked on the same page the whole time, and it was reflected in the scoreboard. Oh boy, because Loud basically just shut down C9. I don't even want to say setups or anything. They just shut them down.
They did. They slammed them down.
It was just like,
slammed down.
What happened? Like,
well, okay. Now listen,
let's talk
the
about
players are going to be walking around, so I'm going to be polite here. I'm going to move my mic a little bit closer here. But they genuinely, can we check if Cloud9's mics are on?
Oh my God.
I don't mean to be rude, but they were, I mean, it's understandable. They're bringing in a player last minute. They're not going to be as coordinated, but my God, like at times they were just looking in a complete wrong direction. They weren't even coming when they were dying to
That was the thing
players.
that kind of stayed with me.
This is just egregious stuff that we're seeing. I mean, Loud, credit to them, man. And I fully concur. Like, you can tell there's this injection of energy with Erde coming in. And we saw, like, what I wanted to see was a conversion of the gun rounds more, because they were doing so well on the pistols and the bonuses. Those ideas were good for them when Buddy was calling for them. I wanted to see them actually carry that forwards into the general round-to-round, but Loud didn't get challenged. They didn't get tested in this game. This genuinely, and I never thought I'd be saying that.
Didn't the one round that was won was off of an ace? Zeppa ace.
Yes. I think what you're saying is really valid, especially like that one round where there was 4 C9 players on C, and every single player had taken a one and died before even being able to trade off each other, move into any positions. They're right behind me, aren't they? They're right behind me, aren't they?
Be respectful.
It's okay. I get heckled every time by them. They know. We have ongoing beef.
Constant heckles. But let's actually see what's going on over on the C9 camp, because look, folks, it certainly is going to be a tough one to dig themselves out of as they get ready for map 2. But we have Coach Jimmy standing by with Dryad.
Our second map of today is going to be Split, and it's a map that we've seen in the past where Zeppa has often been playing that Sky, and he's always kind of the superstar when it comes to the Sky. But now with the addition of Jack, how are the roles going to be playing out?
What if there is no Sky?
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
All right. Thank you so much.
Then how does the atmosphere work? Oh, man.
What is... No Sky?
One.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said no Sky. He said no Sky.
You know what?
Makes sense.
I have a big thing to say.
Okay.
Big thing.
Players, Coaches, stop trolling my girl, Dad.
Yeah,
bro. Yeah.
Just trying to do her job.
Like Jack
okay?
out here telling her
so
he's gonna
many
play
lies.
Duelist or something like that. It's
so
like,
many lies.
That's true.
So much troll.
It's
You guys,
deception, bro.
Yeah.
you guys,
Well, I don't know what to believe
we want to
anymore.
talk to you and we want to hear you.
I want
to hear your
to
thoughts.
tell your story. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I can't tell your story if you're out here deceiving me.
Yeah, I
Just
don't
be
know why.
serious
Okay, but
for a
yeah,
little
actually,
bit.
though,
It's fine.
Why are they doing it? Because no one, like the other teams are not listening into the
Yeah.
interviews thinking like, oh my god, they said they're going to play double duelist. Let's just throw away all of our preparation for this game. Like in 5 minutes. Why are you lying?
It
Like
might be a curse as well, because I feel like every coach that has done that, they've lost. No?
Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Just throwing out ideas.
It's a curse. Stop
It's a
doing
curse.
that.
It's a curse. Yeah, Emily says it. It's a curse, everyone. That's it. That's it. Folks, I mean, look, we're going into map 2 here. Pressure is most definitely going to be on for Cloud9. But the question, of course, on our mind is whether or not this C9 team can bounce back. Or would we end up seeing Loud lock up this map, lock up a 2-0 win in dominating fashion? That's the question on our mind. We're going to get those answers after this.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Well, we're back here for map number 2. We're going to be heading over on to Split now, C9's map pick. So, Mimi, I think it's time to get the cope out.
The cope out?
Let's figure out what is going to change here for C9, starting with, hey, they get to play their map.
You couldn't ask for a better loss than a 13-1. You simply wipe away the memory of what happened to you, and you're playing a brand new series.
Right, but you can't wipe away a 13-0. So that's why a 13-1 is better.
That's
and
why
13-2,
it's the best
it's like
scoreline to lose.
Exactly. So that's certainly an approach for you. I'd have to say, Loud blew me away. I was not expecting
also blew
that at all.
Cloud9 away, I'm pretty sure.
Wait a second. Are we just playing the same comps almost?
Pretty much, yeah. We're going to get to see Zeppa back on the Raze. So we got a little bait, a little bit of lying from Jack about playing the double duelist. They are playing the double duelist, but it's Zeppa again slotting that Raze.
So Loud just have the same comp, and then if Zelsis was Vise, it's also their Lotus comp. This is kind of become, not every team is doing this necessarily, but there's a lot of teams that are playing like the Fade Neons that are just like running this on kind of every single map.
It seems like you're either a Vise double smoke Neon Fade team, or you're a double duelist double smoke Fade team.
What's your preferred genre?
I like the Vise teams a lot.
The Vise teams?
Yeah.
You've been talking a lot about the Vise.
I've been talking a lot about the Vise. I like the Vise. I think it's a meta that's really good for Flood retaking, and I think Thorns is like the best tool to prevent Flood retaking. I think that on defense, she's a great Neon counter. So in mirror games against a team that's playing solo Neon as well, she's super good for stalling. Her ult kind of sucks right now with those nerfs to the range. I don't think it's super strong, but I think the rest of her kit is still really good. So
and it can still have impact even if it is
it's just a lot more situational than it used to be. It used to be kind of like you can stand anywhere and hit the whole site. Now you have to be a lot more intentional about it.
We'll see. And post plant's still effective as an enemy team is trying to come on into you. But C9, it is time to show up. Talked about how both these teams sitting 1 and 2 in the standings. How this is a very important match to sneak your way into playoffs. C9 now gets to start on the attack. Already got the Viper wall set up on B, where Darker is waiting. Darker, one of the stars of Loud's Lotus, and it continues here with a nice kill, but Oxy has shown up. 2 of his own, and now some smokes to stop the rest of Loud from popping in here.
Already fast flood in though from Loud. Birdie.
Oh, nice shot! That was excellent. Still though, it is C9 with the numbers advantage. Erde retreats back up the rope, but he's coming straight into Zelsis. C9 have put together a nice pistol round here. Just Cow and Zine, who will have a moment perhaps when the spike goes down, but Zelsis is holding on the other side, and C9 have their round.
Good on them. They've matched the score from game 1 already here on the first round of this game.
That was the biggest hand warmer I have ever seen. Did you see what was in Oxy's hands?
Yeah, it was
Do you think he didn't have that in map 1? And now he's all warm and ready to go?
Okay, I'll talk about the round. I think that this is, I like the pathing a lot from Cloud9 here. I think when you're playing against Vise, she's almost always going to have one of those thorns down next to Pillar, which makes it really tough to dive her back site. So pathing that right side, looking to first fight the player diving from heaven, and then the Vise is really good.
Loud waiting with 4 here against Zelsis. Come on, there we go. First kill for him, and actually a lot of damage as well with the snake bite. Erde and Kaunzine down pretty low. That's good enough work there without a gun you're handing over or anything like that.
And that was his only job, to play the extremity, find the stack, and either find a free site or die. Did his job. And now it's a nice little post plant here for C9, as Loud is just going to bide their time till they can run in and die to the spike.
In my mind, I'm running through the scenarios where C9 could have started Lotus on the attack side, and what a different story that could have been. Now I'm wondering.
You're wondering?
Look, they're 2-0 now.
Uh-huh.
What could have been?
A lot could have been different on that one for Cloud9. I think you think about how a lot of those rounds got played, and it left some to be desired, that's for certain. C9 is going to exit a couple players through spawn, so might get a couple more alt orbs. And they absolutely will.
What does that make us? Zep already halfway. Zep and Oxy both halfway to their ultimates. But nothing like that darker Steel Garden on round 3 that we had back on Lotus. I actually meant to see if, I don't think he got a third one off in that half, but he was nearly on pace to do it.
Yeah. One of the biggest points of game 1 was how aggressive Darker and Luxio respectively were on extremities on the attack side. I'm interested on this split to see if we get any rounds where they're trying that same kind of thing. It's obviously a lot scarier to do it on a map like this and on that defensive side, so
yeah,
it'll come a little bit more down to the anchoring from those two, I'd expect.
I like the setup from Darker on A, though, having that very deep thorns to stop the Neon from wrapping back around elbow.
Yeah.
That allows Darker to then fall back into sight, play off of this flash. Although with all the utility C9 are chucking in, it's not going to make much of a difference. That Paranoia, checkmate.
And this is a really worrying bonus round now. They're retaking with the Judge into A. Cloud9 still have practically all their tools to play out this post plant. And they didn't spot Zelsis in Cubby.
Judge here up close and personal. Good shot. Even have the Prowler to guide Oxy in. Just locking down that front. Without C9 stepping into the open here, I'm not really sure what Luxio's supposed to do.
I think you just save.
Yeah. And saving on your anti-bonus is not the ideal situation. Oh no. Luxio Spam shots nearly took that rifle out of his hands.
Yeah, I was just kind of lauding him for how good his extremity play was in the last game, but Darker really got caught off guard there. He was kind of stuck between wanting to fight forward in elbow and play around his thorns, and then wanting to swing from backside as that hit was coming in. But in that kind of indecision, he gets tagged by the paranoia and just completely ran down.
He also hit himself with his own Vive Splash.
Yeah.
That was the start of the ugliness.
Yeah, this is a little suboptimal. He gets blinded, he gets revealed, he flashes himself. It was rough. And from then on out, I mean, even if you're only down a man, retaking A into Judge, into full Viper util is really challenging.
Yep. You know, few kills on that approach so that C9 just can't have multiple bodies patrolling both main and screens.
In the loss against G2, Loud won every pistol. They won 2 bonus rounds. That streak broken here.
Okay. 1 kill for Luke Show. A good haunt will push Verdi away. And also that rifle, not so easy, unless C9 abandon mid. This is going to give Loud some opportunities. Verde leading the team here back into mid with that hero rifle as Verdi picks up another one.
It's interesting. It looks to me like Darker's saving for an op, keeping 2,500 with just a classic this round.
I'll keep our eyes on that for round number 5. For now, Loud have guessed wrong. Will be another A-side finish for C9.
And unless you can get something early, this might end up be them just looking to save those 2 rifles and sacrifice the players with lesser guns.
Yeah, the difference even just 1 player dying makes, though, is that C9 don't have 2 players guarding A main anymore. It's just Zelsis, so he has to play a lot more passively. So if Loud get the ball rolling here and actually get over towards heaven a little bit swifter, they might have a chance to go for something.
The ball is rolling quite slowly for now. And Zelsis is still just sitting main. He's going to cause problems later in this round.
Launching force.
And C9, you can see they're not giving fights. The site players are never swinging up into heaven in their position. Utility into the site as Zelsis waits for his timing. That showstopper still not quite going to be there, but C9 have the bodies twin out in this fight, and Jack will secure 3 for the round.
Nice 3K for him. He had a pretty rough go with things, as did the entire team. Map 1. But showing that confidence, he was one of those players that just kind of came out of nowhere. He hasn't even played that many years in Challengers. It's not like he's one of those guys that was grinding forever. But after basically only playing his first few seasons of Challengers this year, he goes into his biggest game ever, being the quarterfinals of Challengers Stage 2 this year, being the top-rated player of that entire event. 2nd place in the ADR and the ACS as well. He was really on point, and Cloud9 take what is honestly such a huge risk to 3 games into your season. Bet on a completely unproven rookie to show up and save you.
But it's no surprise that things were looking ugly for C9 up until the MIBR win, when all of a sudden people start thinking maybe this team has a little bit more left in them.
Yeah, I honestly half expected the roster move to move away from Penny happening after week 2. I felt like he was really struggling to find his form in those first couple weeks, especially week 1 on that chamber. But it kind of became this weird situation where he was like one of their best players in the MIBR game, but that decision had already been made. I do think their ceiling will be higher with a rookie like Jack, who has shown how high that potential can be, but you just don't have much time to actually extract that out of him and still make playoffs and still try and make your first partnership international event for C9.
Well, winning this series would be the first step of that journey, securing a spot into playoffs. Split off to a much hotter start here for Endo, as Jack readies that haunt. Instantly broken though, so Oxy doesn't have a kill waiting for him.
Not much control here. Kawa actually stepping back in. This is risky.
That's a crazy little fight there. Not expecting a 2nd player on the other side of the wall. The paint shells didn't do a good enough job at clearing away that close angle.
Yeah, Oxy down and no cancel option for C9. They'll look to contact back towards site, see if they can isolate Darker.
Last time they succeeded. This time though, just bait out the wall, taking things a little bit more measured. C9 needs some amount of heavy control here. Start threatening that they could pinch back into vents.
It's a 3v1 pinching back in.
Oh, it's Luke Show waiting for him though with the judge. 3 in the blink of an eye. Nearly lands the fourth.
Yeah, I guess I don't care if it's a 3v1, if it's a Luke show with a judge.
Wow. Over the blink of an eye.
He's just cackling about how that one went.
Yeah, I mean, they just came into him at exactly the right time.
C9 did not give themselves a way out of that round. As soon as they lose Oxy in heaven on this play, their only choice was either to go all the way back main and try and re-clear, or take this super risky play with no info up vents. If Luke Show has a rifle, I actually think that might work, right? He maybe gets 1, max 2 kills, you trade him out, and then you're scaling into a weak B site. But instead, he just cuts them all down to size.
So because last round they didn't have any mid control to patrol Luke Show, this time C9 split their investments. 3 players up ramps, 2 players taking their time, bottom mid. Last time Oxy came on through this smoke with the paint shells, but this time not full sending it just yet. Louder actually looking for a re-clear themselves. Oxy waiting for it though. Will take down the enemy duelist, and with those mid players walking in, that's a hard read against exactly what Luke Show did in the previous round. The only way to stop this would be winning the fight in heaven. Darker trades evenly, but he has no assistance from Erde on the other side.
And no HP, swinging into 2. That's a death sentence.
That was an excellent pivot in the macro planning from C9 just in 2 rounds.
And it was a pretty bad start to this season for C9, but what impressed me in the MIBR game was how on point C9's reads were of MIBR. You know, they talked a lot about how they felt like their anti-stratting and their prep was on point, but also just the adaptation. Both maps in that game went to overtime, and I think that Zellsis came up with great solutions very quickly. That round, it was just, okay, we lost him solo pushing mid in the last one, immediately having that solved to punish.
And yet still showing a lot of that same utility, that same presence, so Loud kind of put to sleep a little bit. Thought it was going to be a very similar look. Get caught away at.
Jack going hunting.
And all right. It's my little joy watching our rookies get those honest 1v1s against each other, tracking how those goes. Already getting the best of them.
You're saying that like you're one of the people in the most dangerous game.
You know what? In a way, VCT is. Look, you get like Penny got out of the team after just 3 maps, or 3 games rather. It's the most dangerous game, you know. You're not sticking around here forever.
Not as dangerous as the story, anyways.
Nah.
This was a really great round. Holding for these players to repush and punish. I don't know what he's mad about there. Maybe going for that hunt alone from Jack. It's Immy. He'll be mad no matter what. It's okay.
Won't be happy until they're in playoffs and win the league.
You won't be happy until they're in London, Christy.
Go to London and win London. Yeah, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure then. Then it's champs. Always something more to be done for Immy. The C9 really changed their approach in this round to a 1-3-1.
Oxy this time, the one with the judge. He'll take control in vents.
I really like that. Even just Luke Show having the timing on the spam there as soon as he hears the haunt. Now the reposition towards B main sends Vic a little bit deeper.
But he's still holding it. They can't over-push into this player. So C9 keep pressuring up towards heaven, pull those main players back in, and just continue to work this map.
I mean, ultimately, when C9 choose to use the Nightfall and Oxy's ultimate, it should completely obliterate a site.
Okay.
Oh, man! Just tracking off the Prowler there for quick.
He took so much damage just standing in that molly.
Yep. And now that Nightfall, not seeing anything on site. Kalenzine, will he figure this one out? He does, and now calls in Darker to a Nightfall of his own, catches out, I believe, all 3 players. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Kalenzine bides his time, but Oxy on this shotgun has been lethal so far.
1 enemy remaining.
And Vic, too, patrolling mid.
That'll secure the round. Luke Show only 60 health, retaking into a pit 1v4. There's just no way, even for this guy.
Unless no one's looking at him. There's a 4K to close out Lotus. But this time, no such luck.
He'll save, and well,
Poor
Vic on the
Vic
world's
is.
longest flank is ready for him.
Vic's just hanging out on B. Little did Luke Show know there are only 2 players waiting for him on site, but Zellsis will get the better of him this time around to extend this lead.
clean stuff from C9. They lose that one round, have a great answer to it, and then completely switch up the style here. I like the call to go for that fake. They pulled 4 players over, and there was a bit of risk, right, when Kawa got that pick and managed to rotate back in, but with the pace of the Neon's rotations, Oxy can still close that window for Kawa to run back into sight. That's the only time where he would have been a real problem if he could get back sight. But that was locked down by Oxy, and this lead continues.
Back to A main for C9. Haven't seen this in a few rounds, and Oxy's committing the ultimate into it. It's a great seize from Kawa, and he just gets the spam off it as well, doing it all his own.
To judge.
Yeah, but they do spot him out. Birdie forced to slide away, retreat back into heaven, where Darker's waiting to assist. C9 have no territory to work with, really.
This is similar to that last A ramp play they did, where they lose Oxy early and then have a 4-on-5 with no map control. Look at Luxio just jiggling down mid. There's Erde on the other side in B main. They have nothing to work with here.
Yeah, the difference is instead of going into vents this time, they're going all the way back into mid. And Luxio has that judge, so he's going to have to choose his timing here.
The last round like this, he got a 3K with that same weapon.
Yes, he did. This time, though, he's jiggling, so he's going to reveal himself first.
He still hasn't seen him. There we go.
Yeah, there they go. And the satchels try and collapse into him. What can he give us? Luxio, the C's, lands onto him, and Zeppa follows up. So now your eyes move to Erde, the only player on this B side remaining.
30 seconds left.
He slow plays his hand, though. Tucks into main, looks to be a problem late round.
C9 can't be comfortable in this post plan. They have to worry about their backs. They have to be worrying about people coming out from heaven as well. Zeppa throws down some shots, but now that Steel Garden to catch him out. Erde pinching in from B main as well. He's patient with it. Can't take down Jack on the other side, but Jack is low. Jack been backed into a corner. And now in a 1-on-2. 12 HP to his name, and now there's none. Loud will take 2 rounds into this half.
I love the way that Erde played that. I think a lot of people in his position would be overplaying their hand and trying to immediately swing in, especially a rookie in their first match, to go for a fight like that early. But instead, he waits, gets a kill late as his teammates are pinching in, and assures that round. I'm not loving these rounds where C9 are just sending 5 players early.
I mean, those are the 2 rounds they've lost, and it was both with the early ramps dive.
Yeah, I think they've looked so good at pressuring into mid and being able to pull rotations. I've noticed in a lot of Loud games, they have a tendency to over-rotate sometimes, and I want to see them continue to exploit that on the attack.
It's a different setup from C9, back to the 1-3-1, but it's Jack to show the Prowler. He's usually been throwing the Haunt over the top, deeper onto ramps. So Loud knows something has changed, and if they reclear themselves, it'll be Luxio rather, to find a few players up in mid. C9, we have a chance to listen into their comms. What do they got cooking?
Bench, guys. Yeah, heard. There might be 2 here, so.
Yeah. Could be upping here, okay?
Just one way. They're not in B main.
Heard.
Alright, are you smoke?
Just go right side.
Or B heaven, yes.
Yeah, we should go right side.
Prowler in the smoke and wall, Francis. I'll make
Yeah, you ready? Go.
Or B,
3, 2, 1.
Mine.
Close. Backside. Make. Cancel me.
I was here.
No.
Close. Backside rafters.
Guys. Can you peek?
Yeah.
Backside, so. He went spawn.
I'm planning safe, guys. I'm planning safe. Stay over there. Going down.
Guys, we only have tether, okay?
Yeah, I'm 1 HP, guys.
Just sit default, maybe Jordan.
Sure.
One heaven. I'm smoking in 2 seconds.
Nice. You're good.
I'm just sitting default. Both. Bingo.
Okay. I get close.
Okay.
We're tethered. Double tethered.
One triple peek this?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Good break, Francis.
Yeah, alright, mate.
Nice, boy! Let's go! Good shit.
Good eye. Good fucking eye, Jack.
Really like the approach there from C9. You hear as they're setting up for that execute, how the 2 duelists are saying where they're going to path so that they can have those complementary angles. Works really well between Oxy and Zeppa to pinch them down. And then in that post plant, continuing to be proactive, making that call to go for the triple swing, instead of just sitting back and letting yourselves get overwhelmed while you're tethered and you lack information.
There's a nice setup from C9 to take that round, and that's going to bring us to our first Loud timeout. Didn't have to use that at all back on Lotus, but now a chance to course correct here as this half is starting to really run away from them.
Yeah, it really is. I think this is actually their second one. They took one earlier in this half.
Oh,
after
what?
it
You're
started
right,
going poorly
yeah.
as well. So it is basically a mirror of map 1, just going the other way now.
Yeah. I guess Loud have one more round to their name and still some time to adjust here, but what do you think they can do to actually get some better information against C9? Because I agree with you. I think the best C9 rounds have been the ones where they are playing a little bit more of the map. I think that last round was a bit of a newer look of theirs, just blitzing it over onto the B site. Definitely some learning as Loud can make.
Yeah, every round thus far, they've basically been showing Luxio as the sole anchor in mid, and I think that's one of the big reasons why C9 has been able to just kind of go for these slower 1-3-1 rounds, where they're able to pressure back and forth on that clear. I'd like them to at least occasionally show us rounds where they're putting a little more behind him and are willing to like trap play and refight with that Neon.
Yeah, it seems like Loud's adjustment the last few rounds has been to overload ramps after C9 were doing so much work there early in the half.
I think C9 are going to stay away from it, though. They've lost the last couple ramps rounds they've went for. Here, they're just leaning B in. Oh, only one player here.
I know it's possible that Loud don't want to change up too much here, it being a half buy for them.
And you do have a really easy solution to mid this round with that Viper's Pit.
Yeah,
don't have to overstack behind it.
I'm a little surprised to see Luxio commit that pit this round on the half buy.
I mean, you do have a Judge, you have a hero gunning Kawa, and with this scoreline, I don't think it's crazy to take that risk.
I think to me it's almost signaling that I don't think Luxio is playing mid next round, and I think that, you know, mid is the best place to use the Viper's Pit.
Yeah,
so
that would suggest they're going for something more active like that.
Exactly. Making those pivots. See if C9 have a similar read, but right now they have worked their way back A.
Yeah, this is a Loud who started heavy A early. Not just the Vice and the Neon, that Fade rotating back in as well. They'll have a pretty good hold here.
Using the Haunt for the quick dive onto the site. Haven't seen this since the early rounds of the half. Showstopper fails to connect, but the assistance is on its way. Darker still alive into the corner for now, and he finds his kill. The rest of C9 work their way in though, no issues for them.
Hi, Luxio.
Anyone gonna look at him this time? No, he's in and out like a bandit.
So now they'll both group up towards Heaven. A Bucky Sheriff. You got anything left, Loud?
Last player standing.
I think there are some guns to be secured right outside screens.
Toxins going up.
But he'd make noise going for the swap. And the Bucky might be the best rifle for the job if he's gonna work into elbow. No shots to be found though. Oxy for 3. C9 extend this up 6.
Clean stuff from them. That was just that half-buy round for Loud, but despite investing in Ultimate, getting at least a hero gun in there, it doesn't net them anything. Cloud9 made great choices in the way they scaled this site again. You see here after failing to hit that rocket and deal with the player back site, instead of Zeppa continuing his pathing and hard committing to a duel, they froze once people were out of the choke and fought the players flooding in first before dealing with the Vise. It's really good fundamentals.
I will say it's interesting, like, I don't think we've seen Zeppa land a rocket yet today, but I think he's still always getting a kill on the entry after he uses it.
Yeah.
Always staying in the fight.
So that's the util we've seen a lot for the ramps dive, but this time it's not followed up.
But this is back to the little divergent path C9 took with 3 players A, 2 in mid. The duelists have swapped positions though.
Yeah. Change from Loud as well. Look at that new Vise wall going across A.
Zelsis just tried to bait out the wall, but now he's headed straight into the Judge. There's no more lurk to pivot back into. C9 have their eyes set on the B site. Luxio has retreated to Rafter. He's in a good position. These players slide into him. Oxy just deletes him for the field of battle. That was snappy from the Neon. But now Loud find themselves in a very similar position. 3 players trying to come back from CT. Verde lurking on the opposite side. Darker has patrolled this area nicely. Now Verde out of it. So are 2 rookies in a one-on-one. Verde needs this if Loud are gonna have a shot in this map. Cover onto the spike. How long is he gonna hold on to this one? Half stick, oh my God, he's not gonna go for the full stick, pulls away from it, and Jack will spam him down. The Red Bull clutch for Jack.
Great approach from him. coming up big against the other rookie, both making their debut match here in VCT Americas. And this is a crazy round. C9 down a man, double path into this site.
I love that entry pathing, both of them jumping around the corner.
It's so cool, but look at how he plays this when it comes late into the one-on-one. Sees so he can't hear, and then haunt behind. Erdig's looking for a swing in the smoke, so he doesn't actually break it. And it nets an easy kill for Jack.
Comes up clutch to keep this game a landslide for C9. C9 back to this 2-3. Paint shells break the thorns, or actually pull them out.
Look at Erdig. He's just walked straight through B main, and he's already looking to flank the players mid.
That is crazy. No utility to patrol. He doesn't take his time and look for more, just accepts the kill on Oxy. That's usually meant round win for Loud.
That's a crazy read. He looks like a fool if he dies there, but knows they've been playing this 3-2 so often, takes the risk.
And that's what Loud need, a little bit of risks to get themselves back in here. 3 rounds their best look as C9.
They're kind of forced to go back A here. They have so little information on the far side of the map.
Yeah, because Erde could still be up on B main. So the fight on Dark, which has been a good one, will have to come into the Steel Garden. And Birdie waiting for it with the judge in hand. Upgrades to the Phantom. Now a stun into backside, but he knows he's going to have to take this fight before assistance comes online. One player above him.
30 seconds left.
Waiting for it as he retreats into the smoke, and Kalanzine will help him out from the other side. C9 backed into the corner. But their post plants on A have been excellent.
It just has to be fights. They're playing the wide open angles. They're looking for duels.
Loud have no real utility to come back in here. They're gonna have to face up and win some duels. Jumping through the smokes though, Luke Show sets it up for his teammate, and Loud will close out this half with 3.
It's another dominant half though. 9 picked up for the side of Cloud9, but 3 certainly makes it doable. Loud won both pistols in that first game. They've been good at their bonuses. This is a different game than map 1, even if it is still a dominant one.
Yeah, it could become the same game if C9 get out to a pistol round win in the next half. Plenty more Valorant left to be played here after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What's going on with Dan the Penguin right there? I'm not sure. Penguin's flying on our screens. We're coming back for our second half of Split, where Cloud9 lead up 9-3, completely riding off that first map. And I think Oxy had a major turnaround, sitting 14 and 8. Those early kills going his way big time.
Yeah, Jack as well, that rookie player, winning out the duel against Erde on the other side in the clutch. Getting a better map under his feet now. But looking at that other side, I still have some worry for Cloud9. Loud rolled them on the attack side back on Lotus. And well, the 2 players to look at were Luke Show and Darker. And guess who are on each extremity with some strong guns
Oh, yeah.
in this pistol.
I remember Darker Sheriff had that 3K to kick off Lotus. Virtually unassisted.
Bandit for Luke Show as well on the other side.
So far, though, C9 keeping it a little bit more controlled at the start. No one even taking the forward posting on ramps just yet.
It is a 4-stack on A, and now they will start to inch forward on ramp.
Yeah, C9 have thrown this mid-Viper wall, which signals a little bit more aggression there. So Louder like waiting to see if that fight actually comes through. Only now that they realize a fade at least is on the A side.
But with pretty much no presence made by C9.
I mean, Zelsis is on his own. How many times on Lotus was he just by himself getting run over by Verdi's Neon?
Here we go, just Darker Things walking into B main, ready to set up for this pinch.
I mean, does Zelsis even want to go for some kind of a timing shot? Looks like it, but really just trying to stay alive here and play the 5v5 retake.
It'll be a retake, but there will be a flank coming in. Like, there's still heaven control for Loud. These are big win conditions.
Loud have fantastic control over the map right now, especially with Erde dropping back into Mail. This paranoia to buy some time sends all those players running. And Verdi even too, putting this pressure down. C9 have no real room to work with. And there's 2 layers of mid players they have to clear away. Nobody showing themselves. Erde now still running out of this, and it's all to bait for Luke Show. So Zelsis is looking the wrong way. Luckily though, on the site, C9 are running over these anchors. Kalanzine secures 1, but now Erde needs to get some shots into the dark cover. The spam has to be there. There's not time for him to win this round. C9 to double digits.
Turns out the way to win against a player in heaven and a player on the flank is just ignore them and siege the site.
Yeah, and it was the C's from Jack. It caught out 2 players on pillars, stopped anyone from really trading off each other.
It was so good. You saw Verdi there. He couldn't hear a thing. He was trying to back up. Gets caught in the side of the head. Really nice retake from C9 there. And that makes the chances of any comeback, of any competition in any map this series a little bit more grim now.
Yeah.
If you're looking at Loud.
Loud
they feel like they have to force here.
Yeah, they got the spike plant, so it's not looking the worst it possibly could. I mean, Stingers are pretty evenly matched, and if Verdi connects with the Bucky, there's a way into this yet. Luke Show takes down Vic back in main, and again, Loud have a position on this B site. Erde traded out by Jack as Jack gets a little ahead of himself, trying to guide the rest of his teammates into the site. C9 are not slowing down at all, throwing everything into B, and it only comes up with 2 kills for them.
And you might ask if maybe they should have just a little bit. Ended up just waterfalling into that site, everyone trying to get involved in the brawl. And well, it was the run and gun from the Loud Stingers that were better. That range shot is crazy, but look at this. Darker run and gun, okay. Darker run and gun, yep. And this one a bit more honest from Kawa to end.
I mean, it's point blank with a Stinger. I'm giving it to him. Still not easy for C9 to fire back, though, and, well, that's going to shut down C9's hopes of closing this one out immediately. Well, if they run at us again, we have the answer.
The thing you may not realize is that Loud, they want to let their extremity players work. I would expect on any rifle round we get this game, it's pretty much always going to be a 1-3-1, where they try and create enough pressure to let Darker or Luke Show get involved.
Yeah, I appreciate how much respect Loud are giving to this Viper wall. I can't wait until they stop respecting it. That's exactly the round. C9 tries something.
Yep. And it is scary how far they can walk up and get aggro off of it. The boys still hanging out together up in heaven.
Prowler doesn't see them. But now Loud are like, okay, this is weird. Our main controls have seen no players. We don't like what the chances are in heaven. So now regrouping back to B while really there's a major activation by Luke Show on A.
And he has the Stinger, so he's allowed to take as many risks as he wants pretty much here to get info.
But there's not enough time for them to actually pivot back onto the A side once Luke Show realizes no one's here. It's too late into the round, so Loud are gonna...
Man, if this was a B stack, it could have gone so wrong.
Well, hopefully some C9 members would rotate out. They are all up in heaven with the pistols, so this round still looking good for Loud, even heading into the stack, but pink shell kills make things interesting, not to be extended for very long, though, as Loud clean up the C9 squad.
How long were you interested for?
About 1.5 seconds. And then, no, let's move on.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a wipeout.
Pretty easy stuff from Loud, though. So they get their eco round win. They convert off that. They'll make a couple upgrades this round to have basically their own attempt at a bonus on round 16. And this is a pretty good position to start a comeback from. After showing a couple rounds with really slow 1-3-1, they're just grouping towards A in this one.
Oxy chooses not to overstay his welcome on ramps. Instead, calling back support. 3 players now into heaven. A fourth and Zeppa ready to respond. Verdi's about to slide into his demise. Erday's behind them all. No one's looking the right direction. Loud run a quick little pop out here. Only Zeppa to hold the line. Now a 2-on-2.
But Zeppa has Rocket. Even on low health, that's so much pressure in a retake.
Hasn't gotten a kill with it yet. So this could be the chance for him to deliver. This close angle from Luke Show is perfect. Now 1-on-1. Kalanzine stepping in front of the fight. And this ultimate canceled quickly. Kawa not fooled by it in the slightest.
Stealing sight.
Sidesteps the paranoia. He's dancing around now. That's a great seize as well. Vic getting stalled out massively here as Kalanzine just takes his time, toying with his opponent on the other side. I mean, this is devastating. There is not enough time remaining. Perfectly played in the clutch for Kawa.
Kawa played that excellently. Bought the perfect amount of time. And that was kind of a scary way that they ended up playing that. It was basically 2 1-on-2s. With that Raze being on low HP and not expecting such a crazy aggressive off angle, it works out. You rewind earlier in this round, and it was a nice change of pace from Loud. Saw how chaotic that fight became up in heaven. I like that Erday's just been willing to take some of these crazier TPs. Make the play.
Yeah, and there it's guided. He teleports to the other side of the smoke. That's what starts the confusion for C9, who now just have 2 Vandals to their name. And this time stepping down into mid without the assistance of the Viper wall. That catches Erday completely by surprise.
They were respecting it so much when there was a wall there. Now the wall changes, and finally C9 go aggro.
Both duelists ready to catch Loud if they go for this fight here. Great position from Oxy. And now the showstopper. I'm not sure. I think Loud might have escaped from this one more time.
Well, it's a good trade when you keep the spike.
Yeah. And Erday being dead means no ultimate to recover. Now Vic with another off angle. Dark with the hard clear, though.
Yeah, that was gross. He was looking the wrong way for a second, just flicks around.
Yeah, must have seen a barrel or something like that. But still, the spike is the problem. C9 choose to fill up into garage.
I'd only have 30 seconds to make something happen here.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to play the round, truthfully.
30 seconds left.
It's so hard to get back in here. They'd really have to send it. And even then, there's no time to actually plant the spike, so good luck. They get Oxy's ult at least. That's a pretty decent pull. And look at Darker. Oh my god, 3 kills from him. There's a chance, but not really with the amount of time remaining. C9 stabilize here on defense for 11.
Yeah, that was a half buy from C9 as well going into that round that they take away the win from. I want to see back this fight bottom mid. That was such an early success for C9 here as well, where Loud just gets caught off guard by these players walking up into kind of weird positions. Ultimate ended up getting a couple at the end there.
That's me, team. Let's go. You see that? You see that discipline? Evan's definitely happy there.
Oxy pleased with himself, and why not, sitting with 21 kills. And, well, I thought it was going to be a 22nd. Zeppa will claim it, though. Not really sure how they're trying to sell the fake up ramps because there hadn't been that early fight, but now they have to pivot the complete opposite side of the map and quickly. This orb is going to be nice to work around in the post plant, as well as the steel garden.
Yeah, that's going to buy some good time here once he actually procs the ultimate.
Waiting for now. Waiting until some signal that C9 want to go for the retake.
Adapt or die!
And there it is. A few more seconds. Bought now for Loud.
3 players dodge it though, so C9 can still get back in pretty quick here.
We're going to listen to what Loud have in this post plant for us. In just a few moments, C9 kicking it off.
Sai agora. Ah, não comer, não comer. 2 esquerda. Pra acabar agora, desasboca, avisa. Vai acabar em 2, sim.
Direita, direita.
Vai, pause. Vai, 2 esquerda, 2 esquerda. Pause, 80. Default, mais default. O default último.
Joga você.
Vamos, guys. Nice. Nice. Come in.
Great work from Luxo there, playing inside of the pit. Will he escape? No, both players fall, but a round win is a round win. No issues there for Loud.
Yeah, it certainly is. Loud happy to see that one through. They lost a player super early in that round, but credit to Erde. He made a great reaction by assuming that that meant that B was going to be either very lightly held or open. He gets into that site for free. And then a great layering of the ultimates to stall out means that even though they made a go of it, C9 had very thin margins to make anything happen in that round.
So defense continues to be a struggle for C9 over the course of this series. Only 2 rounds won on this side, including that pistol. What adjustments can they be thinking about making here up against what Loud have been showing?
Well, I think it's interesting because they've basically only played like 1.5 real rifle rounds.
Yeah, because it was even the half buy that they won as well.
Yeah, so I think that so much of this game has just been those things that once we get into the rifle v rifle rounds, we get to see a little bit more from C9. Loud has been playing a bit differently to how they did on map 1. Their focus was a lot more on slow playing, those extremity players being super confident, contacting in and getting openers. Here it's been a lot more grouped play. We've seen a favor towards this B side for Loud, and again, they're starting with 4 players over on that side of the map, so I'm wondering if C9 wants to make adjustments to how they're holding that site, either committing more resources to it or looking to do something like a more aggressive mid-look to keep that space and make retake easier.
I mean, when they won the half buy, it was with 2 Vandals in their duelist hands, and it was with walking just straight down mid. I think also by playing 4 mid, it allows them to react very quickly to either side of the map,
Yeah.
where Loud show they want to exec.
And a double duelist comp shines at being able to have those fast rotations, have a neon stun and nade in position as the hits coming in is so good.
But Loud just wanted to show that they took control of Garage. Last time they would have threatened to pop out behind it, but this time, working back into mid. This is where C9's trap is waiting, but they've already spent the majority of their utility they had available.
Yeah, no satchels, nade, or stun at this point. Those are big tools off the table.
And Luxo's lurking has been a staple of Loud's attack so far. Now, though, has to clear away Zepp, and he's just far enough ahead of his teammates. There's no chance at a trade.
Those are the same plays he was getting away with earlier in this series, now punished.
Uh-oh. Spam shots from Zeppa, too. Will allow the site to fall into enemy hands. But mid, this lurk from Darker is really going to be Loud's best chance at playing the post plant. The spike is planted for him.
The timing he takes is the make or break of this round. If he dies for nothing, it's basically curtains.
C9 still only have the 2 rifles to their name, but with numbers and with the chip damage, it is certainly looking possible. Nice connection from Darker. Working that flank, will be shut down though. And now it's just these 2 site players. Erde with no HP at all somehow carves a path forward. Sees some way to win this round. Cow and Zine much healthier. But even the spam goes that way. Erde with just 3 HP, but time is on his side. Zelsis didn't stick it to half, and that could be the death knell for him. 3 kills, but this round is going Loud's way.
Incredible work from Erde and from Darker in that round. They were in a 4-on-5 as that site got taken. Second round now where they've been in a 4-on-5 where they just snap the right site and get that plant and win the post. Here's this pick onto Zeppa. And even though he ends up dying after that, he bought so much time just existing. And that kill from Erde and Elbow is utterly ridiculous on 3 health. That should have been Jack winning that every day of the week. But instead, Erde lives, C9 lose the round. And now this comeback starts to look more and more reasonable.
Now C9 though with the full buy with the Nightfall and this Viper's Pit to be dropped into mid. See how Loud plan to re-clear the mid space because Luxo's already stepped up on A. Cloud didn't choose to accelerate on B, so that means they need to solve this problem.
A lot of the time you'll see teams just go and take ramp control off of a pit like this.
Wow, choosing not to, even though they have a Prowler or Nightfall. Try and hunt down the Viper. That means C9 have access to the quick rotations through mid to react to this eventual A hit.
Yeah, Prowler just re-cleared ramp. I think Luxio heard that miss, so he might look to contact back up now as C9 are just playing passive, looking to fight with the Nightfall off contact.
Jack just having the response, though, to set up Oxy for the fight. And the threat of spam down should have stopped Loud from going for something. Traded back, those Jack will fall. I'm still looking at mid where Darker is a late lurk into the Viper. Celsius tried to clear it out. He knows that is a possibility. And the rest of Loud now have a read on this elbow player. Paranoia connects onto Oxy. Staying afloat for now, inside of the dark cover. Now that Darker has killed C9's mid player, pressure begins to mount. They have to win out on the site. There's not that much assistance. Vic trying to set up for Oxy, who drops like a rock. Now 15 seconds left on the clock. Darker has to recover the spike, has to worry about Heaven. Vic even threatening to cross back into elbow. Vic will know exactly where he is. The tracking is there eventually, and Vic will take C9 to map point.
Huge round to win there for Vic. Cloud9 have lost so many of these advantaged late retakes at the hands of Loud. It's been the bread and butter of this comeback. But here, shut away. Credit to Erde again. He did a lot getting these 2 kills, giving a chance to his team in a round that had started off going pretty poorly. You absolutely will. Vic happy to get the win. Imi looking so relieved to finally have that 12th round on the board.
That comeback now, carrying a lot more pressure on every single round for Loud if they want to make it go. And look at the buy. Couple of stingers, a Sheriff, a Bucky. Misery for Loud. Try and see this one through as the Thorns are set up. Stop players flooding out from Heaven. A port deep into enemy territory. Erde will come in from there, and the showstopper connects for the first kill of Zeppa's on this series, and the rest of C9 will make quick work of Loud to send us directly into Breeze.
Quick as it could be to close out the chances of Loud here on Split. I think you can look at that map and think that it could have been a little cleaner. Losing that eco round in round 14 sent Loud on a path that made it look possible. But at the end of the day, this is the turnaround they needed. They're picking a double duelist comp. Oxy's dropping 24 kills. Zeppa's looking confident. Their rookies turning it around after a rough map 1. And now this ever important series that has huge implications as to who's going to playoffs. It's to go the distance.
And finishing on Breeze too. Wild territory to have our decider on. Luxio was still doing some impressive things early on into this one, but never really found that same success on the lurk. We'll see if Breeze is a happier place for him when he gets to try that lurk.
Yeah, it was a very different story than the attack side in map 1 here for Loud, but improvement still shown. One map to decide it all. Breeze coming up.
Is my player a duelist player?
Yeah. No, don't be weird.
What do you know?
Is my player a duelist player?
No.
Okay.
Wait, he was. Not anymore. He was. So you said yes, so he was a sentinel.
What?
You said yes?
To duelist.
Oh.
What do you mean sentinel? Yeah, actually, yeah.
No.
Yeah. He's a sentinel.
Duelist.
Yeah, he's a
okay.
sentinel.
Okay. Is he a main entry or is he a bait or duelist? If
It's yes or
if
no.
they play double
It's
duelist.
yes or no.
Is he the first entry?
Sure.
Sure. What do you mean sure?
Sure.
What do you mean
Well,
sure?
sometimes he is. Sometimes he isn't. Yes, we'll say yes. Has my player won any trophies?
No.
VCT trophies.
Yes.
You
VCT
said
like
no.
Okay, wait.
Like
Trophies
Masters
in
champs.
general?
No, Masters champs.
No.
How'd you go from no to yes? Like what changed?
Has my player won anything?
Hell no.
Oh Jesus! Jesus!
Okay. You said my player hasn't won. Okay.
The problem is, I feel like I'm not getting any closer to where I need to be.
I'm
That's the problem.
real close. I'm close. Am I
No,
a GG
you
player?
ain't.
Am I?
Yes.
Yeah! Damn right.
Am I a C9 player?
No. Woo! My Trent?
No.
Son of a... Was my player ever on C9? You
now I gotta guess now.
No, you better guess right now, or you lost, buddy.
Okay. Is my player... Okay, so it can only either be Sato. It could either be...
Remember, you either have to guess.
Yeah,
You
I
have
only
to-
have to guess. I
Yeah,
have
you
to guess, so it
yeah.
has to be... Is my player Sato?
Son of a...
Did I get it?
Yeah.
Yes! Yes! F you, Jordan! This is too easy! I'm a cosplayer!
All right, me and Oxy just played Who Am I? Thank you for watching.
So
That was genuinely one
That
of the
was
best
really funny.
pieces of content
That
I've
was so
ever
good.
seen that we've
Amazing.
produced.
So good.
Oxy is a ball of energy, man. Absolutely. He's actually walking by right now. So funny. Okay, well, C9 with that and that energy injection picks up a massive win, forces map 3. You love to see it here. More Valorant's always a good thing. And one of the things that obviously sticks out right out of the gate was just how they were playing. You're seeing a team that was a little bit more confident, a little bit more put together, Emily, and it just felt like this team knew on split how they wanted to approach things.
Yeah, I felt like, especially on the attacking that we mostly got to see, they looked good. I felt like they were all on the same page when it came to XX. They were good at kind of maneuvering and just taking space that they wanted to, but doing it together. And even when they were in these post plants is where they shined the most because they were actually like ping-ponging off each other. They were getting those trades that we just didn't see in map 1.
Yeah, I feel like there was so much intentional setup, so much intention with each piece of util, even Oxy and Jack following along with each other, using the Prowler to enable Oxy. There were just so many of these small little micro things that really benefited C9, and it's something that we didn't get to see on Lotus, and I think it just goes to show how their split is just definitely a little bit better, a little bit more practice, especially with this new addition.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much scrim time I've actually had with Jack in the roster, because, I mean, I don't know, these are very lopsided results.
Yeah.
And it definitely screams to me like, okay, maybe they got some really good practice in with Jack on split, didn't have a lot of time to put it together. You know, you can only really pick and choose like maybe 1 or 2 maps.
I mean, he just played a Challengers match on April 27th.
Yeah.
Like, it was literally a week ago.
Yeah. So I guess like that does.
I'm
kinda
wondering.
track,
I'm
right?
wondering then what's going to happen on Breeze as well. I mean, listen, we can look further ahead towards that as well, but we could have some sloppy gameplay. That's all I'm saying. We could get 2 teams down in the mud.
We get muddy.
Like they're going to get muddy perhaps because both of these teams have kind of like they're trying to integrate these players quite last minute, and I think it just showed. I think Lotus, you were looking at a very good Loud team that was just kind of slapping down a weakened Cloud9. Cloud9 looked way better, way more improved.
Yeah.
Complete turnaround 180.
Yeah.
I don't know. The theory's there, but whether it's a reality, I could just be making stuff up.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, look, listen, we're not we can't predict the
We're not
future.
smart.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's
I'm
true.
not
I mean,
smart.
I'm not.
yourself.
No, you guys are actually pretty smart. I'm not smart. I'm not smart at all. I don't have much of an education. I barely made it to high school. That being said, though, we do want to reflect, though, on what we were seeing from Jack, right? Guy comes into the roster.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of responsibility put on him here, but it seems like right now it's working, but you were definitely seeing where those flaws were starting to shine in map 1. Map 2, though, certainly a different flavor.
Yeah, I feel like he's had a really good synergy so far with Oxy, as I was talking about earlier, using a lot of that util to set Oxy up for success, using the Prowler in front of him, immediately getting trades off of it, most of the time through smokes. And Jack, just in general, even in those live comms that we heard, he is contributing to the communication, to what they need to hear, but he's actually doing it in such a calm manner that I think it actually brings C9 up a level, because their comms tend to be chaotic. You hear people yelling over each other a lot of the time. He's low-key.
Yeah. But he does enough. He does what he needs to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He relays what he has, the space that he's holding, what he needs, also everything that he has utility-wise, because that's really important from an initiator.
No, I mean, the energy is important. I mean, we know, I mean, we heard from that video, Oxy can make a microphone just peak. You know? But like, you obviously, you need that, you know, the different kinds of energy out there, you know what I'm saying? But this is going to bring us to Breeze, map 3, which is going to settle the score here. Big matchup, as we had noted before, because folks, I mean, you win this and you lock in your spot for playoffs. Lose this, you're not out quite yet, neither of these teams, right? But it does get significantly more challenging, Athena, and that's going to be the thing to look out for. But let's go ahead and set things up. What should we be expecting here on Breeze?
You know what I'm kind of expecting is that every time that Loud is on that attack side, they tend to do really good. And C9 is actually starting on the defensive half of Breeze. So unless they come out swinging, kind of like how they did versus MIBR, lots of aggressive pushes, even on their pistol rounds, I'm kind of expecting Loud to start the ball rolling.
Yeah, that is actually a great note and something I did not even factor in. We'll, of course, see how this unfolds. Map 3 is do or die for these teams. You want to make playoffs? You got to win this one. You don't want to miss it. Mimi and Ender will catch you on the other side.
Breeze awaits as we get ready to jump into our decider match between C9 and Loud tier. Reminder for all of you watching at home, these two teams both sitting at 1 and 2 in the current standings. A win here, if all other matches go as expected, sort of, I think a win here is the determining factor in which of these two teams is going to be sneaking into playoffs. A lot riding on this match here, Mimi.
Certainly, and looking at the compositions, Cloud9 seems like they're full committed to Zeppa's second duelist. They debuted this comp last week with Penny locking in that ISO. I honestly liked it a lot. I think they have great tools on defense to be really proactive at fighting into mains. That undercut is such a underrated tool, especially with the suppression effect that it brings now since the buff about a year back. On the other side, it's pretty standard for what we've been seeing in Americas, with an Astra Harbor bringing home alongside that Neon and a double initiator, where I would say most teams play the double duelist instead.
Exactly. I wanted to ask you specifically about the KO, because this is a pick that we've seen here and there, but has really fallen out of favor. This is like the only map you're ever going to see KO on now.
I mean, since Yoru disappeared, I think that having hard flashes, especially in a meta where everyone is playing double smokes, is really nice. It's also one of those agents where, kind of similar to what we're talking about with this ISO, being able to have that suppression to refight into space is great. And not only for that, for cross-map scouting, I think he's still really good on this map. And if you don't have a player who you like need to put on Jet or need to have in a second duelist slot, I think it's a good comp.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how Erde performs on that one. The first time here on the VCT stage. How about that? Vic just takes him out of the count already. Shots coming through the wall, and Vic is on fire right now. Finally dealt with. As Luxio waits right on the other side of this wall. He's caught some pretty gnarly timing so far today, and he looks to secure another one here as Oxy slides into the back of the site, and Luxio starts shooting people in the back of their heads. Luxio's going to need a little bit more, though, because Kalenzin is a bit isolated on site, especially now with Luxio dropping. Kalenzin slides to the other side. Pushes back onto Pillar. Still sitting full HP, but not too many bullets left in the tank. That shock dart is lethal. Can't miss here, he does, and Oxy will take him for a ride. C9 to another pistol.
Nicely played in the end by Oxy, that wide swing. Too tough to deal with only 2 bullets. I think the only difference that could have happened here for Loud was that lurk coming through on the flank. He did a lot of damage wrapping back around here for Luxio. But the ISO shield, man, is the thing that ended up saving Zeppa. And despite those trades, all made possible by great anchoring out of Vic. So a good brawl from C9, and we'll see a lot of that this half. And in the second half, they have a comp that really wants to team fight together, get Zeppa into duels with that shield up, have Oxy sliding around with him. It rewards being proactive. Yep. It rewards always having mid control and taking really fast rotations.
I'll talk about sliding. Oh, I was going to say Verdi went for the shorty this round, so it was just going to be the quick pop, but he again gets spammed down before the round really gets underway. So Zeppa has plenty of shields to activate on, and that took us, what, 15 seconds?
Oh, yeah. Pretty easy. In a world of shotguns and outlaws and all these things getting bought constantly, the ISO shield feels really good to play with.
Absolutely.
Not many other agents are allowed to play here on an anti-eco and get away with it, but Zeppa is on that ISO. Something I'll be tracking throughout this entire half is how C9 plays for mid control. In the game against MIBR, they almost always started 1-3-1 with constant mid control and constant play for fast rotations through that space on their defense. If they play similarly, I'm looking to see how Loud looks to shut that down and deny that space.
Loud spread out here for their buy round. Erde and Verdi working up into mid, but that wall cuts off the line to double doors. Pretty early drone, all things considered, from C9. Suppose if Zeppa sticks into this space, it'll be worth it for them, but
sure.
Mid is a bit of a gap now.
The ISO and that Cove like to hold that space in main, but that will locked down. It means Jack is holding this kind of weird angle back towards mid.
And the drone spots him as well, so now C9 revealed that they're playing back into main. Loud could look to get quite a lot done here. Already the shield has been broken from Zeppa. As Loud go for a deep retreat, Darker contains that side of the map. Succeeding on that front as Jack gets a different kill on double doors.
He just sprinted all the way through, caught Luxio off guard.
Yeah, it's wild.
Now Loud have to take another fight. It's 3 players retaking from the flank. Loud struggling to find the strong side and look to break out.
Kalenzin with the Hunter's Fury, round 3 online, and they're lined up in B main. That is one. A little bit more damage to be found, and Verdi slipped up into the corner. Oxy just not to be phased, though. Now Kalenzin tries to be the hero again for Loud. One-on-one, Erde and Jack. This time, the time working in Erde's favor. It's a reversal to that 1v1 back on split, and this time, Erde's on top.
Crazy that he's earning that ultimate in the middle of the round to be able to pop that back towards main. 6-3 start for Kalenzin.
Yep.
And while it only netted 1 kill, that provided enough to displace all these players, slow them down, that despite it coming to a one-on-one, there's basically nothing that could have been done to win there for Jack.
It still doesn't feel good how that round sort of got away from Loud for a moment.
They lost pretty much the entire map so early on, with the players in mid then breaking out, the flank coming through from B as well. All of these things were kind not worrying signs for Loud.
I just want to pop 5 players onto the A site. See if they can catch Vic out here. But C9 have already taken some mid space. They've shifted onto this side. Reinforcements are going to come in quickly. And I like how Vic is playing this. Up inside of the smoke. Doesn't pull the trigger on the spam. He's choosing to stay alive. His teammates are coming in. Now timings it onto the other side. Vic is a monster anchoring these sites. Pistol round to now. He is locked in, but so is Erde. And now Vic gets swarmed on both fronts, and Loud line up a few more kills back yellow to tie things up at 2.
Great team fighting from Loud on that site. Vic had done a lot of work, not only getting the initial pick onto the player alone backside, but buying time. This is where it changed though. Pop flash back through the wall. The entirety of Loud is, instead of playing the plant, fighting together off of that. This map, and well, just this meta in general, really rewards being the team who recognizes when your opponent fights, baiting the util, and then refighting back in. And Loud executed that so well.
Don't place.
Well, C9 have all the tools to fight over B at their disposal. See how Loud react to that. Take this fight back into C9. Because I'll tell you what, Oxy is just going for it. Full on sending for now. Erde will shut him down. Playing on both sides of the fast lane there. Erde is not dissuaded in the slightest. Flashes himself back onto the line. So pick up these ecos.
There's the guy that was Duncan back in Challengers LATAM.
Man. Now just running them down. You're literally just talking about it, how you want to wait out that fight and then re-clear the space, and that's a perfect display of it there from Loud.
Yep. Simply wait and go back in. Kawa should have, by all accounts, been dead to Oxy there, but it was Erde who just swung in, one-tapped the sliding Neon, and kept his teammate in it.
Zelsis and Vic just looking to exit and or die to spike here.
Yeah, it's been such an interesting year, and especially stage 1 for VCT Americas, because we had a while there where LATAM, where Brazil, where none of their teams were really finding success other than the squads who had went international. But here looking at 2026, it's really been reversed in stage 1. All of Crew is finally here, all of Lev is finally here, and those teams are showing up, playing so well, and I didn't think that Loud was going to join that class, but here they are with Erde showing up, playing really well. Still yet to see how high their ceiling can be and if they can find it in time to even make playoffs. But it's a great early sign to see your long-awaited rookie performing early.
Oh, yeah. And already the warm sands of Breeze treating Loud a little bit better than Split treated them. Have the lead here. Erde has that ultimate online, too. Some chances just rip on into a site. But it'll be back to some mid control. Knife aimed at tunnel for now. No break on it yet.
It's 5 players here in mid.
C9 are ready to pop out and take this fight. With the undercut available, the stuns coming down as well. Backed into the corner. C9 trade evenly at the start. Luke Show has a little pocket to play with. Backs away for now. There's no chance for Loud to get the revive. Instead, just plant the spike as Darker steps up into double doors. Waiting for his moment. Luxo sees those players coming in as well, now turning the attention back to him. But Darker is isolated. Counting doesn't have the support, but he does have his second Hunter's Fury of the map in round 6. 1 kill, and then the shock darts, and that could just be the round. But he'd have to get out in front of things. And now pushed away by the snakebite. Switches over to the shocks. Jack up in his face, he gets the kill. The second shock is just too slow. C9 will take the round with a full stick.
A second difference there, and Kawa could have won that round. Sprang through, gets the first kill. But the Viper's Pit secures the win from Vic. He has been the safe hands for Cloud9 in what has been a tumultuous start to this map.
Kind of crazy he gets the kill on Jack there.
Yeah.
While he was really in the process of going for the spam on the diffuser.
And I'd like to see, even though it didn't trade perfectly there for Loud, that they are looking to try and contest this play in mid. You want to deny those fast C9 rotates. You do want to fight for this space. They'll try it again, this time quietly.
Yeah. Oxy's pretty isolated in mid, just looking to take a timing behind these players as the kidnap comes online. Zeppa on Verdi. Walls down, Verdi succeeds, but in behind is Oxy. Keep your eyes on double doors right now as Oxy shows up and doesn't get anything. A disaster for Cloud9 as both of their win conditions falter.
Planted.
And now Loud with a full control of the site, forward positions as well. They can bolster their line of defense. C9, I don't think they play this one.
No. There was a window maybe they could have after Vic gets that kill, but still down a man this late in the round. Celsius picks up a gun and they all back away. That is another wild round out of Loud. They look so good when they're just playing this fast, aggressive style together. I want to give some credit to Erde, because even though it wasn't necessarily just him lighting up the scoreboard this round, it was great utility to set up that fight back site. I think the KO flashes have been super impactful already early in this game.
So Loud back with the lead again. While they did commit the harbor ult into the last one, they still hold on to Kalenzin's Hunter's Fury. Verdi and Dark with some ults of their own. This is the utility you're talking about.
Yeah, bounce off the wall, pushes it back. Verdi's also just somehow beating Zeppa in the ultimate. But in taking those two players out, it is still a stronger fight for Loud, where they're just scaling as that's happening. And even if he gets that kill, they were far enough up where they would have taken the ISO out once he came out of the Thunderdome.
In such a close game, neither coach has hit that timeout button, leaving these teams to figure it out on their own for now.
You are divided.
C9 move back into some mid control. Loud trying to sell a fake with this wall onto the A side. Celsius would have to play spoiler here with that judge. Gets up in front. And I don't think anything spotted him yet. The flash just for a moment. Pulls out the shots, but the rest of C9 have approached, have stunted this hit. And Loud retreat.
Hearing a judge is enough to send you away from that choke point.
But Loud are still winning on the rotations. They choose to actually cut through mid, drop down a star to guide their cross.
C9's call instead is a refight. That's a tag. Jack, does he use the ultimate? Yes, he does.
Looking for him. Needs a shot to connect onto Erde, but Erde's hopping around like a bunny. And Erde's have ducked into the smoke. What is that? Doing it all himself, under pressure from the Hunter's Fury. He still collects on two. And that leaves Vic stuck on this site. He has been a rock for C9 as an anchor. But now without any angles back in. Loud with a brilliant position once more. Now Vic pushed away. Jack shows up, but maybe it's a little bit too late. You've still got Luxio patrolling back in spawn. This is another round where C9 are just going to have to run and save.
Loud have dominated the mid-control game here. They haven't necessarily been heavy fighting forward, but they're playing for these late round hits there. It was that attempt on the fake towards B. Well, it was initially successful. They get turned away from. It all came down to the play from Erde.
That was insane. I mean, first of all, surviving versus the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
But that timing he took into the smoke.
the movement to dodge it out, and he was swinging before, because normally if you're a KO, you're expecting, okay, he's going to right-click, pop flash in. No, Erde was swinging before anything even popped. He was just straight up taking a 1v2 in that cove. And man, did it work out. Yeah, let me see that again. Literally just walks in.
Man, it looks like Oxy actually saw him too. He shot first, but he didn't actually hit Erde, and Erde made him feel the punishment for it.
That's 2 rounds now where these pivots have come late, where Loud is just getting picks back through mid as C9 try and rotate, and then winning out the actual execute on the site. So it's going to be C9 trying to reclaim control here. What a showing, really, that this has been for Loud. A real roller coaster of a series, right? You're 13-1 on map 1. You get kind of smoked in the first half of split, only to bring together a fake comeback and now show up here on Breeze.
Yeah.
They've been waiting so long to get this guy in. They thought he'd be here, ready for the start of Stage 1, had to play with an assistant coach. He still does enough to get them a win.
Yeah, Vadi looks great.
And now, with him joining in week 4, they're still in the running for playoffs.
They are, but this is the pivotal match to be able to close out. Both the teams, the new players, know they need this one. This is their direct competition. This head-to-head matters. With only one more game left in the regular season. So C9, they think to themselves, you know, maybe defense just isn't our side today. Even on split, that was the rough side for them. Got crushed back on Lotus, but with 3 rounds, maybe put a few more on the board. That could just be enough for them as the falling one-way opens up the angle. Kawanzin doesn't see too much.
C9 walked back into mid.
It's actually been these half-buy rounds where C9 have been seriously threatening when they take a few more chances.
Have a good read on it. There's going to be 5 players B real quick.
Yeah, that shield is a little bit early. Now Kawanzin rips the Hunter's Fury. There's bodies here coming in from C9. Already, though, Jack is down, and now one of those rifles out of it as well. So Vic, the only guy with a real gun. That spike, though, has been claimed by Cloud9. And the shield's still active from Zeppa. He can continue to snowball this through. Switches over to the gun, and it costs him. But Luke Show caught in a 1-on-2. Steps out from the smoke, and it is again these hero rifles half-buy rounds from C9 where they come out on top.
It was 2 rounds in a row where they lost players as they rotated and fought through mid. This round looks a lot more like the MIBR game, where they're starting a 1-3-1, their soul anchor holds long enough for the mid players to quickly rotate, and they win in the super chaotic quadruple smoke fight on a site.
And it has just been Vic.
I mean,
getting silly with it, but dominating in the server.
Yeah, he's always that guy that is alone, that has to give the time for his teammates to arrive. He's doing really well at it, 12-3.
Man, 4-0 KD there. Been shutting Loud down effectively. The attack up, didn't even get the shot through the wall. There's nearly some damage, but no dice.
So in discourse, when C9 made changes of what is next for Vic, here he is showing up, dominating in this game.
Interesting round for Loud to try and play here with Verdi holding on to the op onto attack. Does have the ultimate if he wants to go for an exec eventually, but for now, the slow clear. Swing is primed and ready for Zelsis, and it's not even necessary. Vic has been so good, but it's for that second layer that he then eventually gets the trade as Jack just steps up into elbow.
Standing ahead.
This round, C9 just showed off some individual mechs.
Yeah, it makes you think, where the hell was this team on map 1?
Nicely done from Jack there for 3.
Those are the rounds where they were getting owned, right? Where Loud is just playing slow, contacting around the map with an op, taking picks everywhere they like. Here, C9's actually able to weather it. Nice hold out of Vic there. Jack, I love the way he plays this, crouched on the off angle. And swings in with his teammate for the last kill. As now we switch over. A timeout for C9 gets him 2 wins, and Loud will call their own.
Maybe the first even half we've had all day today. It's been pretty lopsided so far.
Yeah, and it kind of lets us talk about what this means for C9 as well, because this is the team who, they're known for 2 things, being good in group stages and making weird roster moves. One of those things has happened with a mid-stage move away from Penny, but
yeah, I really thought this was going to be the stage where neither of those things come true.
yes,
you know?
And it's looking like they might still both happen if they could close out this map, because normally they're going undefeated, maybe losing a match in groups. Where they falter is playoffs. I mean, they were really close to making it to the last 2 international events. They fell at the last hurdle in both of those opportunities. It was closer than ever. And to think that there's a world where they still don't make playoffs in stage 1 would be crazy. The players described it in their own podcast. It's also saying that they were like the cockroaches that cannot be killed. You cannot deny C9 making playoffs. But the cockroaches still have to win this map, win this game, if they want to keep those chances likely.
And a little bit more left to be asked of C9. But in a good position this round. Full light armor from Loud on the other side. Are taking their time working through mid right now.
Yeah, C9 play heavier on A this time. Just with that passive Sova jiggling in mid.
Yeah, C9 have done a lot of work to play complementary angles and have situations we can have good swings coming off one another.
It looks like they're almost expecting just a contact out back site. Players ready to fight either direction here.
Good off angle from Zelsis, though. That's what I'm talking about. And even if he drops, you still have Oxy on the other side. But are you ready for Erde still stepping in? And it's, as Erde drops to Oxy, the rest of Loud just seem discombobulated. Cowanzine to get a kill through on Oxy. And now maybe there's something they can play off of. That harbor wall keeping Jack on the opposite side. Gun barrel spotted off of the pole. But Loud are still all on their own, and that's maybe where they thrive. Zeppa pushed into a corner. Luxo shuts him out. All of a sudden, it's C9 with Vic in the clutch.
I can't believe this is winnable for Loud. But the toughest player to go up against, Vic, who has been on fire this game. 13-4, and now a 1-on-2 ahead of him.
Time to play with. But now both sides know what the plan is gonna be, and Luxo just ego peeks him through the molly?
Swinging that alone?
That's disgusting.
This guy's a maniac.
He's actually out of his mind. And yet it works. All right, that's a way to shut down Vic.
This should have been a C9 win, though, in my book. They had such a good readout this time out to have 3 players holding A on those great passive angles. And Loud literally walked right in, only for Luxo to get these 3 kills and bring the round into the fold for Loud.
I mean, you die there, you're getting flamed. Like, why are you stepping through the molly by yourself? But it's exactly what the doctor ordered for Loud to, again, take this advantage.
Like, objectively, it's a bad play.
Yeah. But sometimes that's why it works.
Yeah.
Now, plenty of ultimates at Loud's disposal. Time to just hurl them all at this A site. Maybe a bit of overkill, because the rest of C9 is elsewhere. Not on this site. That's for sure. Zelsis is just trying to stay alive behind the walls. Another ultimate enters the equation.
But they've used everything. Now it's C9's turn to play. They have the ISO ult on this retake, but Loud is up deep behind the Astro wall.
Verdi is in a great spot. The catch, though, might just take away that duelist. So all of a sudden, Oxy has a clear path into the site. Verdi wins the 1v1 in the pit, teleports back into it. It's just madness. No one can see anything. There's smokes, there's ultimates. Verdi is still alive on the other side of Oxy. No one is going to be ready for this ever. It's the sickest play ever. And the rest of Loud stands strong here, shutting down the rest of C9. Jack with 3 on the round, but 3 is all he'll get. It is Loud in the lead at the half.
I really need to see how Loud got those early kills. I think it was just them swinging back through these smokes off the timing of that ISO ult and the Neon coming in and getting massively rewarded
and
here.
And because Verdi gets this kill, he snaps back to a position where now he is behind Oxy in a position that Oxy thought he had cleared.
Insane that he's winning that in the ISO ult.
3 gone.
And cleans up this half. 7-5, that's the lead for Loud. Can they close out the series? We'll find out in the second half.
We are closing in on the end now of this series. Loud lead by 2 at the half. And it comes off the back of some massive plays there. Cowanzine having a map sort of matched on the other side. Him and Vic have been the standout players so far this one.
Yeah, the 2 lobby admins today. A lot of this game is just going to come down to the second half pistol. Loud has been really pretty good with them. Won everyone against G2. 1-2 today in the opening map that they stomped as well. And looking at them on the defensive side now, I really look back to Luxio and to Darker especially. I think we're going to see a lot of rounds where Darker has to anchor alone against a comp that has some really strong execute power. This round, though, falls to that other side. As C9 walk their way up elbow.
Yep, C9 have that Viper wall ready for the B site. It will be Verdi and Luxio waiting for it. A little bit of a push and pull, but the shoulder was spotted, and Oxy is not going to let you survive off of that one. Luxio as well. Peppered down to 4 as he eventually drops. C9 still looking dominant on these pistol rounds. I mean, it's been great ever since the start of Split. 3 for 3. And now with a 5-on-2. Ready to make this a perfect 4 for 4 and bring things back to even.
One enemy remaining.
There you go.
Even getting that one.
Couldn't ask for anything more there.
Yeah, this is super clean from them. They were coming into this series with the worst pistol round win rate in the league. Like, it was right around 30%. But they're winning them when they matter here in these second 2 maps. So now the game looking to tie up. I will recall that the only reason that the comeback looked possible on Split was Loud winning an Eco Thrifty on round 14 and then starting to snowball that.
Yeah.
But luckily they're on defense this time.
Right, no money from the plant. They're not going to be looking for it. And their backs aren't against the wall either. It's not a must-force type situation.
You aren't down 10-2.
Yeah, things looking a lot nicer here for them. Still up by 1. For now.
Little trap play here.
Yeah, the full stack on A. Poor Vic if he steps into this, but it will mean a free B site.
Toxin screen down.
And nicely done. Oh, wow! Catches Verdi on the slip and slide. Oh, 3-4! Okay, Vic! Why not? He has been unstoppable so far on Breeze.
Yeah, that's normal. Okay. I think he was literally running and stunned when he got that first kill onto the Neon. But the rest of those shots were real clean out of Vic. So the Viper's Pit getting pretty close to coming online, courtesy of his strong start to the half.
So I am curious because this is only our second time seeing the ISO comp come through from Cloud9. They're also playing it with the double walls. What should we be expecting to see through the rest of this attack side for them?
Yeah, I think the big thing to look at is where that undercut is pathing when they go for site execs. Because if you're hitting that onto, for example, the Astra or on the other side, if it's like a Neon, something like that holding on, you can completely shut down the stall utility that normally gets popped as a reaction. So they'll want to, in a lot of rounds, contact close into space in main. And then, yeah, he was definitely just perfectly played, I suppose. But you're going to watch him contact up a lot into early space and then use that undercut to fight through and kind of have this 1-2 punch. If the Neon sliding, hey, look at me, well, if you choose to shoot the ISO, guess what? That shield makes him so tough to kill. And then the Neon is able to path in. It's pretty tough to hold. It's really strong for hard execs. A little less good for kind of the slow play stuff that maybe something like that KO is going to be strong for.
Yeah, the weakness is no flashes, right?
Yeah.
So you have to get more creative in how you fight past your own walls, your own smokes, your own utility. C9 back to the creep up into elbow. But the concern for them would be if they actually kept going to tunnel. Loud have bodies ready to respond in mid.
Verde's knife would be the difference maker. And he gets 5.
Yeah, it's a massive suppression, but it doesn't really matter because Oxy still gets the first kill. Darker has flooded into the site with some more support behind. And C9 are not in a position to actually plant the spike. They do dodge out some of this utility. They're just waiting for Loud to hurl themselves into their eventual demise.
Yeah, I think they overplayed off that stun a little.
Yeah, now
Even if it connected, it would have been too late to swing there.
And a second layer of utility too, but Luxio's in front of it. You can't let this round slip away, Luxio.
You and me.
So 1 kill now brought into the one-on-one. He might like his odds inside this one, and he does. No one supporting him on the other side, so the second he snaps back, he's just a sitting duck. Cow and Zine.
30 seconds left.
Has to do something here in the 1-on-3, but the sliding is just too much to deal with. That's 3 in a row here to start the half.
It's so weird that this spike never got planted that round. It looked like we were playing a retake the whole time. Loud, I think, just got ahead of themselves on trying to flood.
Definitely.
I want to see that backside fight again. This is the opener from Oxy, but here they go. Zeppa gets that fight. No one is stunned, and it's just Verdi sliding in completely alone. And it really doesn't matter that you lose the ISO fight when your number's up and you can just have 2 players holding his body. C9 feeling happy about that one. Now pulling ahead in this game. And Loud's buy looking dismal here.
I mean, it has been C9's attack. That's been their strong side today. Strong versus MIBR as well. Now just throwing the push wall to advance them up the fast lane. Oxy already into this site, shoulder and shoulder with the new duelist on his side in Zeppa. Luxo, though, sniped someone out with the Sheriff. That keeps C9 at bay for now. The harbor wall is getting real awkward there.
If you're C9, you just wait out this util and then refight with your advantage.
Oh wow, Zeppa can't see much of anything.
No one's looking.
No one, it doesn't matter, yeah. C9 holding each other's backs. Darker the last one alive here, and Jack with a quick flick will settle the score.
That round got quite silly in the end. Every piece of controller utility used in like maybe 10 total feet of space.
Yeah.
And so through that, C9 just freeze, wait for everything to go down, and Zeppa going uncleared there, I think, was the difference between an eco round win and this one not looking doable. Him keeping that pressure up means everyone's head has to snap back to look at him as the players in main are swinging in, and yeah, you see the wince from the coaching booth there at Loud.
I mean, 4 in a row to start the half. All of a sudden, you're now looking at a critical round from Loud. 1 away from Kalenzin's ultimate, and C9, they're just back into this A site. Already the high tide. Into it as Luxo just skirts around the corner. Luxo in a tricky spot, and no one's looking for him. Oxy completely caught off guards. Luxo holding on to backside control with Verdi. As Verdi goes around the right side, his teammate falls. And now more is necessary from the young duelist.
Spike planted.
Now a pit to block the vision. Oh man, Zeppa finally drops Verdi. Steps even deeper inside of the pit. A 2-on-2 now. Erde. This is a must-win round for Loud. And if it's gonna happen, it's off the back of the rookie. Erde flashed himself into the site. It's a big kill to drop Celsius. Darker is there as well. Loud are right back in this thing.
That was Erde bailing them out. Such a huge kill in that 2v2 to fight back in. Because Loud were, I think, tripping over themselves a little in that team fight again. You saw it get even, and then Verdi is sliding ahead of anyone else. That's all despite of this amazing work that Luxo did early, catching that timing. But they splash. He's deep pathing onto Celsius. Luxo knows what that round meant.
Big emotion out of the Loud squad there. Now just trailing by 1. Trying to stabilize their economy a little bit, bounce back after those first 4 in a row.
An ult for Kawa this round to react into a fight, and that fight is brewing towards mid.
Mid pop ready. It's actually Luxo just on his own. Wanted to take a shot before retreating, but the drone will spoil him. Zeppa pushed away as well. As Luxo, 2 more players coming his way. Kalensin has the support, and that baits out a lot of utility. C9 going to be happy with the start of this round.
Yeah, it never feels good to have to use that high tide to anchor.
Especially as C9 work up into mid.
Look at Darker.
Darker! He gets pinged out twice by it doesn't even matter, the darts, the rest of Loud filter in, wipe the floor with C9.
Last player standing.
And Luxo drops Vic as well.
These are some messy fights, but Loud keeps finding a bucket to bail themselves out of it.
Yeah, Jack's just wondering what the hell happened in mid. It was over before it even began.
I can't believe Darker lives after whiffing like that. Didn't even get shot once. Luxo takes the bullet for him.
Jack at least claims the orbs. That's a third ult online for the next round. But yeah, the result of that madness in mid is that both teams who came into the round with 2 ults apiece didn't have to commit either of them.
Yep. I do think having the null command actually feels a bit better, though. That ultimate is just so strong as a retake tool. If you get to proc it, can completely nullify a side hit as well.
10 seconds left.
That'll be the game tied up again as Jack waits out his fate on the beach.
Yeah, not the worst place to save for the next round, I guess.
That fight for C9, it really did look promising. When that dart connected onto Darker, they had players in position to trade. I think it came down to those players that were actually coming back through the door from A. I want to see how that transpired again, because it really did get chaotic. Here we go. Birdie flashes in, covers for his teammate, and you see that drone coming through at the same time from bottom mid. That and the Hunter's Fury give them this really nice pinch onto C9. So good reactions in the end, as those pop flashes were connecting as well.
That was cool. We saw so many different angles of how that fight went down.
Yeah.
Really clear understanding of how Loud crafted that one up. They can't stop here. C9, back to what had been working for them, the quick A-pops. They've drawn this one up. So they just slide down the fast lane. Luxo pinged up. But backside control does not belong to C9. The kidnap as Zeppa pulls Kaunzin into the arena. Walls come down. It's Kaunzin on top. The champion there. C9 a bit scattered too. Players stuck back in main. As Zellsis evens things at 3 apiece.
Darker got stuck ahead of his team, and this is a 3-on-3 again. Erdeg still has the null command.
Jack low as well. Oh no. The nades too, chipping away at Zellsis. Loud slowly advancing in here. There's a flash around the side. Jack for 2 out of nowhere. Jack delivers for his 2 team. But Kaunzin still in it. Waiting for his moment. Can't pull the trigger too soon, and Vic is there to take C9 to 10.
I'm just looking kind of incredulously at these rounds. And how much it is just coming down to extremely chaotic team fights that I don't think have been clean from either squad. Zeppa loses another ISO ult. I feel like the last 3, he's not won it.
It's been a tough day for Zeppa and the ults, but...
Yeah, that 2K from Jack, though, saves him.
Yes! Come on,
okay.
I
think that's the happiest I've ever seen Emmy.
Yeah.
Cheering
Hyping up
on the new
kid.
lad.
Why not? I mean, Jack is sitting 16 and 10 in his debut here in a tight match. The tightest we've seen. But how much gas is left? Birdie waiting for them. No one ready for it. Birdie and Loud take up 2-1. That spike still out there in the open, and Erde just slides on through. Shut out Vic.
Gotta be clearing that if you're C9.
I mean, there's no way. You just can't do anything. Now you're pinged up on the other side of the wall. Luxo hunting down. We're tied again at 10 apiece.
I think Cloud9 rushing things a little bit there. As that Viper Orb goes down, it almost felt like a miscommunication where no one is actually hard clearing this. You see Zellsis up ahead with the spike, but his teammates are looking the other direction. And with Erde in a great spot top mid, he's played there a lot. And not only is it him swinging in to help these fights, but it's also been a lot of moments where he's just lobbing flashes over to help out. I think he's had a lot of impact in these big brawl rounds.
Definitely. And so C9 slam the brakes. 4 more rounds of regulation available for us here.
And I'm not gonna lie, I don't think the solve is like, okay, huge macro adjustment. I think a lot of this is just them kind of failing in how they're playing these team fights and seemingly in the communication of who's covering who, at least from kind of my perspective of not being able to hear what's going on.
Last round a little bit awkward with the smoke going down, of course, but even the last few times they've worked into the A site, I think there's been a lot of times that Loud players have been able to stay alive on site, catch people, look in the wrong direction. Of course, it is Breeze. There's a million smokes down. There's
Breeze
tons
with
of empty
4
space.
smokers.
Yeah, it's like half of the game is just a coin flip on if you're looking the right way or not.
But you know, if you're letting Breeze be map 3, you gotta be flipping good.
That is true.
On your coins. So, with 4 ultimates on the side of Loud,
Wow.
C9 at the breaking point of their economy.
And they're forcing up for it as well.
This
Choosing
is
to
such
send
a
this.
risk.
Yeah, it is. Especially the loss bonus hasn't been built up either, so it won't be pretty if this one is not a win for them. And they're heading into so many ultimates as well. C9 risking so much in this, and it's a quick exec on the left-hand side. That's the adaptation. Change the pathing into the site. Luke Show, though, will have to be dealt with. Wrapping around from the back. Oxy is there. The plan pays off to perfection. What Amy cooked up there for the team. Now Loud, left grasping at straws. Down a player with 3 ults of their own. Birdie throws up the wall, slides straight into Zeppa's waiting arms. This round could not go any worse for Loud. Darko realizing he is getting swarmed, and that's 3 kills in the round for Zeppa.
Amazing work from Zeppa and Oxy. I think that was a full house between the two of them. And yeah, it wasn't a big macro adaptation. It was just how we're pathing, how we're playing the site, right? Instead of doing the close Viper wall, which gives them control backside, you do the incredibly deep one. You use your util to fight through the smokes, and Oxy delivers you a round.
Pretty stuff from him. And that, of course, means that the force pays off big for C9. Finally, some comfort built.
And you see Loud, they're scared of that reset as well. They go half armor on most of their players to ensure a buy in the next.
But Erde is here with a knife and with the ultimate. There are tools to try and shut down this hit, but C9 haven't really cared, even when they have been suppressed. Can still run into the site. Smokes guide their pathway forward.
I think they want to refight up here.
Waiting for the drop of the smokes. See what they have. Wrap around both sides of Pillar. Birdie still alive for now. Birdie for 3. It's massive from the duelist as he slips away onto the back of half wall. Jack and Vic, they're into the site, but the spike is way out in the open.
Yeah, that's in no man's land. They've used the high tide, but it falls before there's time to scale.
Loud have surrendered all the space on site, though. They want this to come down to some time pressure. They want C9 to step out into the open.
And once they do, that triple swing inevitable.
No easy picks being afforded to C9 for now.
This is such an important round for Loud to win.
And that's why they're keeping it so by the books. Have Luke Show and Birdie tucked away. Kalensin just on the jiggle.
30 seconds left.
Standing ahead.
But now, time being whittled away at. Spike finally retrieved. What does it mean? No ultimates to come online with the plant. And now Vic is worried about his back. Birdie, 4 kills. Easy work from Loud to tie things again.
That round is 100% Verdi. It was a stalemate of 5-1-5 on the site, and he does this. Flicks around for 3 different kills. Impeccable stuff from Verdi.
And he has to get that kill on Oxy quickly, tracking the slide. If he doesn't, he's always getting traded there.
Absolutely. And then Oxy's in this deep position where he can fight up. Instead, the spike falls in no man's land. And they can clean up Verdi. You heard how hyped he was. Oxy's got a bucky on this round.
Yeah, C9 back to the force and back to this B site. This time, though, Loud. They've worked into elbow. Chances for a quick flank. Erde finally rips the null command. But C9 continue their approach. The flash stalls them. Nade is good too as more and more of Loud show up for the fight. Erde goes for it, way out in front. It's repeats of those B rounds before where Loud just get in front of it. And the round falls apart before the spike is even planted. Luke Show continuing some of those shenanigans, tracking up behind his high tide. It's him against the world at this point. Him and Cow both, it might be enough though. Oh my word. Kalensin now with players low on the other side. That spike still yet to be planted. He can hold his own here. And he has been elite on this map. Kalensin is ridiculous.
That clutch is absolutely everything for Loud. Kalensin, the franchise player. He's been with Loud through the highs, through the lows. And in this match, that means so much for them returning to playoffs. He delivers an amazing Red Bull clutch.
Sitting at 21 kills as his teammates bow down to him. Loud now on series point.
And look at the buy for Cloud9.
Shattered completely. And a technical pause of all things. Some ice here for a moment before we come into our final round of regulation.
What a series this has been. Loud won 13-1 on the first map. And now they're fighting for their lives. They should have lost that round. But it comes down to a 1-on-2 clutch.
It does. And for me, what I'm looking at now is how C9 stay in it.
Yes.
Because Jack has been playing a phenomenal game, but he was the guy behind his teammate there that did not have the trade. That is now resting in the back of his mind. When C9 desperately need to win this next round to stay afloat here, and all of this while, C9, Loud, they're not allowed to talk to each other. They have to sit on that stage in silence and dwell on what is to come in this 24th round.
Yeah, you saw Romanilli there just face forward in the desk, waiting for what's to come. And to think what they have to win it with for Cloud9. A Bucky on Oxy. Maybe you can get a judge instead. Zelsis with just a stinger in hand. This is brutal.
Essentially, there is no one on C9 that can buy a rifle with armor.
Nope.
Like, not a Phantom, not a Vandal, nothing. There are some ultimates, sure. We've got a Viper's Pit. You got Zelsis's Harbor ult. Armageddon in the post plant, but we'll see if they can actually get into a good position for those.
Still sorting out the audio issue on the stage before we get into the 24th round of this map 3.
So I think it's a good time to remember what's at stake
for sure
in a game like this, right? Loud almost had this one in the bag after Lotus, but it's going the distance now. Both these teams currently sitting at 1 and 2 in the standings. And when you look at this group, it is pretty stacked. Your other 1 and 2 team, that's G2.
Yep.
If things go as expected and G2 find some success in their next couple of games, well, there's only going to be enough room in this group for one of these two teams to slip on through. And with tough matches ahead, that is where you look at this head-to-head between them being the decider. Again, there can be upsets, there can be different things that make give us some ties, whatnot, but if the matches go as expected, this is the one that decides it.
And that would be if G2 wins the upcoming match against Envy. There are 4 teams in this group at 1 and 2, but there's only one round to decide how this one goes. Overtime or bust. C9 on a half by Force It A.
And they're heading directly into Cowanzine. The Hunter's Fury already primed. Luke Show is cutting them down through the wall. Cloud has a numbers advantage. Jack tries to fire back. Some Fury of his own. Just some damage to be found as Oxy delivers inside of the smoke. C9 have made a mess of this site with Viper's Pit coming on down. And somehow Celsius stays alive. Somehow Oxy's finding another with that shotgun. Numbers for Cloud9. With this high position inside of the pit, it is messy. How do Loud come back in?
Spike is not in the pit, but C9 are here to fight close. This judge could decimate them.
Oxy, full flash, pushed away from the angle. Now Cowanzine blitzes forward to the other side of Pyramid. Celsius is dropped. 3-on-3 now. Oxy has already found 2 into the round. Now the quick slide, it's a third. Still gives his team a shot yet. But the spike, it's not a good plan for them. Vic is down, and it's all on Jack. The new kid on the block cannot find the final bullet. But will there be time? Absolutely. Darker sees it through to take the second win in the series for Loud.
What a performance out of Loud. This series was topsy-turvy. They had the fastest game possible to open. A brutal loss on split into an incredible recovery here. It comes down to back-to-back 2-on-1s. And in both of those situations, it's Loud besting Cloud9's mid-season edition.
And honestly, for both of these teams, I felt pretty positive about the new players in general. Like, had some big games, some big rounds to both sides, but ultimately, I think for C9, it might just be a little bit too late. Destiny no longer fully in their hands. While Loud sit comfortably with 2 wins themselves.
Yeah, and they have big head-to-heads now, both against Envy and against Cloud9. This puts them in a great position to be able to make playoffs here. There's still tiebreakers, there's still another match to play, but this is where they want to be. This is what they needed, right? Wait 3 weeks without their new addition. without the player that they were staking their performance on, have to play with their assistant coach. But he shows up, he delivers.
Loud brought us the distance. I thought this was going to be a quick day after the 13-1 on Lotus, but we're in for a long one. More games to come, and we've got the Verizon post-match interview in just a minute.
One enemy remains.
Loud close out the third map and get the win against Cloud9, and I'm here with Darker to talk about it. Darker, this is a win that you guys have been waiting for such a long time, especially with the addition of Erde, and it's something that you've been waiting for week after week. Now having him in the squad, having him IGL, what was the energy like? Es una victoria que han estado buscando desde hace bastante tiempo, lo consiguen teniendo finalmente a Erde en el equipo. ¿Qué se sintió poder jugar con él, escucharlo y gelear y poder ganar?
Es una persona que pasa mucha confianza al equipo, es un IGL, tipo, él es muy insano individualmente. Para el nivel de equipo que nosotros tenemos, él le está ayudando a todo el mundo, tanto en la confianza como tanto en las calls.
He's an incredible player. He's insane, not only in the way that he's playing, but also in the call. So he's adding so much to the team because of that. I also want to ask about what the future looks like for Loud, because for Darker and for Verdi specifically, they have been going through in Tier 2, winning everything, to then being a part of a Loud team that everybody was doubting, to now it feels like finally making that comeback. So how does he see that journey for himself and also for Verdi playing together this whole time? Te quiero preguntar un poco del camino que has tenido. Pasaste de ser un equipo de Tier 2 que estaban ganando todo, convertir después de un equipo de Loud que tal vez la gente estaba dudando, y ahora parece que es un equipo que vuelve a retomar y a conseguir esas victorias. ¿Cómo ves ese camino que has tenido convertir? ¿Cómo ves el futuro con él también?
La verdad, yo convertí, yo 3 años jugando juntos, siento que tengo mucha sinergia con él. Lastimosamente ya no estoy con él como iniciador, como estamos haciendo de Cholos, pero la sinergia sigue y solo seguir jugando porque el equipo está avanzando mucho.
With Verdi, I just have a lot of synergy. I've been playing about 3 years with him, and it just has been really great. Unfortunately, I'm not playing Initiator with him anymore because I'm playing Smokes, but we just work really well together. And the last question that I have, next match is going to be against Lev, and I know that last time that Darker faced a Latin American player, he was making a post with Kesnet, so now facing the other superstar that we have in Latam and King. What does he feel of that match can be? La siguiente partida va a ser en contra de Leviatán. Cuando jugaron en contra de Envy, subiste una foto con Kesney también, así como un poco de los ídolos, las estrellas de Latam. Ahora te vas a enfrentar en contra de King. ¿Qué podemos esperar de esa partida?
Yo, o sea, King es mi ídolo, o sea, honestamente yo siempre hablé con él, hablaba conmigo, me apoyaba. Yo la verdad tengo mucho respeto con King. Y la verdad es un partido de amistad, entre Aspas, entre comillas. Y solo quiero jugar y ganar.
The truth is, I mean, I'm just really good friends with him. I've talked to him. We get along really well. So it's a player that I have a little respect for. So it's going to be a great match, and I hope that we have fun. It's like a friendly matchup, but obviously I want to win. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Darker, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so
We're
much.
going to send it to the dust, but I'm not done talking to all the Loud players. So we have Erde, the superstar, and the clutch Kawantin.
That's right, Erde made one hell of a debut, and of course we're joined by Kao, a long time member of the VCT, and Loud picking up a massive dub today. Fellas, congratulations. Erde, I want to start with you, man. You're coming into the team hot. you knew that this was a big game that you needed to perform in. Did you feel like, hey, I needed to make sure that I did it for the team, or were you just calm the entire time because you knew that your team had your back?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always doing the same on scrims, on tourney, so I don't try to change anything, to be honest. I think I don't need to do anything outside of what I do usually.
Yeah.
To be honest, I play, I felt really well with this team. We had like 1 week and a half of scrims, nothing more than that. Yeah, we kept like doing some hard work after hours, doing some bot review.
Yeah.
We have to do like too much work because we have so much short time.
For sure.
So
it's impressive. It's impressive.
Yeah, to be honest, for me it's impressive because I was feeling like we were gonna win. Like I didn't doubt, but the thing is, it's impressive that we trained like a week and a half and we won.
Yeah, no, it really is. Well, how would you define your calling as an IGL for the team and what you're bringing to the table here? Or do you feel like it's a collective of everyone working together to make the plays happen?
No, I mean, IGL is like a thing, but it's an aspect. It's not it's not my character, but it's an aspect of me.
Okay.
So I treat it really well. I just try to call the best that I can. I'm getting better every time. I'm not stop. I didn't stop getting better.
Yeah.
So I think it's normal, really normal.
Awesome. That's what's up. I'm of course joined by the legendary Dan Dryad.
I just had to be here. Hello guys. Congratulations on the win.
You just had to be here, Dan.
I mean, I don't know if you guys know, I've been the Loud fan since day one. Everybody was doubting me. There's a board over there. Everybody was calling me crazy, but I knew that you guys were going to win. Coming in, you were incredible today, especially in that last map. You were clutching, and especially that round 23. It was that 1v2 clutch that allowed you guys to take the win at the end. What was clicking today, especially having Erde, because I always see you guys celebrating the wins, but I don't think I ever saw you guys standing up and screaming and celebrating the way that I did today.
I think playing with Erde is very good because like he makes all the calls, so I just need to focus on my game. And I think the third map, it was pretty good to me because I was pretty calm. Like I knew he was going to call everything. I knew I just need to play. Just need like to end, to kill the guys. So I think this is the best thing to play with Erde. You know the guy will call everything. You know he's pretty good, and that's it.
Awesome, awesome. Well, look, we got questions out there. Let's play a little game, shall we? You already know, Kyle. We always do. Hey, look at that. All right, so this is a simple one, right? We are going to see if our pros can spot some talent in a classic. This is Guess the Rank. Now, we're going to be looking at some clips sent in by you lovely people, and all these folks have to do is guess what rank you are. So here is the first clip. Let's go ahead and check it out. Let's see what the rank is. Let's see how the player is playing. Out of the gate, pretty calm game. Oh, wait a minute.
It's a
Close on bind. Yeah, okay. He's good, but he was very, how can I say? Very shaky.
Very shaky. Oh, you thought he was shaky. All right, all right. What would you rate it? Where do you think he is?
I'll go with Iron.
Iron. Oh,
no. Can I change?
You can change it.
Gold.
Okay, gold. That's a fair one, but honestly, I think you should have stuck with iron. What about you, Dan? What do you think it is?
Those are the iron players. Oh,
I'm screwed.
That's why I'm not ranking up. That makes sense.
Sure.
I think I'm gonna say.
Oh, Bronze 2!
Wait, no, there's no way. You see,
they showed already.
All right, let's roll to the next one. This is from Soho Demon. Soho 1 Demon? Sohoy Demon? I don't know. In any case, oh, wait a minute.
Nice.
You guys are just on this map.
Yeah.
Nah, he's good, though.
He's pretty good.
Good comms. Hearing some comms here, too, so, you know. Oh, right. An ace?
Nah, he's very good. He's immortal.
I would probably give him high diamond.
Immortal.
Immortal?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's clean, like moving, you know.
So
okay. I guess Immortal as well.
So it's the movement that's sticking out.
I will give him Radiant if he uses his utility.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's see what it is. We got some Immortal guesses here, and Immortal too. All right, well done, well done.
Nice.
Of course, guys, everyone who sent in a clip that we featured today, you're going to score the exclusive and ultra rare I Create Gun Buddy. So make sure you use it with pride. If you see someone in game with this thing, oof, it's awesome.
I just have one more thing to say before we close it out with Loud. Next match is the last one of the regular season, and Erde, you're playing your old teammates in Lev.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it? Are you excited?
I'm really calm, to be honest. It's not like a crazy game though, because if we win or we lose, we are really like in the same spot in the bracket, so it's not like important for me. To be honest, I have no bad blood with them. I'm really friends with them, but of course I want to win. Like,
Of course.
So I'm really confident. We're gonna keep training.
Yeah, oh no, they had nothing but amazing things to say about you as well. So it's going to be a fun matchup for sure.
Yeah.
We're excited for that one.
Yeah.
But folks, we got one more match today. Can you believe it? Coming up next, the last match of the weekend. It's going to be G2 Esports taking on Envy. Let's see how this one shakes out. You don't want to miss it, and we'll catch you in just a little bit.
Obviamente este partido contra G2 lo vamos a dar todo porque es nuestro pase a playoff.
I think Envy's got some shooters. I think they're very strong in the firepower department. Kesnet's insane.
Kesnet is unstoppable.
Demon 1's insane. I mean, Demon 1 has like the highest headshot rate in the league right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's why not?
That's gotta feel crazy to play against.
Smoke blocking his vision. He has to activate. Now he has to activate quickly. Oh my God, he's done it.
I know Demon 1 was like in trials with G2 as well. I know that he definitely wants to, you know, beat us.
It's gonna be Baby Bay active. Right there into Baby Bay's crosshair again. I got it.
Obviamente van a jugar contra nosotros y creo que el gameplay que tenemos nosotros es un poco counter de ellos.
Here's Demon 1 layering it down.
I think they're pretty random at times. Sometimes I think they don't even know what they're doing, and that could be an advantage. I'm looking forward to feeling that firepower, and may the best team win.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our final match of Week 4. It's G2 Esports taking on Envy. I'm Golden Boy here alongside Athena, Brennan, Emily, as we're looking to break it all down. And look, folks, let's not waste any time. We're going to jump right into this one here. We have our skirmish is going to be between Valen and Poppin, and let's see how this goes. It's going to be Valen playing as Vice.
Oh my God.
I know you're happy, Brent.
Oh my God, man.
It's your favorite.
Listen, I know they're playing to win the skirmish. Because it technically gives you an advantage, but at the same time,
it does give you an advantage.
Oh,
do you
wow.
Do you have any self-respect? like, I don't know, man. And the Valen, of course, is going to opt into it, bro. Like, it's literally a Cold War situation.
Yeah, you have no choice.
You can't not. If
And
the other
then
person's bringing that up.
And it's not even that he's hopping. Poppin's hopping in
Stinger?
spawn.
Bro,
In
with the
spawn.
stinger?
Wait, he's back.
Okay.
Unreal. In the spawn.
It's 4-3. Wait,
Valen's, he's stabilizing.
neck and
Valen's
neck.
stabilizing.
He just knows. He just
Wait a minute.
Oh my God, it's just.
To be fair, Poppin's been in spawn the entire time.
Yeah, I know.
There you go.
Okay.
Well done, well done. 5-4, Envy win the side selection. So we'll see how that shakes out in the map select. But let's go ahead and talk about this matchup here, folks, because it's crunch time, right? It's every match we're talking about today, right? These matches have big implications. We just saw Loud, they qualified as well with that victory, or they're getting one step closer, I should say. But the important thing here is that both of these teams, they need this win today. They need this win, Bren, more than they need the breathe.
Dude,
otherwise, it's over.
Would we ever have imagined a situation where G2 are sitting at 1 and 2 in the standings, and they're like still at this point, week 4, playing for playoffs essentially? They need a win here. Same could be said for Envy as well. This is a squad that, you know, they've been making many changes. They've just been trying to find their footing, to be honest, after a series of nerves. So honestly, high stakes for this matchup here, even if on paper, I think most people are going to be pinning G2, I think, to be the favorites in this one. Still, it's a stressful scenario. Like, anything can happen. I don't think there's any slouches in Americas right now.
No, I would agree with that, Athena. I think that there is an argument argument to be made that yes, even though Envy has been struggling lately, you still look at the names on that team. There's a lot of talent there, so you can't take them lightly.
Yeah, I feel like they've done a really good job at trying to figure out their identity after a lot of those nerfs that really affected them as a team, and they found a really good playstyle with Extra on the Phoenix or on the Omen, and it feels like they're kind of building around that. But the problem is they can't just keep building. They really need to set in stone how they want to play. And I think when they're playing against a team like G2, I mean, there's so much video on them. They have so much VOD that maybe they can come up with a play style or a playbook that would kind of counter a lot of what G2 do. Because, man, G2, they've kind of got it down to a science too, qualifying and winning Americas, essentially. So it's really down to Envy, just making sure they do their homework.
Emily, we're got to wrap up real quick and send it to the game, but I did want to just get you in here real fast. Quick thoughts. Where do you think this is shaking out?
I mean, yes, I agree that it is kind of in G2's favor with all the points that you guys were kind of talking about, but it's Valorant. Upsets happen. We've seen it happen. Cloud9 versus MIBR, perfect example, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We can't just throw our eggs in one basket here. We just really have to see how it plays out.
Hey, well, folks, you heard it from the analysts here, but the good news is the game is going to be ready to go in very, very short order, so you don't want to miss it. Map 1 is going to be underway, and Uber and Wyatt are going to be on the mic. They're in the background somewhere. Look at that. Uber's drinking something. All right, we'll be back. We'll see you in a little bit.
Drone in first, really going to try to put that wall up, running with a pocket close distance.
Firing squad emerges, and there's Valen pops back up on our radar.
Caen allí por el equipo. Sato lo que lo marca por Kesnid. Empieza a jugar bonito. Que ha plantado la spike. Kesnid.
Funny how much our conversation, I think, about this game echoed what Bren was saying in this game lead-in about, you know, if you told me at the start of the year that G2 would be 1 and 2 fighting for their life here in Stage 1, I would have told you you were crazy. Not only them, but also this Envy team now as well. Both teams must find a win here to be live for playoffs. Now, to find a loss, it's still mathematically possible, but it's not looking great for either of them.
Absolutely. There's one word that I will apply to both of these teams. It stands out in my mind for this entire stage run, which is comfortability and where it lies with both of them.
That's not a real word, but I know what you mean.
We've had G2, you know, leaning into playing the Harbor, a lot of Harbor, and it has mostly not worked. And then over on Envy, they've been trying to play other off-meta stuff, like running Demon 1 Vita, things along those lines. And that's just not really what I feel like anyone wants to see from Envy. We want to see them run it down. We want to see them recreate
put Demon 1 on Chamber.
What they did in Challengers. Because they picked up personnel into this year who I feel like can't recreate that. They have Kesnet, like one of the best LATAM duelists of all time. And right now, the only LATAM great that's kind of on the outside looking in. There's success for Lev, success for Mazzino, and despite how great he's been all time, he's on the back burner right now with this Envy team.
And G2 having to ban Fracture first up here because they've seen Envy go for it in the past actually makes this map pool look pretty decent for Envy. In fact, these are all maps that Envy has won here in Stage 1.
Yeah, I think this is about as dangerous of a map pool as it can get for G2. If you're Envy trying to win an upset game against G2, you want Haven, you want Pearl. Extra has played Phoenix 2 times so far on this stage, and both of those maps were wins for Envy. That was on Haven and Pearl. It's the one agent that is the most similar to Yoru at the moment, where he's able to really play in flow. There's enough similarities with the way that you're using your flashes in the brawls that you can see him feeling more comfortable, natural in those situations versus when he's playing the smokes. And they're going to have that here. They're going to have Demon 1 on the Chamber here, Kesnet on the Neon. I think that Envy today, listen, if you're asking what the Envy win con is, no one is coming into this game like, well, they're going to have to outplay G2 from a strategic standpoint. No, they're going to have to shoot them. They're going to have to brawl them, be fearless, and shoot better than G2. And honestly, against a brawly team like Lev, G2 didn't find much success. Now, neither did Envy last week. They got battered. Envy tried to play the fast-paced style, but Lev were on an absolute heater that day. They were winning every duel. Demon 1 had a lot of first deaths. To me, this really is going to come down to, okay, what is the Envy form on today? And will they be more comfortable than G2? Because we've seen Leaf on the primary smokes, Valen on the primary harbor, having worse performances versus where they were at in kickoff. So I think there is a chance that if Envy are performing individually, if they play really fast and brawly, and if their players are more comfortable on the roles than G2 in terms of just fragging out, they have upset potential here.
I mean, that's the kind of style that we also saw G2 get pitted against frequently in Santiago and have problems with, right? That really up-tempo, fast-paced style from teams all around the world. Now, things look different in this meta, but that same sort of principle remains, right? How good are they going to be, especially with these Harbor comps? I mean, these guys are playing Harbor on Lotus, for God's sake. Like a 1-to-1 plug-in for Viper. We're going to see that in map 2.
Which is not great, my favorite.
It's not been great, right?
Yeah, I
yes,
don't mind the Viper and the other thing.
A new one. Damn, that's fire. Okay. Yeah, give me a look at that one. I don't think...
What's that from? I don't know.
I don't think Dre is a weeb.
That's your thing.
I don't think he's a weeb, though. That's the thing. I kind of, I brought it up with him once, his eyes glazed over, so I'm not really sure.
Looking into this.
It's like a Yuki aim thing or something like that? I don't even know. Yeah, we've got my best people on it. Damn, that's fire.
Oh, yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
All right.
We got a short delay here, obviously.
Classic Dre emote right there.
Yeah.
That's his go-to.
I mean, on the other side, we've got Rossi who's mewing actively. He's got a quick date with the ASU frat leader right after this, bro. And he's going to sit down and do a podcast with Chess Bra immediately afterwards.
He was going for the maxed out hollow cheeks.
I was going to say, the looks maxing on both sides of the table right now is pretty extreme. Yeah, it's a matchup of aesthetics, if you will.
No, that was iconic. Did you see when Envy dropped all of the player photos, the default Envy photos for all their players last year, and all of them were just like hitting the absolute mob.
They were
pose,
swallowing the roof of their
were-
mouths. It's correct. That has to be like surgically altered bone structure.
Jaws, he's hanging down, man.
Yeah.
He just brings a positive vibe to the function every time.
I hope we get a chance to talk a bit about Jaw today, because obviously in Santiago, really felt like he stepped up. He was incredible. The level that he had to, maybe just short of, maybe whatever that level is. In Stage 1, pretty middling results. Obviously, there's like a role assignment there as well that's changed. We want to talk about his Harbor comp a little bit more now as well. It's very classic G2. So we did take Baby Bay aside earlier and ask him about sort of why they started running Harbor in so many of these comps.
I think on G2, when it came to this meta, it's obviously very similar to Santiago meta, but we always try to be like one step ahead, and we knew it was going to be a gamble by running some of these Harbor comps. We got to see like really good glimpses of like how it could work. And, I think that maybe we're just a step too ahead, maybe if there's just one more change, Harbor will be insane. And at least now we have that, you know, all that foundation that we built on that composition, that type of style of composition. And yeah, hopefully, you know, if it gets buffed, we can dominate on it. But yeah, I think sometimes you take a risk when you want to stay at the top, and yeah, it just didn't end up working. But it was still very close games. It could have worked, you know. It's just the execution ceiling on compositions like that are very high, and sometimes it's just better to fall back on, yo, we've played these agents a million times in every scenario. We could just close out the games.
Yeah, that made it sound like they were just done with it, and they're going back to the comfort picks. In which case, Envy, I mean, I think one of their win cons is G2 still trying to force that and not having their players at maxed out individual potential.
This is not the kind of map that we're going to see it on, obviously, but it's super relevant going into the rest of the series. Also, this kind of idea that like maybe they're too early to this idea, and maybe Harbor wasn't quite where he needed to be, I guess, for them to make that sort of work. But then Dre wants to talk about an execution ceiling, which is, you know, something that's an entirely separate issue, I think, to maybe Harbor being at the strength level that he needs to be ubiquitous in a lot of these compositions. So we'll be tracking that over the course of the series, because Lotus was the funky map where they were using Harbor in a similar way to the Viper, or trying to some degree, and maybe just felt that Ultimate was very powerful. Worth trying to abuse. And
G2 did have a little bit of a different meta read coming into the year too, where they were really forcing that solo waylay, and then once they started running the double duelist, they were frying, which has just been the standard of this year for the most part, though it's starting to shift a bit with Vice having a lot of staying power in this meta and controlling the map a lot, denying some of those comps, but Haven's not one of them. You don't love to play the Vice here, that's why we got some Chambers in the mix, and Babyface Chamber, the last time they played this, he took over. He dominated against Loud. And the scoreline of that being, that game being 13-9 does not do justice for how much G2 dominated them. They lost both pistol rounds. That's really the only reason it felt close, or looks like it was close.
And on the Envy side of things, we're still trying to see their identity come through. I think you kind of mentioned it earlier on, what you want to see is them to just brawl, to fight, to make use of these fragging players. But for a lot of this stage, Envy have actually been trying to go for some pretty, I don't know, like complex stuff. You know, maybe not really leaning into the individual frags.
More innovative
players.
Yeah, which is not something I really want to see from Envy right now. That is just not.
You just want to see. You want to see challenges,
win,
Team Envy.
Yeah, listen, that got them here. They don't need to stop. You know.
You sure? At this level? Against these teams?
Is veto the solution, my friend? Will that be taking them to the promised land?
That's probably the other end of the spectrum from what we would ideally want to see from them. Fair enough. Haven, of course, just about to kick off, folks. Thanks for sticking with us now. Going to be heading into the pistol round with Envy on the attack side. These comps, obviously, are pretty similar. It's just a Sova 4 fade difference. Well, not a great start for Kesnet there. Falls to the cringe wallbang. And now we've got some delay here on A main. The flash to try and get Envy out. Extra wants to play into it though.
All right, Leaf just with the dry re-swing after G2 have a nice early round setup with the baby base swing. You have the sheriff spam, and then he teleports back into a bait setup with the flash, but Leaf just overpeaks and goes down, and now Jure is trying to anchor this site, weak as hell. He has the rotates coming in, though, so if Envy try to overcommit at this point in the round, they are going to go down. Well, they're going for the walk-down re-clear?
This is a bit risky, yeah. This is going to be double-faced. Rossi ready to deal with Baby Bay, and there's Demon 1.
G2, we're really doing the most on this round, and now Jaw is just stuck in the site. Balance trying to get there. It's time for Jaw to walk at them.
He's not checking the left at all.
Yep. All right. Everyone on G2 just decided it was their turn to walk forward. That's how that round completely fell apart.
Yeah, now Valen doesn't really have any choice. He actually doesn't even know if this is a guaranteed A hit. There's just no information. Maybe that's half the reason why we had G2 pushing up. But there was a haunt there just before they started to walk down sewer. So it's not as if G2 don't have like safe information gain.
And now Envy, they just need to close it out, but they're
plane,
giving
guys.
some ones.
Just land the plane. Don't be looking like Spirit Airlines out there. Okay, Valen with 3. Not
all
enough.
Good. All good. No one was sweating. No one believed he was going to clutch that. All good. Yeah, I like what G2 did early. They have, kind of like the double share of fighting towards main. And then Dre teleports off, but it's close. So it kind of gives the false idea to the attacking team that they can try to pounce on his position. But when they push up, Leaf is there. It's a bait setup. He flashes for the re-swing. And it's a good setup, but then Leaf just overswings and dies. And honestly, that was kind of a theme we saw from Leaf when he was playing Phoenix against Loud. I think his game overall was good, but he had a lot of solo effort moments where he was getting caught out.
Yeah, pushing out of garage
frequently. And well, back to back.
He's very happy.
They had the exact same setup, but Jaws here this time.
No, that wasn't even cringe spam though. It's just like a line being held there with the headhunter.
That's where Dre was last round, and then he teleported back, and Leaf was there with the flash. It was the same as last round. And he's getting another one.
Even more ridiculous that it worked, I guess.
Died. Yeah, this time they just added Jaw to also have a relay bolt with Leaf slash.
Oh, God. This timing might be a little early, but Rossi does check for it. Valen might just go sewer here and try and take part in a multi-swing opportunity. Rossi's going to have to bail them out here. He's got 3 for the round. Prowler's going to be shot out, and here's the swing. Here come G2. Thrifty in round number 2 off the back of Baby Bay tearing Demon One's head off at the start of the round.
And Dre continuing to be the best player for G2 in this stage 1 run. From the Vice to being on the Chamber. And, on the Vice, you can only have so much impact in the game in one aspect where you're getting like early round high impact kills. Like Dre was doing a fantastic job there, but it's much different when he's on the Chamber and he's able to get active in the way he is right now and just wins another round. Was he lifting up the mouse pad?
Yeah, seriously, I need the lore drop on Twitter. Give it to me. I need to know why this is so significant. Either way, this is Envy here knocked down to a hero rifle by for Kesnet.
There is only one part of the map, and it is A-long.
Excellent. Goes very...
Look at that combo with the C's.
Yeah, decayed down by that C's. That's pretty brutal stuff. Kesnet, though, started to put his rifle to work. Treaded out now. Can it be recovered? Probably not in this amount of time. Joe going to slide up on them and get this one done. Going up on the block, and Rossi, inside the Nebula is dealt with. Was that a slapping down emote from Shaw? Was that what I just saw? That's crazy, boys. You're mad animated 3 rounds in.
Some great defender utility being thrown in here, though. You get that Nebula for Trent to play around. At the same time, he throws the C's as a molly lineup from Leaf that hits into the choke. And then by the time that the Envy players are out of the C's going forward, they're all there. They're still pushing that catchphrase. But will it get over when the crowd is back,
Yeah, that's definitely something to account for. Won't be long. Now you're clamoring to join us. Okay, fast lane gets Kesnet here in sewer. Baby Bay pulls out. Doesn't fancy any of it now, but is able to at least recover the rendezvous. Kesnet, though, is almost upon him. And there are players being drawn over this way by G2.
G2 have also pushed down C long and broken the trip that Demon One had placed there, so Envy are definitely worried they could be putting, push elsewhere, but it's not going to matter. Trey goes down. They just have to trade Leaf, but they can't yet. And the molly will allow the rotates to come in.
Yeah, there was a C's there as well. So, pretty dangerous stuff here. Leaf's able to push into it. Devastating. Leaf in this round as well, not over-pushing from that position. Waits for Envy to walk around and cuts him down to size.
It was a great opening kill, but that anchoring from Leaf was pretty superb. The fact that he doesn't get traded out, round basically done. Instant molly. That gives time for everyone else to show up.
Always scary, even in a 3v1 to challenge Demon One. 4v1 as it was at the time.
Yeah. And you saw as well, like that trip getting broken down C long from G2, breaking Demon One's trip. That activated the go from Envy. And he thought it would work out. They got the opening kill. It did not matter. It did not matter. These floods from G2 on the A side are looking super good.
I mean, this is the kind of map that we do feel like G2 are at their most dangerous right now. Obviously, you know, a decent map for Envy. This is one of the ones they sort of beat Cloud9 on.
Also, did you hear that from production? The information I just got is that Baby Bay is playing on a Demon One collab mousepad.
Gotcha. That's what that is.
That's a crazy mind game.
Because I wasn't sure, because the last mousepad we had, I also had questions because I'm a chronic weeb and wanted to know like where it was from. But yeah, that makes so much sense. Bro, imagine getting...
Wake up, Poppin'!
Imagine getting slapped down by someone and then having your own merch just brandished at you. What are you doing, bro? Thanks for the money, I guess. Well, we know Dre's got plenty of it. He's chilling. Demon 1 locked in, probably with a matching mouse mat, you know what I mean?
Yeah, out of this timeout, if Envy are going to continue the efforts to get into this A side, they need to bait out this Flood utility and then go for a later rehit, because we've seen them on a couple of occasions now trying to get through it, and it's just not working. That last round was their best shot in that they got the instant opening and they just can't trade out onto Leaf, but on the prior rounds, they've seen what they're doing. I mean, Leaf's got the molly coming through, there's C's lineup, like, they have to be able to extract that util and then re-hit later.
They have to
They're getting boomed by it.
They have plenty of flashes to work with. Like, you can refight for that space.
Now, they have unlocked the C side of the map, and they might just want to get Egster and Orb. Well, they can't really get anything into this round outside of the Kesnet Hero Rifle. He had that one time already, got 1 kill, but it wasn't significant enough in that round. We'll see if he's got something here, though.
Leaf has actually found himself on the B side of the map this time, and actually looks to tuck himself by the boxes at the exit from C-Long. So, plenty of presence here at the C side for G2. Tour de Force at the ready. Not really in the best spot for it as Demon 1, but we'll see if there's a contact walk-up by G2. That'll be beneficial for Envy.
Having Baby Bay as an AWPer, also, you know, / outlaw player for this G2 team has really been massive for them this year. They just never had a dedicated AWPer on their roster before. Jaw would pick it up, but he's not like a natural AWP player, and Dre absolutely is. So it's just brought another layer to their game that's super effective for them now.
Yeah, those that know him going back in other titles was like played the sniper characters when he often could.
Well, Valen is solo on this C side right now. He's trying to play in the Nebula, and
What? What is he looking at there? Maybe
yeah, I mean, pretty bizarre that he gets away with 2, though. Envy have recovered another rifle into this 2-on-3.
There's Joel, though. Looking clean with it. Is he like pre-aiming a haunt location? I'm not sure. Yeah, Demon 1 was maybe checking backside. Either way, maybe a misconception there that caused him not to be mindful of who could be behind those containers. We're going to look maybe in a second at it back.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. Pretty unfortunate. And they're just not able to get that fast trade onto Valen, so he picks up the second. Kesnet is finding good openings in this game.
Oh, he's checking.
Oh, yeah, he's just
a
checking out
rough timing. Yeah,
bad timing.
Really into the wide swing as well from Valen.
And then yeah, Poppin just doesn't have the timing on the Nebula drop. Gets a second. That's some great anchoring from Valen. I mean, should it was like 1v4.
Yeah,
he had no help. Bro had no help on the site in that instance. If he just goes 1 for 1, it could be a different round. So. And that's what happens when you get Valen on the primary smokes. He goes crazy. It is where he has the most comfort, where he puts up insane numbers on Astra. Feels like he's the only one who can do it. This a big A fight. Jaw pushed up on the wall. Drops. Oh my god.
That is a nasty off angle. Oh my goodness, what? In a split second, he finds connection. Jaw's on for the ace. And it would be an absolute striking round to add to the repertoire. Still 72 health. Spike obviously at his disposal, and Kesnet very much alone.
With the second that Envy decide, hey, let's go back to that A lobby take.
Oh my god!
What a shot!
Is there no one else on this server that can put this man under some pressure?
That is just crazy. But yeah, I mean, look at this. It's the one round where Envy are now going, you know, back to A, and they get hit by the lobby fight.
This is crazy. This is pinpoint accurate in the mid-slide. Like, what are we doing here?
Air the spray. Hey man, you were kind of saying it while we were in, you know, the tech pause before the game even began. But Jaw has been having a slow stage here. His Santiago was incredible. He was the 5th highest average damage per round there. And they need him in this stage to actually qualify for playoffs. Demon 1 has found the opening. Dre is routed off the site. Envy should be able to get the plant. Look at the retakes all for G2. Well, that's another one gone, actually. Nightfall no longer a factor.
I mean, retaking A at the best of times is going to be tough. I think Baby Bay did a great job to avoid that. FURIA actually taking him down. He was properly pinged and was still able to use his rendezvous to get back. Jaw has that cleared for him, so he can go and do some damage, but it's going to be traded at best. Swing out of the smoke, yep. Going to be Baby Bay in the site. The 1v2 though, with flash off of Egster, gonna be more than he can handle, and that's Envy finally finding the second.
The Envy first kill success rate has been pretty good. They just haven't been able to convert off those moments until now. So well played from them, just getting into that site with some serious pace. Demon 1 just on the catch down mid. Egster with good value on that ult and kills one of the players that has an ult for the retake. So
Let's go. Now keep listening to me. I'm gonna win this game. Let's go.
that's the most Rossi call I've ever
Extremely.
heard.
Yeah, it's actually very John QT coded as well, to be fair. Listen in, I'll win this around, boys. Let's see if they do. Jaw ping to the back of the site, a little uncomfortable now. That's 2 recalls off Rip that have connected.
I thought that was a kill 1,000% with a spray from Kezit. Valen is super lit up though. And now after that C pressure, it's just a wall to get in for the kind of the cheese plant on B. They're all gonna get hit by this Nightfall.
Oh,
and
I love
Molly
this.
as well.
Done. Absolutely done in. Leaf though not sure. So he's actually committing to the wall before Rossi appears on the kill feed. Runs into a hail of bullets. This is disruptive though, and it's bought time for Jaw to get right tucked here. I don't think they can be ready for this at all, but the wall makes this a little uncomfortable.
Last player standing.
Can't make the correction. Demon 1, sharp as they come. This is Baby Bay with the Tour de Force and Judge combination. Yeah, maybe at risk of getting overwhelmed here.
Yeah, no reason for Dre to not go for it with this buy. They have a ton of money.
Conversely, not a ton of reason maybe for Envy to chase him, considering he's a judge.
Yeah, they're going to win out the round, obviously, for sure. Demon 1 with a nice kind of awareness turn onto Jaw. That's something that Jaw has done a lot this year. When they're playing on defense, he will push through extremities for the fast flank on the retake attempt as the Neon a lot. You know, whereas you see, I think the majority of the time for other teams, they're going to have their Neon included in the pack to throw up the fast lane and be the space maker, but he will just go for incredibly fast flanks to get there, and that's something you got to be aware of when you're playing against G2, when they're on defense, when they're going for retakes. And that time Demon 1 was. He was ready for it.
This gets Envy up to 3 now. No timeout for G2, no real cause for concern as far as they seem to feel. Baby Bay going to be back on the op after Tour de Force in that previous round. So how are Envy planning to call this one? Fully committed over towards the C side of the map. It's lightly held for sure, and they're going to make a fast play in.
Yeah, last time it was a little bit of a fake towards C, but this time it's for real. Let's see if Rossi can win them the round with the IGL.
We cannot push garage right now. We can.
I have drone. Listen, I'm gonna drone.
They're gonna drone, guys.
Running up garage, running up garage.
I'm stunned.
He messed up his son.
Here he goes. I'm stunned again.
garage,
I'm stunned again.
missing garage.
Could be out backside. Out garage. Garage one. Garage.
Just a D.
Box to D. One enemy remaining.
They have no smokes.
Pulling them out. Knocking them. One enemy remaining.
Nice try, bro. Wow, insane.
I mean, a nice try from Rossi in the clutch. Had the delay with the grab well for the wall to drop, and then tries to isolate. Just couldn't get that tap onto Leaf. I mean, the comms obviously hectic as hell in that instance, but I mean, it's just a fast hit into C, tons of ults coming down that they have to deal with. This Haunt got a quad ping going over the top, so that is just sick from Trent. And that's kind of one of the aspects of playing the Fade right now that you have to your advantage on Haven, is that we're seeing it a little more than I feel like we kind of ever have in the past, but you're still rarely playing against it, so you're not ready to break Haunt lineups like that because you're just so used to having to deal with the Sova darts instead. And
it's mid-exec.
Yeah, so it's just getting this huge ping for the team.
And you can see G2 made great use of that to take the round. Leaf can fight through all of these walls, but he's pinged out. This is now a little uncomfortable.
Oh my god, look at the YouTube, but he dodges all of it.
For now, yeah, it's still a bit of an exposed position in case he's able to pressure him back towards that corner. With a smoke backside, it's going to be tough for G2 to flood in to help him.
And in the meantime, Rossi went 1 for 1 in window and knows that there were 2 players coming from that side as well. G2 3v4 in the retake. Opt for Baby Bay is going to make this even, you know, further uncomfortable for them to get back in.
Might be a timing here for
all right.
Valorant. Can he sneak past that backside cover? It's going to be Keston going down now. Extra definitely looking a little bit exposed out here. Demon 1's in C long, but he's actually having to walk up here to be relevant. And by the time he gets there, well, he's on his own.
Oh man, how does that fall to pieces in the 4-on-3 when they have to maneuver the AWP back into the site? I need to see what the first kill was. Baby Bay was actually, yeah, able to get the swing off the Prowler, so that's pretty nice. But then it's Kesnet, yeah, just holding the angle completely out in the open. Eggster's in the back, throwing up the wall. So there's just a miscommunication there as to what the idea is. Kesnet wants to fight, Eggster wants to re-wall it back off and then post up after. And in the confusion, that's Envy with a round that they desperately needed to win, just slipping through their grasp because they couldn't get on the same page.
This is Envy now in a pretty rough spot. Obviously 2 rounds left of the half and a chance to make something of it, but it's going to be popping with a Bucky. Relay bolt in, this isolates. Oh, Kesnet got completely isolated there. Flash Judge, yep, we got it all here. G2 running over them.
VALORANT is just reading these guys so hard. There have been 2 G2 all-out A fights with the instances, slide up from Jaw, both rounds. Envy had everyone in lobby. It was the Jaw ace into this just board wipe. Actual wrath of God just came down.
Settle the wreckage. Yeah, not much you can do about that one. That is beautiful. How on earth does VALORANT have them lined up there for this particular round?
Just got the soul read, man.
Yeah. That is absurd. Right, well, Envy here. They took a bit of a pause in the previous round. A lot of relevant ultimates in this one. We got Tour de Force already active for Demon 1 to push up in a mid-window. This is extreme map control on the B side here. And G2 have Baby Bay wandering up on C as well.
Yeah, VALORANT threw a stun down towards window for Jaw to try to get a kill off. No way.
Oh, that was the spike carrier dropped. Exodus lost his runner back. Oh, I'm sorry. Baby Bay's able to walk away from that unscathed. There was another player for a trade. Not close enough, I guess.
Teleport's ready.
Demon 1 praying that someone overpushes, but the overpushes might have come a little bit earlier in the round at the barrel. That is brutal, man. Astrowall trying to cut off VALORANT, but he's going to get into the site. Dre wants to get in there to help him as well.
Yeah, it's going to be VALORANT from the back of the site, so they have a potential crossfire setup. Baby Bay with the rendezvous upstairs. They're not ready for it in the midst of the chaos. 3 for Baby Bay on his feet. Headhunter to finish the half. And it's dominance from G2. 9 and 3 coming off their defense side.
What a sick play from Baby Bay. The confidence as well. The second that C hit is coming in, the wall goes down. They just run in front of it. They do not care.
This is sick. What the hell, man?
Was that their best?
Insane. I mean, in the midst of everything that's going on, Envy are never expecting that teleport. They do not. There's a world they think that's going to happen. That's so sick.
G2 have got to win out from here to find their spot in playoffs. And so far, it's a good start in this series. We'll be back, of course, for their second half of Haven after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's a 6-round golf between Envy and G2 out of the first half here on Haven. Felt like the calling from G2 was sublime. Just some, honestly, soul reads from VALORANT that had G2 set up with a defensive set piece that blew Envy's socks off.
Yeah, though, honestly, and some of those rounds, they were so winnable for Envy, and they just barely slipped away because of little miscommunications, players not being on the same page. And also winning the pistol, but then getting ecoed on round 2. That was brutal. We'll see if they can go back-to-back in the pistol rounds. I mean, got a better win rate than G2, funny enough.
Yeah, odd. G2 still tend to win the maps, though, even when they lose both pistols, as we've evidenced in their game last week.
Yeah, that loud match really tanked it. They lost all 4 pistols, but won 2 out.
Yep. That was a weird one. Pop in here. Another confirmation that there's actually a frenzy player sat here in sewer. You can start to guess who that probably is going to be based on Phoenix's play style.
Well, Cousin's going to force back Baby Bay. 2 players backside for Envy. How hard do they try to anchor this? Damage is good so far.
Okay, he really went for it there. At least the follow-up is okay, but Valorant is, well, crispy. Burns inside the molly. Flash around the corner for Extra. Wants to refight for this space. It's getting a little uncomfortable, but his aim doesn't fail him. Flash out, swing, takes another one. Trent's going to win it out this time. It'll be Baby Bay on his own. We just know how effective the Headhunter is in some of these rounds. Baby Bay has been on a heater today. That's a nice start. Demon 1 falls by the wayside.
Right,
Baby
Rossi,
Bay sets up his
over
escape plan.
Do not leave Kesnet alone against Baby Bay.
Yeah,
Help!
He's working on it. Slowly. Oh, the correction. Baby Bay actually not punished, though, for holding the wrong line.
It brings Kesnet down to 1 body shot.
You would think that Envy, still where the spike is loose in A main. So they know Baby Bay can come back. Oh! My goodness. Could have been something there, but Kesnet.
Bro.
Is someone who's, yeah, it's pretty hard to get past.
Bro.
He's very sharp, isn't it?
He's making him work for it. He is making him work for it, man. Yeah, the molly from Exer just right under Valorant. Let's do a lot of damage, man.
He wants
that was a great kill as well.
Valorant wants to be there. He wants to get like alongside Jaw, but
yeah,
the molly breaks them up, and he takes too much damage to it.
Extra got some good value off the flashes as well. Like, it didn't get a direct blind kill, but he blinded someone at long that had to get forced back, and then he isolates Leaf on site because of that, so he wins the duel. But those are the moments that it's like I want Extra on Phoenix 4, right? Because he's going to go around the flashes. It's giving Yoru light for him.
Jaw getting a little caught yet again, but okay. Keston just wants to hang for that. When did Poppin become 40 health? Baby Bay is absolutely farming them right now.
Yeah, and I'm beginning to fold over like a cheap chair watching these early round decisions.
You are awesome.
Bro, we got, I mean, all right. Well, Demon 1 is on the flank. They are contained. But Dre has the hero rifle now. That's the last guy in the server I would want to see with the hero rifle if I'm Envy.
He
does
Demon
1
I think Demon 1 needs
over push. No.
Surely he has enough information here.
Yeah, they know they are all stuck.
Are they going to be
lobby
mindful
or
of
long?
this? Are they going to check for this spawn position?
They certainly know it's possible, right?
This is only a Guardian. If they overwhelm Demon 1, might be in trouble. Yep. Ah, it's crazy. They've broken the net. Now, the world is G2's oyster. They can get across the map wherever they seem to like it. Leaf doubles back. This now gives them an option. You have no idea where to be if you're Rossi.
2 pistol rounds won.
Okay, this is getting a little out of hand, guys.
2 anti-ecos lost. This one, look, the last one, I mean, I think there's a level of forgiveness you could give because they lost some players to a trap play. Like, we saw that great flood utility for the first time, so they're kind of cut off. This, it's just, brother, we got the first kill. We're in an anti-eco. We can just relax.
You contain them
we
on the
can
flank.
just relax.
There's a world where like Demon 1 can play the long angle as well. He can stand
and listen,
C long.
I want this, like, you want this Envy team to be playing with max out confidence. You want them to brawl, you want them to take fights, but there's got to be a level of discipline with it and a recognition of when you're ahead, just keep the advantage, don't give them an in.
Tough to find words, but I'm paid to do it, so away we go. The pressure here from Logs. Yeah, that smoke's an interesting one there on the C side.
Well, some good util with the shock combo to at least bring Baby Bay to low HP.
Demon 1 wouldn't be a terrible time for him to show up in a big way. Leaf flashes in, fight for the space. G2 now have re-cleared outside of Garage. We don't just walk up on those, surely not.
That is an awkward scope timing for Baby Bay. That's going to be the Outlaw recovered. And G2 off of the knowledge that they've gained on that side of the map want to just get into A as fast as possible before Envy have an opportunity to get backside and start playing for a flood. Poppin is in alone. Rest in peace, buddy.
Really, he's living so dangerously there. Why just, may as well just take the full retake in the end. Keston, though, doesn't want to let G2 ease into this, but ends up just taking another raw fight.
Gets a lot of damage onto Leaf there. 1-for-1 with that level of damage, that's pretty okay.
Yep.
One-shottable now is Jaw and Leaf.
So Valorant,
one of these sheriffs.
I think Valorant's the one that recovered the Guardian from the previous round. So he will sit on that.
Here.
Demon 1 pinging that corner. That one needs to be checked. 2 players crossfired in hell. And there's Jaw, just swings on it. Demon One a little bit alone. Man, these guys are getting carved up in these situations. The crossfires for G2 have been so good. Rossi, again, trying to do the most for this Envy squad. Trying to get them through these rounds, but frankly, okay, that's not too shabby, but he's been pulling up short a little too often. 11-4 the scoreline is, and this game has certainly entered a tailspin.
Valen does go down, so, I mean, they at least do a little bit of damage, but they got, you know, they got ecoed, so damage is not of the most significance.
I do like that Neon throws her absolute cinema hands while she's jumping like that as well. As if to taunt you even further.
Hey,
He's
good
still
job,
a hot
boys.
dog.
Good job.
That,
every time.
They're trying to make hot dog happen like
every time.
All right.
Extra has the ult coming into this round, and Leaf is going to be one away, so they could definitely play to get this C orb in his hands right now.
It's tour de force for Baby Bay, a cheaper round for him. Shorty was the buy. 2.
There.
We'll start to make inroads here on this C side of the map. Fast lane and a flash likely will get them started, so we'll need to see some stopping power here from Demon One. He can rondo the Boo, of course, away, and he does that pretty early. Wow, they get the chamber out of that rat spot so easily. Let's listen into what the G2 re-hit plan is going to be in the mid-round.
Contact pop A. We can full contact pop A.
It might be Neon Phoenix trap. I think they're in a trap.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you're right.
I'll bait it out.
Yo, I need you to hold chamber up. We're just going to plant B. Listen to me. Plant B, just hard flank control, Dre.
Okay. Yo, Drake, give me this pullback. We'll be walking down mid, guys. Peek together.
I'll pull back.
Jumping up top. They just pulled back.
C long is our
Running
gap.
B. Tuck. May have seen me. It's all good, though. Definitely saw you. Peek now, guys. Can we peek?
3,
yep.
2, 1.
C long is gap.
Early.
Can we double peek this time? Together. 3, 2, 1. No one should be. I'm going to ult from here, okay? Prowler and we go.
Scaling only.
3, 2, 1.
Go! I have garage.
Ceiling. See. Yeah, push it. Can we back on?
30 seconds left.
Play a post, boys. They have Phoenix ult.
Planted.
I can walk. 3 link, get up. I tethered A-link. They're in the tether. Wall in front sight. In. Nice.
I have suck stun.
Yep. Hold garage, Jake.
2 more A-link. 2 more A-link.
Phoenix I have fade eye.
I have double flash, okay?
Asher C, I think.
Flashing after smoke, flashing. Tap.
Guys.
I got your garage, Jake.
I got your garage, Jake. Top B, we all need a peek, guys.
Rabbit.
He's walking down.
33.
107 Neon.
Rabbit. Off.
Tuck. Great choice.
Wait, could be.
Wait, peek early. Peek Dre.
Off.
Push Dre.
Let's go, boy.
That. Man, that was sick, honestly. G2, the way they put that together, the B hit came through, and Valen spoke up, they all listened. And you hear those calls coming out, it's like, C-Long is our gap. Like, constantly, G2 are like maintaining awareness of the things that could unravel them, like the vulnerabilities in their play.
Extremely regimented, yeah, and then in the midst of that as well, yeah, it's like you said, Valen says something, they all listen, they go from there, and then, you know,
they tried to put a multi-swing together,
yeah,
like in the middle of a gunfight, which is trickier. I think they were trying to go Demon 1, who was on top B, but Kesnet pushed out, which sort of threw that for a loop. Still sick. I mean, a mix of that individual talent and sick structures there from G2.
Yeah, I think there's a tuck call at the end, and Dre just kills the guy.
Yeah, he just
doesn't even matter. All good. Oh, this C site is open. G2 have fully taken it. They have the Nightfall for the post plant. They have Baby Bay lurking up mid. If Demon 1 can catch him, and he cannot because Baby Bay is unkillable right now.
There's like a little...
Should be the end of the game.
Yeah,
Should be the end of the
there's
game.
Like mini beef
He's unstoppable,
between those guys. I remember because obviously like the sort of rumor was that Demon 1 got passed up for Baby Bay, and Demon 1 vehemently denies it, and then Baby Bay not so vehemently denies his denial. So I'm not sure where the boys are with that.
So Baby Bay playing with the Demon 1 mousepad. Just
Yep.
kills him in the last round. Back-to-back times on Haven. Baby Bay's playing the chamber and drops 2 kills.
It's a tilter, man.
He has just been incredible, man. When they get him on the chamber, he completely takes over the game. Baby Bay still is the best player for G2 in this stage 1. Wins, losses, whatever. He has been there doing the most for them.
Yeah. Brimming with confidence, self-belief in that game, and honestly just you know, a willingness to break some of the normal conventions of how you position, how you swing. You know, maybe he's being told to tuck and he's walking up on the player on sort of B. That's fine. He sees that there's some space that he's able to occupy with that individual expression.
This ace from Jaw was sick, but, you know, thinking back to the first half, I can't help but feel like it could have been closer for Envy, but there were rounds that they found advantages, they found first kills that they had tossed away where G2 just showed better team play than them. They could not close those kind of situations out.
We're going to step away, but up next, Golden Boy and our analyst desk are going to break down this Haven as we set our sights on map 2 of Lotus.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
You got it right, right, right. Nothing is out of me. You got it this time.
Okay.
Yep, drone in first. Really going to try to put that wall up, running with a bucket close distance.
Firing squad emerges, and there's VALORANT pops back up on our radar.
Caen allí por el equipo. Santo ahora que lo marca, pero Kesnid empieza a jugar bonito. Que ha plantado la spike. Y Kesnid.
to 4 on Haven for G2 and Josh T. I want to ask a little bit about the maps that are going to be played today, because you have found similar success in the same maps that MV has found success. So what was the approach going into the series to make sure that even if they have been good in those maps, you still get the win?
I mean, we knew the implications for this game determines our playoff, whether we're in playoffs or not. So we wanted to just pick maps that we're comfortable with. And we just thought we were just a better team for those maps. And so, you know, why not fight fire with fire, almost literally. And yeah, I mean, we've been working on Haven a little bit and just felt like we can take that away.
I mean, it is looking pretty good so far. Thank you so much.
G2 Esports pick up the win on map 1, and they do so in dominating fashion, to be honest with you. What do you guys do?
What is going on?
Nothing.
What are you doing, you
Nothing.
knuckleheads? Unbelievable, these guys over here.
You know how we normally say something really funny right before you go live to test how professional you are?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did it to me, and I'm not very
That is a thing that they do to me. This is my life. I just want everyone to be aware of it. All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about the game here, because it all really did start with a Thrifty, and then from there on, it felt like G2. Yeah, there were a couple rounds here and there, Emily, that was going the way, 4 to be exact, but it was really just G2 felt so confident out there, and you could see it in the play.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of fights that they're willing to take, especially on that defensive half, really just brawling that A main space early. This third shot was insane.
Yeah, that was redundant.
This whole round, just Jog was on fire, and I like that they did that.
Unfair.
I like that they changed it up a little bit and knew that they could kind of take fights like that as a team and come out on top.
Yeah, I think their aggression really goes to show how serious they are taking this at the same time, because the change of tempo is something that we saw G2 do a little bit towards the end of last year. At the beginning beginning of this year, they kind of took a step back into more default-heavy things, and now they're going back into that form of playing aggressive. And I think this makes a lot of sense to be doing this against Envy because, one, this is like their playoff spot, essentially, that they're playing for, and two, why not go aggressive versus an already aggressive team?
Yeah, you opt into their style, I think, and showed that you can do it a little bit better as well.
Yeah.
I mean, G2, they did it towards the tail end of kickoff against NRG.
Yeah.
That's what it reminds me of as well. That was the first signs of it where it was like, wow, okay, this is really different.
Yeah.
And they have been showcasing that they can slow it down, they can speed it up, they can play these different styles.
Yeah.
They're trying to learn themselves, I think, as well as a team because they've constantly talked the entire year about trying to find their identity, struggling to find their identity right now in terms of how they want to play because they've just always been typically the snooze fest boring team, right? They're, you know, like playing a slow default, like
playbook.
And the meta allowed for that at the time.
Exactly, and it's
Sorry, what was that? Can you do that one more time?
I was just falling asleep.
The freaking laugh was so authentic. That's so good.
But they can play like that for like years, man.
Yeah.
And now they're speeding up again. It works. They have the mechanical ability to be able to like literally take it to a team like Envy.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Well, you may have also noticed something while the game was going on as well. Apparently, everyone on G2 keeps yelling, hot dog.
Hot dog.
Here's Baby
Hot
Bay
dog.
to explain.
Hot dog.
Yeah, hot dog. I came up with this idea in Prague. I was like, you know, like China has a saying, it's jiayo. It means like, you know, like, let's go, let's get it going. I brought it up, I was like, let's just say it because I already know that's like a major part of G2's bundle sales. So I was like, dude, this is awesome. Like we get to reset after rounds and we're making bank. You know, I thought I was gonna make us all millionaires, but instead we went with hot dog, but at least we got our first dub because of it.
Oh, like a true capitalist. Way to go.
China.
Hot dog!
So China, big market.
Big market, bro.
So instead we said hot dog.
Yeah.
Like the most American thing of all time.
I know, right? What a pivot. Because guess what? That money ain't coming now, Dre. You know what I mean?
Like,
You ain't
what?
getting it. Oh, man. That was too funny. But, hey, it seems to be working for them. Hot dog, right? Hot dog. It seems to be working. All right, map 2 coming up next here. And, of course, for G2 Esports, this could very well be looking, if anything, is like what we just saw on Haven, Athena. Lotus, you know, could be looking pretty solid here. Envy, they need to find something because just like with G2, their playoffs are on the line here, so they need to wake up.
Yeah, I feel like if they're picking Lotus, they have to have something ready. And I think when you're looking at a team like Envy, the only thing that I wish they would incorporate more is a lot of trap plays because I think they're really good when they have those protocols. When they were playing the Yoru comps, you saw a lot of set traps, saw a lot of set plays that kind of set themselves up for success. And I think when you're looking at a map like Lotus, when you have those trap plays in play, when you're able to have a lot of those protocols, it should be really good.
Yeah, I'm also just really curious to see if they've changed their comps at all because they're playing a little off meta. G2 are bringing in that Harbor, and I didn't think it was fully fleshed out the first time that they played that. And then on the side of Envy, they're also running a Veto, which isn't bad in theory, but I also just feel like they weren't getting the most out of it.
Yeah, I agree with
Veto
that.
wasn't
Yeah,
fun.
I wasn't a huge fan of the Veto, the execution on it overall. I think that Envy can win this game. There are exploitable elements in G2's game. I don't think G2 are playing a perfect game by any means.
No,
they kind of ran
100%.
over them there individually here, but I'm just waiting for the first time where G2 actually do get... I mean, they've already shown their weakness, right? They're 1-2 currently. So it's like, already in the standings, this team has been struggling quite a bit. But I think Envy are capable. It's just about how much preparation they're going to be putting into it, because G2, they're not exactly well drilled. They've just been hitting. They've been shooting. I know that sounds like stupid, dumbed down, bottom 1 percentile analysis, but it's true.
VLR analysis
they
over here.
have just been shooting them in the head and doing it better in a lot of these instances.
Well,
solo plays.
I'm glad you're talking about that, though, because I do want to see what's going on over at the Envy camp. We have Coach Stunner.
It's actually playing the Veto. Is it going to change? Should we expect something else?
I mean, we'll find out soon enough.
Anything? Anything?
No. I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you so much.
I'm just gonna say
no
this
player.
now.
What did I say?
No one's watching. Oh.
They're not
What
gonna,
did I
like,
say?
answer
Real
you.
things.
What did I say?
Does everyone need media training? I can help. I got you.
What
Trust
did
me.
I say?
I've been doing this for
Give
over
us
15 years.
something.
I got you covered.
Give
okay?
us something.
Well, he gave us something. Nothing.
It was like 3 words, man.
Well, you know what? In the words of Coach Stunner, we'll find out what happens with Envy as we get ready for Map 2 after this short break. Your casters will catch you on the other side.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. Provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
The cliff notes of map 1 for you, if you please, would be Envy win both pistols and lose both anti-ecos pretty spectacularly and really struggle against the strategic depth that G2 brought to Haven. Lotus, is that going to be a different story? Well, we'll see, says Stunner.
And it is. Look at Envy's comp. Last time they played this map, they did win against Loud. They started on defense. Kesnet had a life half. He went 18-6. He never missed an off shot. It was absolutely ridiculous. They were playing the Veto, which was a little weird. Literally was not a factor because Kesnet boomed Loud all on his own. Envy are switching it up, though. They're going for the double duelist look. They're bringing in the Vice on Rossi. Kesnet is playing Ray as an agent I definitely associated with in my mind, but Demon 1 is on the Neon. He's playing duelist. And for G2, they have just gone back to pure vintage comfort on this map. And
this is what Dre was talking about in that interview.
Yeah, about the they ran Harbor on this map as a replacement for Viper. And it did not look great against MIBR. They lose 13-8, and now they're just playing the classic stuff. I mean, I think they're just in prime position to close this out unless Envy are in sick form with the aim on this map and just step it up massively in late rounds compared to Haven. Because one last point is just the first kills to first deaths were relatively even. It was 9 for G2, 8 for Envy, yet they get cooked. Yeah. So they got to be able to close out these late rounds, man.
This is the kind of map where you do have the attack side that wants to work it a little bit more. It might be harder for Valorant to line up set defensive plays into what Envy are doing. But we saw it on another 3 bomb site map just now, so don't rule it out.
There's a triple push from G2 out of C, and then you have your Vice set up on A, and then they can play for the flank retake. This is good. Some good old standard stuff on this map when you have the Vice to just ultra delay on one site, and then you can play for the Flood.
2 players wrapping around. Leaf opts not to commit to this, and Rossi, all right, yeah, he's obviously hit with the paranoia, sprays and hopes, but gives himself away in the process. So Envy are pretty entrenched here on the B side. Smoke up to upper though. Kesnet has to try and play through smoke as well. All right, I like to see his nade combo potential, but Trent is ripping them apart. In the meantime, is Baby Bay up on the site. And Envy do not feel as full of their usual swagger at the moment.
Yeah, Kesnet in that little season nade play did end up revealing his position, and it seemed like off that timing. You saw Trent in spawn playing ultra passive when we were on the Envy duelist point of view earlier. He was aware they took that space, and then he just waits, and he finds the perfect moment to just go in and get this first kill. Kesnet, they're awares in the smoke because of where he threw the nade from. They just flood in from all sides of the map, and that's the value that they get from going for that triple push out of Mound. You planted on B? Okay, great. We're going to retake on you from 17 different angles. It doesn't even matter.
Despite that disappointing start to the map, Envy looked pretty concentrated, pretty locked in. And even slightly jovial if you're looking at Rossi.
So on this anti-eco look, they have the Judge pushed up on B, and then 2 guys to defend either site with Visutil on either site. See if Valorant can anchor this.
How can they fast hit this? There's a shield wall in play. There's actually not enough MD players on the site. Look at them getting segmented into 2 halves.
Yeah, they can try their best to get over it. I think on other rounds, maybe with a little bit more util, you can, you know, double satchel over it, and you can get a teleport over it. So this comp that they have is a few more options. You know, even if the Neon's just running in and goes past it, it's not as bad as if they're playing, you know, in a situation where they don't have the Raze that could get over too. But obviously still a massive part of this meta right now is Yoru not existing and Vice being extremely relevant, and you just don't have a natural counter to the wall. Not a lot of the teams right now have great protocols for dealing with that.
Dealing with the Vice, yeah. And again, if you're on these Fade comps, you can't clear Thorns.
Retrieving flash.
And also, look, you're going up against G2. That wall is never going to be in the same place twice. You're going to be getting hit.
You're right.
You're going to be getting hit with different defensive looks every single round. You know, this time the wall is over on A with a Thorn for Leaf to play around.
There's a crunch in the works.
Guys on C, yeah, they're going to be able to hit this door off the exec timing.
Thorns now getting cleared finally. Spectre ringing out there and some damage connecting with Envy. A lot of ground being given over towards Halls, though. It looks like G2 want to give Envy just enough rope here. Valorant doesn't want to commit into the door flip.
He's just got the Stinger, so that's a horrible angle to play. But it's just instilling fear in Envy, who are still yet to get the spike down. Now doing it at Ben, but still popping apprehensive because of the spam angle. They have no control right now of anywhere, Envy. They are concerned about the flank because of the door. They have no space forward in Halls. They're getting naded while trying to plant. It's just chalked, man.
Yeah, that might have been a Season 8 combo there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Beautiful setup there for G2 on a dime. Envy finding very little success here into this first foray forward. There's a 3-0 scoreline. And how are you supposed to go? Envy have to take a back seat yet again.
They're really just making this look like some ABC Valorant. They set up their switches. Again, you have the Raze and the Vice on C together. They back up. They hold Halls together. The 2 players on B, they push just to hit the door, just to pressure flank enough to have Envy concerned. Then they go back, can re-clear into Waterfall because Trent is there with the Prowlers, with the util. They're infinitely delaying. Envy can get no space. It's just so good.
I think Envy just want to get this one done if they can. Push on up behind his Prowler, but they will be delayed. Yeah.
Oh, Jaw, I mean, I thought he was about to throw that left and just feast. But
that would have cooked them. Prowler cleared, but they know the Leaf's in the corner. Jaw can play off this easily enough, though he's taken out by Demon 1. Sheriff rings out, but here's Leaf chilling. And we call that a full house nowadays, I think.
Yeah, I did hear Mimi say that. Stolen. New term, stolen.
All right, well, this is a pretty open and shut case. Even though Leaf was getting hit with basically every form of util under the sun in this corner, they really couldn't do too much to shake him loose.
Jaw's already got the Raze ult ready to go into this buy round. So does Kesnit, though, so we'll see if Envy can make use of that to get something cooking. They've got 3 kills right now.
Yeah.
They've got nothing started. They have just executed into these great G2 setups and protocols to deal with straight-up executes, and they have gotten boomed for it.
This can't be how Envy are planning to bow out of potential playoff contention. Like, this team, in fairness, right, they have had to make a lot of changes on the fly as they've gone. This has not really panned out the way that they expected it to.
Yeah,
but even still, this would be tough.
Wanted to with other ones. But it's gotten them into this place where the chances of making playoffs are getting slimmer and slimmer. And their opponent on the final week will be MIBR. So it doesn't get any easier from here for them.
Yeah. Whereas G2 actually have a downhill run into playoffs.
Oh,
Jaw went for it. Okay, no chance
what
to
a
actually...
shot from Kesnit.
That was
my
sharp.
God.
Not a bad way to make your first frag of the map.
Wall is still up there, by the way, as the rotate is coming in from Leaf.
Look how much info G2 have on this A side. Valorant just steals that space.
They're pushed all the way out. Execute coming through. Leaf realistically can't do anything to stop this. He might go down, too. Yeah. What?
What is happening?
That...
30 seconds left.
Can we get a replay on that, please? For the future? Just going to call that out now.
Just get it canned. Either way, it's Leaf and Valorant now. Have to salvage. Leaf is going to find 3 kills.
God.
Now we're even up. That's a scary prospect. VALORANT coming in now. It's going to be a double swing here, maybe over towards Waterfall.
If they can't even close this out, it feels like it's wraps. Actually, a disaster. 4-on-2 now into the 2-on-2. One player caught in sight. That's Rossi. The other playing out at Mound for the spam
What
angle.
is Leaf on, bro? What is he on? What a ridiculous A. He's out of absolutely nowhere. On his feet with a roar. And one of them all unexpected.
And ideas there from Envy, just so divided. Rossi's playing on-site. Poppin kind of tries to swing late to help, but it's planted for Mound. What? How does that not get the kill? How does that not do damage? Was it really that far away? Can we get another replay? Is there? I'm seeing we're getting a timeout from Envy. Is it possible we can get some kind of flyover? Or, what? It
redirected.
He shot. I mean, yeah, he like shot it so quickly that it went to the left before his mouse even went to the right. Yeah, the flick was so fast and he shot that it just went to the left.
That could have been like that could have been a client-side issue as well.
Yeah, it looked bizarre from Leaf's point of view.
Yeah, it literally looked like the rocket turned 90 degrees went to the left.
That looked so strange. But
is there a trophy system agent now? Like, what's going on? Okay, that's a tilting result. In fairness,
thought that was like some source. There's splash damage activity going on there.
Yeah, I do think that that was one of the rounds where the Vice Wall was back at A. Rather back at C, and there was no chance really for Envy to tease that site to sort of draw it out. So even though they like cut noise outside of the C site, they never got the Vice Wall, so it was Kesnet solo for ages. That's the only way Leaf's able to find like a foothold there, I think, is if they can't flood him.
Yeah, Leaf 10-0. You know, when you have one of the best Viper players we've ever seen, it's nice to see him on Viper. You know what I mean? And when you have one of the best fragging IGL Smokes players we've ever seen, it's also helpful to have him on Smokes. Yep. You know? They tried out the Harbor, and now they've gone back to basics, and look at the magic. It's back.
All right, we are signaling a fast hit over towards this B side. Some of the resting utils already been deployed, and Demon 1 doesn't want to commit yet. Well, we found the shear wall.
Yeah, they have baited that out early into the round. Minute 20 on the clock, and they have gotten the insert of Rossi over towards back Rebel, and they want to work towards the space that he's gotten there. Poppin's still got a lot in his kit. You know, they could Prowler the box on the left there for sure.
Babybay's in a dirty spot here.
Yeah, this should get cleared, though. Surely. Surely this will get cleared by something, if not just a walk-up multi.
Yeah, but Trent's now picked up the angle.
Yeah, that's going to get Prowler
cleared. Can Trent actually do something on that angle? Yep, he can. Yes, he definitely can. 2 kills found by Trent. Babybay is staying because apparently he can.
Yeah, he just doesn't need to move. He just simply does not need to move. I think Trent got 2 with the spam through the stair smoke. It's possible he saw one maybe before the smoke actually blew.
On a macro level, where's the issue here for Envy, really? Like, there's nothing egregious about this idea to try and fight their way out onto the A side of the map.
One enemy remaining.
Like, this seems pretty reasonable, really.
Yeah, it's tough when you're going down to the multiplayer spam.
Okay, this is turning into a bit of a blowout. 6 rounds on the defense side, just quietly. Envy now have built that bank of ultimates by taking L after L. Here it is, Kesnet still wants to play fast, play hard into that space. Val's going to have to give it up now, a bit uncomfortable, doesn't want to play out Paranoia. And well, Kesnet gets across his screen. Val actually found one amidst that. It was Demon 1 in ultimate, falling at his Trent, just killing everybody yet again. Those ones in tree. That's an awkward angle for him to cut. He definitely committed heavily to that, but hey, Babybay's here. Envy want to play the fast and loose rounds. G2 had just got back from playing against Nongshim Red Force. They're super down to play like this.
The flood from G2 is just way too fast with the setup that they're running there. It's just way too fast. They can't even get into the site with the Neon ult running with the double satchel forward. The G2 knows what happened. Like, they know what's going on. And they are there instantly.
This is a team that's not afraid to play at the pace of Envy.
I'm going to be honest, when you hear that response from Envy's coach to the interview question, you know they're kind of cooked. That's a mental boomage answer.
Yes. Usually a refusal to speak to press means a team is in turmoil.
Yeah. And G2, back to what they did on the pistol. It's a triple push down C with the Vice setup over on A.
There's your initiator gone.
Do Envy just try to go for the refight here? Yeah, they do, and Leaf is caught while the other two are kind of retreating, and now they might be caught. They're out in the open, and they have to fight together.
Okay, Fallon able to take one. Elysia, Jaw says, okay, we're going to do this. Fine. Big damage here from Jaw. Only able to find the one kill, though.
Kind of the first moment where there's a little bit of disconnect, but it won't even matter. Trent gets here just so quickly.
They're so rich. Maybe just take this fight. He's going to walk the door. I like that from Rossi. Yes, I like that from Rossi. 18 points of health.
It just waits out the door. That's ridiculous. Does he? Yeah,
legend of the sport.
Going to go to A. I mean, I'd call out, yeah, he has the Steel Garden, but he's 18 HP. I'd almost rather rifle v rifle Trent to deal with him jumping with the classic. So, I mean, I don't even know if that's worth using, I'll be honest.
Trent has the haunt, though. He's got an early warning. Here we go. Definitely a player credited with some impressive clutch
moments. Should I call out that Envy really need this clutch win? I think it kind of speaks for itself, right?
That's like saying after a 12-0 half, they really need the pistol round. All right, Nightfall community of Rossi going to be decayed for quite some time, and now Trent can follow the black brick road. It's Rossi. Huge clutch moment. Probably not going to do too much to inflate the egos of Envy, but a Red Bull clutch at this point, better than nothing.
A smile, a laugh. A moment of joy, at least, in what's been 7 rounds of sorrow and misery.
Then the flame in his eyes sputters, flickers out as he has to reckon with the 6-round deficit on the attack side. But this is nice.
Yeah, it was well played. The movement around the door, the timing on the Baby Bay was pretty nuts.
Poppin's reaction just looks like he just thinks we shouldn't be in this situation in the first place. But okay. Odin for Poppin himself. Still a couple of the more meaningful ultimates here. Nightfall and Steel Garden available for Envy.
Yeah, G2 right now, they are set up to be able to flood onto this B site if Envy did end up getting in there, but that is not the case. They're trying to get over towards the C side, harvest up the orbs for Kesnet first. You won't have to deal with the wall here. Maybe he was holding on to one Thorns, throws it out and it gets broken instantly. So not a lot of defensive util to contend with. It's just the fact that Baby Bay is playing for C or B with the Steel Garden. And you kind of need to bait that out and then try to get back in later if they can. Steel Garden going to be a 1-for-1 on the ult and a commit.
Yeah, they're going to go for it now. Caught inside his Steel Garden, a little bit uncomfortable. But Rossi used his as well, evidently unaffected by it, as he's going to go in with the primary at the ready. Baby Bay finds his relay vault, could have been a bit of a problem, and there's the Odin ringing out now onto the site. Envy finally get with a bit of, I like it, a little bit of swagger back behind them. Whereas Jaw and Baby Bay now going to try and split the pie, one from Halls, one from Mound.
Yep, Jaw on a retake, push through on an extremity for the flank.
30 seconds.
That's the spike.
Yeah, just caught walking up. Demon 1 is not able to support from that angle.
Dangerous. Exit should be able to get clear of this. Straight into the crosshairs of Baby Bay, and it's on Demon 1, who gets shoulder picked. Baby Bay knows he's there, still wants to take the fight. He's had the better of most of them, but Demon 1 still has it in his DNA to win those clutch moments. And another Red Bull clutch in a second consecutive round. They've got to work for it, man.
If they just keep clutching every round, they can win the game. If they just win them all, Mitch.
Yeah, the fact that they have to get into these positions in the first place. That's what I'm sure is going to be a bit more concerning.
Yeah, Extra got a really good impact kill in the middle of that round. I mean, it wasn't terrible on the entry into the site, just trying to kind of go ult for ult, bait them out, and then get back in. There was a good stun onto Ben. They dealt with Leaf, who was the hard anchor there. But even still, their economy remains in a terrible spot because everyone died in that win aside from one player. So they're on the precipice of getting sent down to an eco.
Yeah, that haul was good, but no one really in position to follow up. Showstopper's going to clear things out and force a full retake for G2. Full retake. There's Showstopper potential for Jaw in this round?
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's possible if he somehow finds a pick with the AWP.
Pit is clear, as has now been confirmed.
Everyone from Envy gathered up on site at the moment. Haven't been able to get space anywhere else. They have no one playing back to maybe try to peek on these players at stairs. Malin smoking it off. Doesn't even need to. Of course, I mean, no reason he should know that, but...
They know they've got to get moving. Poppin is uncomfortable still. I think a snake bite for a time. Here's Leaf, not able to make an impact, though.
Yeah, these crossfires are good from Envy.
Time is short, and I thought TP across there to bait the crosshair. Kesnet with yet another one in the round, and Babybay's got nothing to do. Even he knows he's pretty cooked here. We've strung 3 rounds together for Envy. This one also, where at least the original plan actually pays off.
Yeah, that one definitely was the most competent. They get the fast burst onto A. Because of Kesnet's ult, there's no effort from G2 to try to flood into that and just get killed by a rocket. So it actually gets them into a post plant. No, they couldn't really get space elsewhere. They didn't have anyone hanging back towards rubble for a backstab late or stairs watch, nothing like that, but it's just good crossfires on site. They're able to win that out, and they actually have G2 in a bad economic spot. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was possible, but they've done it.
Hasn't really helped them on maps like Haven in the series.
No, they did get eco 2 times on the map after winning Pistol, so perhaps this is the moment, though, they can right the wrongs. Except Jaw has the iconic Bucky and the ult. That's dangerous.
Look at this encirclement. Now, Paranoia is going to do Trent in. Well, that's the player that would have carried it. Eggstone walks across. Now, Envy a little bit unsure. Is there a lobby presence for G2? I'll be walking, do we get another rat trap?
And of course, with this comp that Envy are playing, they do not have a second option for the smokes. So that is going to be super dangerous, but that's a great pick for Kesnet to find.
A chance here for Jaw. Make use of this Bucky. Oh, the timing in this. Okay, good enough. Poppin goes down. Oh, Kesnet also heavily damaged. The shield wall comes up again. They don't have the time to tease it out. Demon 1, though, has the rifle in the sight. G2 have to respect this. They've got to be somewhat careful, but they are low. Look how low they all are. Babybay losing his nerve a little bit in these duels. And it's going to be on Valen to salvage with a Sheriff. A double swing set up in place. 4 back-to-back rounds for Envy. Charging back into the game.
That was nice from Envy in that mid-round to just keep drawing some of that attention towards C, and then they're able to isolate Jaw on the B side. Of course, it's tough when that's the guy with the showstopper, but going 1-for-1 against their ult in that situation, you'll take that all day. I mean, I can't believe we've gotten to this situation, honestly. Felt like it was going to be a blowout, maybe an instance as well of like G2, they're losing, but they're laughing. It's funny, we're still cooking them right. But all of a sudden, Envy are back in the game.
And also, we've seen them slow it down a little bit too. I think that's what's been important. There was that fast A hit, to be fair, but they got messy.
Yeah, this is a speed up into Yard. If they try to accelerate further, this is G2 back to that 3-1-1 setup where you have your Vice playing on A for super delay, and then G2 can just encircle that entire side of the map for the retake.
Oh, that's a good shield wall location for this hit, though. It's going to be really annoying for Envy to contend with. So they just flood tree. This smoke is going to slow things down a little bit. Trent is not going to be afraid to get on that line, should be called for.
And also if you're G2, you don't love to be anchoring here. They've got the Nightfall to deal with, right? So they have to stay out of the range of that and try to get back in, which is exactly what Babybay does, jumping into the site. They have a player in pit as well.
No one hit by the Nightfall at all, not Babybay, not any of them. Up in the corner, ooh, a little bit uncomfortable there. And the trades are favoring Envy. They're ready to fight into this now. Just as Babybay's gone off the boil, Envy have started to find a bit of step to these sites.
Yeah, those two needed to do a lot more, even just bide time so the rest of G2 could get there to assist. Now it's a straight up 5-on-3. And Trent goes down. Yeah, this one is just cooked. Envy have actually put together a pretty competent half at the end of the day, stringing 5 together. It started with Rossi getting that clutch into the Demon 1 clutch, and then 3 rounds where, yeah, they were setting up some good post plants on A 2 times. They were able to find success on this site late. And then that anti-eco round where they've been struggling on the anti-ecos. They actually are able to kind of bounce around the map and finish on the lightly held site of one player, close things out. So, hey, not bad, man. They're actually back in this.
We'll take it. We
thought we were headed for the 13-0.
We might have a series brewing, but they've got to contend with the attack side mid-rounding of Valen in this next half. Do Envy have what it takes to take us to a third map? There is only, of course, one way to find out. That's by sticking the heck around. It is a heroic Red Bull clutch from Rossi that gets Envy sort of back on the straight and narrow in this game, and they turn it into a 5-round win streak on their attack side, making it much more of a respectable half indeed. And as we, of course, get this second half underway, hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for some in-game rewards with advanced and pro plans right now. Your QR code is right down there. Make sure you lock in with the number 1 VPN. So now, we have a situation where we could just have this game evened up if the pistol round goes the way it should. Now, statistically, it should be an MVP.
Yeah, you would think, but also just, yeah, G2, Loud tanked their numbers last week. They tanked their numbers with the 4-0 pistol win into the 0-2 loss of the series. G2's first win of this stage. All right, let's see if they run away with it on this attack half, or if Envy keep this momentum going. They're starting with the double duelist walk down on C with the one-way. They actually have the Vice playing there as well, so they have the flash set up and the wall over towards A. It's an interesting look, very different from G2's, where they were just throwing the Vice on the opposite side of the map to the duelist kind of pack working together.
Envy milling about here on Mound. They've also got the backup of Rossi behind them. Haunt is shot. G2 are really tentative in this round. And we're going to have a smokes exchange, which might be more than G2 really would have wanted to see here. Knowing that to some degree the game hangs in their balance, and also Leaf has been able to lurk up pretty deep on the A side. He is poised to be a huge difference maker on his attack side.
Yeah, Trent was really trying to make it seem like something would happen there, but after he prowlers and no one does anything off the back of it, look at the rotates from Envy. They want to get to this A site ASAP. Does Pop and try to commit to anchoring so the team can flood in, or does he back up? It looks like he wants to stay, and it looks like they'll be there in time.
They're slowing down. They're pulling out a tree. This is nice. Envy fully committing to the A site now. It's going to be a little bit harder to hold off this push onto B. X is going to be there with the paranoia, though. We know this, util dump from defenders can be devastating. And now we're going to go into Waterfall, potentially, over towards the C-Link side of the map, with Leaf harrying them all the way. G2 have worked the entirety of Lotus and have finally settled on the C side for the plant.
And now if Envy work fast, they won't have to deal with Leaf at all. That's exactly what they want to do.
Here's Valorant up on the site. Needed a couple more bullets for that one. This is getting ugly. Ping from the Horn. It's good. Trent and Jaw able to capitalize. There was a tap on the spike. You've got to go check in this, and you've got to do it manually here. The idea was good for G2, but the gunplay has to be there as well. And this is a horrendous angle for Leaf. It may not matter. Demon 1 only got it to half. And the Red Bull clutch in the pistol for Leaf, who's been dominant on this map.
Sick clutch from Leaf. Envy were making the right decisions there, but they weren't able to win out those fights on the site in clean enough fashion with enough HP remaining. The right call was, we have to get in and flood on them right now. This guy, Leaf, he's on the opposite side of the map. Let's go. But it didn't come together quick enough for him to totally be a non-factor. And they just didn't have the health either. So that spam kill was just one bullet through the wall, easy.
In spawn, G2 really haven't made any moves so far. It's been Envy looking to take this map control. Will they overpush? Big paranoia catches on multiple of them. But G2 might not be a raider for this. They're going to wait for them to push into them. It's going to be Demon Wonder with the classic. He's really getting on the scoreboard, going for a raw fight. The weapons are better for G2, and they'll exit the round with a couple guns.
That's an Envy win, though, I think, on paper. I mean, getting away with 3 kills and basically no investment, a bunch of classics. How did Demon 1, he just, I guess he probably just 2-tapped Trent, something like that, but
One enemy remaining.
yeah, you'll definitely take it. I mean, and on top of that, y'all died of Valen. It could have been worse. That could have been someone, it could have been Raze
like
killing everyone. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, allowing Valen to get the from the shadows is not too big of a deal at all.
Bro hitting me with the Omen ult name and the big 26. That's cold. Horn here obviously over to Mount to give G2 a way in. X is going to be tucked and they're not ready for it.
Yeah, the flash for him to play off. Rossi even on the jiggle gets a second one.
That's
really
really
And then both of them can just peel away. These B anchors have the wall to play with and the ones that Rossi can send out. Or what if they just double peek and kill everybody?
Hey, wasn't this what you were asking for at the start of the whole series?
Yeah, and it is. Brawling, confidence, but also hitting the shots.
Yeah.
And Kesnet is doing that. You can see him getting like passionate on the cam now too. He's starting to feel it.
Yep.
I mean, he's always been a super emotional player, and even when you think about those old crew rosters, a lot of their runs were like all emotion, going crazy, like that LCQ run years ago. And then when things were going wrong, just, you know, the plane would crash, and it felt like they could never bounce back. But
Bam, I want everyone here, bro.
Josh is frustrated at how they dealt with that little C-trap play. It's a super common one, and now big A-brawl coming out. Could be a little C's nade here into the choke. Stun as well. Now the C's nade went for rubble. If you maybe VALORANT TP'd on the cross.
This was a very 2025 start to the round.
Yeah, so what's the response though from Envy? All right, we get all the space. What's the protocol after the fact that we have this Vice setup towards BC? A Vice setup that's just intending on controlling back C, by the way. We see where those thorns are at.
Yep.
It's
Giving up the side, essentially.
Envy have gone for the full 4-man push. They're going to have to activate Leaf's wall, and he's got a Thorns there as well. That's kind of crazy. He is prepped and ready.
Thorns got cleared, backside. Leaf tuck, this is ugly for him. He might need, oh, well, never mind. Gonna say he needed help. He doesn't. He is him. Literally, Timothy Chalamet out there. Now we're in a 3 versus 3 even up. Trent deals with Pop before he can even get there. That's going to shut any of that Vice util out of the game. Extra living dangerously. TP forward here. But there's Trent waiting for him. G2 back to winning ways.
Yeah, Rossi had a really good kill holding back Halls, but unfortunately the players going through door, they just were not trading for each other effectively. Kesnick goes down, and then you really just can't be allowing Leaf to pick up a second kill. Wow. Right? Like you really need your Neon to be out at the same time that you're popping out there with Kesnick ideally. And it just gets a bit jumbled with the timings, so the isolated fights just ruin Envy.
Yep. And the willingness here as well for G2 just to challenge Envy in these gunfights. They know more than anyone. You get shot, you die in this game. It's been fun. These early rounds have been fun between both these sides. Neither one really wants to give an inch.
Same story here on the A side.
Prowler attempt to clear. Demon 1 out of that corner. Paranoia is definitely going to do it. He commits back to it, though.
Envy used all that same early utility, but this time forced away. G2 wanted to take the fight. Last time they were having none of it. Oh, Rossi, I mean, that's a classic I'm playing Sentinel on Lotus exchange. Love to peek through B main and see if you can kill the guy staring at you from the main on the opposite side.
Yeah, Baby Bay's pulled back off that. Leaf took a fair bit of damage in that early exchange. And looks like he has a smoke there on Mound side, so Exeter can actually push up somewhat behind it.
Yeah, he's been chilling there, and if he's in danger, there's a flash set up for him from Rossi, and he can retreat behind a Thorns, but there is no danger, and it's allowing Envy to be posted up on the right side of the map. Leaf very weak as well. No ultimates in play for G2.
Can't tell if Vix is trying to play for Orb or not.
You know, they're going to have to get into a site where you can imagine these defenders will be able to effectively flood for popping. They've got the Neon and the Raze ready to go. Okay, peeks out and gets owned, I think. Yep. Unlucky. Or maybe spams, hard to tell.
Do we dive in towards the B side? There's actually no info about B at all. Baby Bay's watching here from main. And, okay, might need to activate now. Get forward. Jaws ready to fight Demon 1, though, and it's a showstopper. Deadly in this part of the map. Baby Bay, bro, patient as you like. He's in no hurry. Rossi wants to step up, but Baby Bay's ever swing into him. Sick round. Sick round from Baby Bay.
Yeah, stunning couple shots there, and the pivot into that B side ends up working out for G2, even though, man, it looked like those defenders had a real chance. You know, Demon 1 gets that first kill in Blue Room, and Poppin just swings like that wasn't spam. You just out in the open and jiggled and dies, which is unfortunate because I feel like defensively, Envy, they're in a pretty good position there if he doesn't go down.
But his team is so dangerous. Yeah, it's kind of easy to... No one's going to count G2 out, to be fair, but it's quite easy to underestimate them after a difficult strength of schedule at the start of Stage 1 that had them run up into some literal juggernauts. And amidst all of that, G2 were experimenting with the Harbor comps, trying to find their spot, trying to see how they would land coming out of Santiago. Going back to the well here on Lotus. Now, this doesn't exactly spark inspiration for what the future of their Lotus might look like, but at least for now, they're able to go back to a tried and true method and secure their spot in playoffs. Then, that's when you have the space to think a bit more about how you want to innovate.
It's got everybody on their best roles. And honestly, when you're G2 right now, do you need to do a lot of innovation even? I mean, the stuff that they were running with the Phoenix back in kickoff into Santiago was working really well. They can just port that over to Pearl. They're running it on Haven. And some of these classic, I say, looks on Lotus, like this basically is the meta comp, just playing Vice. They have the Raze instead of the Neon. You know, on paper, sure, the Neon's maybe more optimal, but hey, they're working it with this. It's got everybody in their best roles to go off. I think G2 could just kind of go back to basics and make it to London. At least that was, you know, the idea from what Baby was talking about as well. They admit that, hey, we tried the Harbor, but maybe we were a little early with this Harbor theory.
On some maps, anyway.
Not as good as we thought.
Yeah. Obviously, we still should expect to see Harbor on the maps where he's ubiquitous right now. But Lotus here,
Breeze,
I mean,
yeah,
but
I mean,
Leaf looks...
for Americas, we love the Breeze Harbor.
Leaf looks super at home here on this Viper, though. I feel like we're remiss if you cause yourself to go without it.
He is just an absolute master of the agent.
Look at this here. Look at this. The seaside wall is super spicy. Normally, your Vipers just like autopilot and arbitrarily throw that A-work wall, but I am loving this. From look at how many MV players are sniffing the cheese like, yo, what's going on? Hey, what they doing over there, you know?
That's crazy.
It's like they smoke C-main as well, like amidst this. Like, there's still cycling some util on that part of the map. It's so sick.
You open a cupboard door and your cat just has to find out what's going on inside of it. The natural curiosity of something new happening.
I mean, this is exacerbated because they're on a sale, right? So
your package from Amazon arrived. There's a new box.
Exactly.
Gotta check it out.
Dude, I love Mail
what's
Day.
going on.
Especially when I'm ordering like TCG stuff, bro. I love Mail Day. It's the best. Envy here had to commit to a site, though, in fairness. They're trying to stack, find some value for these classics, so that's also part of it. Did one sliding in. Okay, Overdrive looking pretty good, but he's looking worse for wear. It doesn't matter because he's found 2 kills already, and he seems far from done. Into the side we go. That's the third out of nowhere. Has it basically pre-aimed, and he has paved the way for Envy to find an opportunity in this round. Bitrend's going to disrupt the defuse. Has to find a quick reload here. He knows X is trying to pressure around that bubble. The Leaf gets in there. Trent's found his third. Make it 4 to shut Envy down and get themselves to match point.
It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Well, they just don't care about your fairy tale
Leaf
endings,
is
bro.
in there with an outlaw as well. It's not like he has the spam arsenal ready to go in tree.
Get back.
Trent gets the one with the spam. Does he kill another with the spam? Yep. Just tap on the spike. That's 2 with the spam. What about 3 with the spam? Yep.
Oh my God, Trent! Hot dog, baby! I mean, hot dog. Thanks
Trent
for bailing
is
us out.
racking up kills in this series. It's really boosting him on VLR. Respect.
You know what? That's fine.
No deaths and just tons of spam kills. You love to see it. I think he's up to like 6 spam kills on this map that we've seen, something like that.
Sorry, bro. That's just raw game sense as far as I'm concerned. Valen gets the sheer wall out early. Does get touched up a bit though by Rossi. His A-side presence is really minimal though.
Yeah, they've had Demon 1 inserted pretty deep on mound, so at least Kesnet is rotating away from that C side over for the NV defense, but
Cover going out.
Okay, or look at the smoke position. Just deep enough to make Envy nervous about a pop out of it. So they don't really have a flash. I guess they got Arc Rose. Yeah, straight away, Kesnet goes into the bubble. He's like, nah, bro, I'm going to go see what's going on there.
So much pressure from G2 just being applied to C and B main at the same time. It has 4 players' attention divided among the 2 choke points, and the one guy on A gets exposed at stairs, which is your Vice. All of your defensive util turned off, and now G2 are in a post plant with their Viper's Pit. The game should be done.
They've got to do their thing and fight for this, but it's not looking good. Valen already deals with popping up on that high ground, and he's found his third on the round. Oh, but he chalked them up. Valen's found 4. Look at the amount of hot dogs coming out of these guys' mouths at the end of this round. I'm sure it's going to be incessant. Give Val on the ace. No Extra says, I think I'll make it more interesting. 13-6 is the result on Lotus as G2 take one giant step towards a playoff berth. It's not set in stone yet, but it's a downhill run for them, and they mean business.
To tee up this game, I was talking about where the comfort factor would be at with both of these teams and be kind of running some experimental stuff with the Veto, but looking at their best when you just have Extra on the Phoenix, Demon 1's playing Chamber, popping off, Kesnet's running around on Neon, and a G2 team that had 2 of their absolute best players with unbelievable stats earlier in the year in Valen and Leaf playing primarily Viper, Valen primarily Smokes, switching it around and not finding their footing in their first 2 matches against Lev, against MIBR that they lost. G2 just go right back into the comfort zone, and they are instantly a cut above. 3 cuts, maybe 4 cuts above. Like, it's just not even close. They're on a totally different level. The amount of experience these guys have together on these roles, on these maps, years of it. And you're talking about guys who are the best in the, up there with the best in the world at those roles.
There you have a G2 advance further now towards the playoffs. Let's head down to Dryan for the Verizon post-match interview.
GT secure the win 2-0 against MB. And Dragon Ball, I want to talk to you first. You guys changed the composition for Lotus, and you're back on playing that race. It felt like it was really comfortable for each one of you to go back to all of these agents. What was the reason of wanting to change after week 1?
I would say like we were having a little rough time with the Neon. I mean, there's Vi's back in the meta, so I was kind of having a little bit of rough time. So I was asking Josh, let's just break everything. Let me just break all Vi stuff. The pumps are a little bit more fun because I have a Raze rocket now too. So I mean, just having that Raze is more fun. That's my opinion.
And it's also sometimes at G2 that even if you guys struggle a little bit towards the beginning of the stages, you always recover and you always have incredible performances that allow you to elevate when you go into these internationals. So for you, how do you see what is going to be that last match and also moving forward into playoffs potential?
I mean, yeah, we're just like trying to get the rebuild back up. Like we're working day by day, trying to figure out what we are comfortable with, and then with Josh's help, like we're like coming back as easy as we can be. So Josh is helping out a lot with Jake and all the boys, so it's pretty fun.
That sounds good. Thank you so much, Dragon Ball. I also want to talk to Baby, and also Baby. Earlier today, I said I was gonna bring a box for you, so hey,
it's for me?
Here you go. Of course, it's for you.
No way.
Here you go.
I'm so honored.
Yeah, it's your big moment, so you get to be on top. Look, hear me out.
I'm the top dog.
Yeah, it will. Here, that's why I'm gonna ask you. You are insane on the Vice. Every single week, you're the. I mean, I think that's messed up.
Wait, I'm insane on the Vice.
Forget about it. Okay. I have nothing nice to say about it. No, I'm kidding. No, you have been insane every single week. You have been a top performer for the team, and you're up there with names like Luke Cho, Neon, Zekken. What is it about this stage that has you, popping off every single time?
Part of the regional farming team, so I got to farm regionally, you know what I mean? And I'm trying to make London, so I'm doing my best. But yeah, I mean, the team's always got my back, and honestly, without them, I'm not able to do any of this. So, actually, they set me up, put me in really good spots, good fights all the time, so yeah.
Nice. Thank you so much. Well, this is everything for Dread, but also Trent, you're the last one here. Thank you. Yeah, actually, I do need it for this one. Trent, congratulations on the win. Again, I want to ask something that I also asked about Dragon Ball. You guys changed the composition, but you guys in general were committing a lot to this Harbor comp and different maps that nobody else was bringing in. So how do you feel about what is going on right now? Because a lot of the roles and a lot of the agents change for everybody, but for you, they kind of always remain the same.
Yeah, I'm just the initiator guy, so I kind of just get to play the same thing every time. I mean, we like the Harbor. It was just very hard to implement. Like, no one else is doing it. We had to just come up with our own ideas, be very creative, and we didn't feel like we had enough time to fully implement it and, be a strong team with it. So at the end of the day, we just had to kind of swap off of it on the harder to learn maps.
And you have one more match as well before going into playoffs. That's going to be Cloud9. And I remember during kickoff, you guys were talking about how you scream a lot of the tier 2 teams, and you were actually able to learn a lot from them. How do you see this Cloud9 team as well with the additions that they have right now?
I think they will be good. Jack is one of the best tier 2 players, prospects coming up. So I think with time, they just need some time. I think he got picked up a couple days ago. So they need some scrims, but overall, I think they'll be a good team.
All right, thank you so much, Trent. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, but we also have Valiant and Leaf standing by on the couch.
Thank you so much for that, Dan. Shout out to Baby Bay for bringing the apple box
dog.
here. Hot dog. Hot dog. We're joined here by G2. We got Valiant and Leaf. Gonna yap about some stuff here, fellas. Congrats on the win. Had to feel good this week. Dominant win for you guys. Looking good. For you coming into this, I know you take every opponent seriously, but just kind of wanted to get the thoughts on the team coming out of some of these setbacks that you've had, and then coming into this week. What were the mentalities like?
We're definitely not new to any challenges. Even dating back to last year, I remember that we had moments that it looked like we might not make, like Masters Toronto and some of the events, and we had to claw back from comebacks. So challenges aren't new to us. We treated this just like any other challenge, being down 0-2. That was our mentality going into this. It's it's not, you're not always going to win your first game or even second. Sometimes it just plays like like that. And now we're in like a do or die situation every week, and I think that's when we thrive. That's when we get the best out of everyone every single day in practice. We're treating this like our lives are on the line, because it really is.
Yeah.
And I'm just really proud to see the results playing out this way.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when you work so hard and you don't get the results, it kind of hurts. It might demotivate you a bit, but we're proving to ourselves that if we keep working like this, then Toronto or London is still on the horizon. Like, we can still accomplish all of our goals this year. So it feels great. It's a really good stepping stone for us.
Yeah, lower bracket run always builds character. That's essentially what this is, right? And Leaf, I want to ask you, dude, because you're switching roles. We got the Harbor on, so now you're playing a lot of the Astra and the Phoenix. Like, how's that for you? And I heard you really like Astra, so tell me a little bit about that too.
Yeah, I mean, I think Astra's really fun.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's honestly, like, except for Omen, I feel like it's, like, the only controller where you really just have, like, the ability to just, like, do your own plays.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can just spam pullbacks. Like, you can basically have 10 abilities in one round, which is
Yeah.
kind of fun. You know, like, just doing that and just having mind games and stuff like that. So I like Astra. I like all the agents, to be honest, in the game. There's not one that I, like, dislike playing or anything like that. So they're all fun.
That has to be such an advantage that you guys have
Yeah.
when you're, like, talking about what you want to do, and you're like, damn, we got to put
I'll
someone
do
on Astra.
anything.
And then you got this guy over here. He's like, I'll play it.
Yeah.
Is that usually how it goes?
Definitely. I mean, Nate is really flexible. Our whole team really is.
Yeah.
So whenever we try new compositions, it's not a hard task to just be like, yo, can you play Phoenix? Can you play a controller?
Yeah,
He plays everything.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
exactly.
I love that.
You really do. You really do, man. It's incredible stuff. All right, well, guys, look, we all know that VCT Americas is the best region in the world. Okay? It's just a fact. All right? We're the greatest of all time.
That is factual
It's just
information.
how it is. Americas. All right? But we want to know who's the GOAT. And it's time to find out in a special edition of Who's the GOAT. That's the name of the segment, and we made a graphic for it. Boom. All right, so we've got an 8-player bracket here, and all of America's greats are on it, and we're going to go through it until there is only one player standing. And to commemorate the occasion, I'm going to wear this trusty GOAT hat.
You can also.
You can
'cause
if you
guys
want.
are
You don't have
goats.
to. But
After today, you're goat.
I feel like it's just necessary. Thank you, Lee, for tolerating me. I appreciate you, Papa. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. Pull up the
Let's
bracket.
do this.
I'm
All
about
right.
to lose things all over the place.
Your bald head cannot support the goat ears. All
Bald
right.
and sweating.
So we're gonna start on this right side, okay?
Okay.
Sam and Sadak, top right.
Oh my God.
You guys gotta pick one.
Sadak.
That's evil.
Personally.
Sadak,
I'll go.
Sadak.
I'll go Sam.
You go.
So
Sa-
what
no,
go-
you guys gotta give me a
you gotta-
combined answer.
You got to combine it.
All right. We'll go Sadak.
Okay, I like that.
Sorry, Sam is devastated.
I'm sorry, Sam.
He's devastated.
All right, let's go
They're both
across.
insane.
We're gonna go across. We're gonna Aspas and King.
I'm gonna go Aspas.
Gotta
Yeah.
put Aspas.
I feel like it has
Gotta
to
be
be
Aspas,
Aspas.
right?
Dude, IGL slander against IGL slander. That's crazy.
Sorry, bro. You know I love you.
All right, Ethan Zekin.
Ooh.
I think that's the hardest one, to be
Yeah.
honest.
You guys want to leave it last?
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
go to the
honestly.
right.
You?
Let's go tens. Let's go tens. Let's go tens. Let's
My
go
humble
tens.
king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go
All right,
tens.
I respect
Ethan
it.
Zekin.
Ethan Zekin. All right, let's say. I mean, you gotta go the 2-time, right? Ethan.
Yeah. I feel
Ethan?
like it has to be
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of have to. I mean,
Yeah.
he's done so much.
He
It
is.
makes sense. Like I would even have. Well, no, actually, Sadak
Nah,
and
this
Sam
is
are
hard.
quite. Yeah, this is now it's getting more difficult
This
here.
is really hard.
All right, so you want to start with next, Myrna?
Yeah, let's do Aspas versus Ethan.
Ooh.
I think Ethan.
Yeah.
I want to say Ethan as well.
Well, that was really quick.
He's got
actually.
2 champs. I mean,
agree.
Aspas is the GOAT of duelists,
Yeah.
but I think Ethan right now is just like on another level of accomplishments in this game and leader. Like he's really insane right now.
That's
yeah,
very
I
valid.
agree
Yeah.
with that. I agree with
All
that.
right, Sadak versus 10.
This is crazy.
Ooh.
This is.
Uh,
How do we figure this
Dude,
out?
it's got to be tens. Just like this guy is Valorant. I feel like.
Yeah.
He
He's
is
like the
Valorant.
face of Valorant. It's
He
kind of
is.
unfair.
You're actually cooking. That's an amazing.
All right, dude.
But here's
He
the question,
is
though. It's
Valorant.
about who's the GOAT. Who's the greatest of all
I mean,
time?
Tyson has 2 Masters. Ethan has 2.
Bro,
World
this is
Championship.
impossible. Ethan, the 2-time champs or the face of Valorant?
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
That's
What are you
crazy.
weighing more, right? Are you
don't
weighing like
know.
what the person brings to the game or what the person has accomplished in the game?
I feel like
Yeah.
both.
But even then, Tyson has also accomplished a
Yeah,
lot. So it's
he's got
kinda-
2 masters.
both
too.
of them have like had their ups, had their like
Yeah.
downs. You know, like it's hard.
Who would,
They've
who would
both
you
been
want to
so
be on
like
the-
they've been playing the game for
Ethan,
so
lock
long.
it
Who do
in.
you wanna
Ethan,
play
lock it
with?
in. Ethan, lock it in.
No.
I mean, Ethan's still playing, so you might as well.
Yeah, it's true.
That's our goal, Ethan. Let's go.
I tip my horns to you.
Hey, congratulations, Ethan. You are the unofficial official GOAT of Valorant. All right, congrats, bud. Well, of course, with week 4 coming to a close, let's take a look at the standings, see where we are right now. Big victory there. Haven't locked the spot yet, but you're still alive in this tournament. Do want to get your thoughts, Valen, though, on what we've been seeing from the rest of the pack here. I mean, we saw C9 debut a new player. Loud has Erde here as well. What do you think of this?
I mean, in general, this year of Americas has been the most like staggered of like good teams.
Yeah.
We saw Crew come back and look like one of the best teams, if not the in Americas. So it's pretty lit, honestly, to play right now where everyone's good. It's really exciting. It builds character.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
And yeah, like you talked about the new pickups. I mean, you got some like prospects coming up in Tier 2. It's gonna be like that every year. But hey, we're still alive, thank God. And I'm happy.
Yeah,
I love that
I
for
know.
you.
All right, guys. Well, of course, you can see the matches that are going to be coming up next week. You're going to have some good ones there. We'll, of course, be checking out Crew versus Evil Geniuses, and then FURIA going toe-to-toe against 100 Thieves. We, of course, got to let Leaf go so we can get some RuneScape on. That's going to do it for us here today, folks. We thank you so much for tuning in.
What are you maxing? What are you maxing?
I'm just doing raids right now.
Okay, all right.
Here's your Samsung OLED Fast Replay. We'll see you next week, friends. Take care.
Cloud9 and Loud are ready to take the stage and get things underway here. Forward fight onto C. Jack the first one to fall. Luke Show with the mind read on Zelsis, and Erde 4-3 wrap this one up. It's cooked. Attack looks better for him. Problem is, Luke Show. Oh, no one's looking at him. What are you looking at, guys? Oh no, no one's holding for him. Someone look at Luke Show, please, please. Loud dominates C9. That showstopper still not quite going to be there, but C9 have the bodies twin out in this fight. Jack is tier 3 for the round. Having to port deep into enemy territory. Erde will come in from there, and the showstopper connects for the first kill of Zeppa's on this series, and the rest of C9 will wait quick work of Loud to send us directly into Breeze. But Loud are still all on their own, and that's maybe where they thrive. Zeppa pushed into a corner. Luke Show shuts him out. Both sides know what the plan is going to be, and Luke Show just ego peeks him through the molly.
This guy's a maniac.
Birdie throws up the wall, slides straight into Zeppa's waiting arms. This round could not go any worse for Loud. That's 3 kills in the round for Zeppa. It's him against the world at this point. Him and Cow are both. It might be enough, though, with players low on the other side. Cow and Scene now, and he has been elite on this map. Cow and Scene is ridiculous.
What a performance out of Loud.
If you told me at the start of the year the G2 would be 1-2 fighting for their life here in Stage 1, I would have told you were crazy.
A big A fight, Jaw pushed up on the wall drop. Oh my God.
That is a nasty off. Oh my goodness, what? In a split second, he finds connection. Jaw's on for the ace. Oh my God, what a shot. No way. Oh, that was the spike carrier dropped. So they have a potential crossfire setup. Baby Bay with the rendezvous upstairs. They're not ready for it in the midst of the chaos. Three for Baby Bay on his feet.
What are we doing? Leaf can't do anything to stop this. He might go down too. Yeah. What?
What is happening? Leaf and Valen have to salvage. Leaf is going to find 3 kills.
God. Rossi for the spam
Look,
angle.
is Leaf on, bro? What is he on? What a ridiculous ace out of absolutely nowhere. Big damage here from Jaw. Are we able to find the 1 kill, though? Maybe just take this fight. He's going to walk the door. I like that from Rossi. Yes, I like that from Rossi. Trent can follow the black brick road. It's Rossi. Huge clutch moment. It looks like we go. That's the third out of nowhere. Has it basically pre-aimed, and he has paved the way for Envy to find an opportunity in this round. But Trent's going to disrupt the defuse. Has to find a quick reload here. He knows X is trying to pressure around that bubble. The Leaf gets in there. Trent's found his third. Make it 4 to shut Envy down. 13-6 is the result on Lotus.